That's not a no. The point is, I just like to hear the perspective of who's watching it. This stuff is not everything, but it's, and so we can.
Oh, you do realize it fell off here, and I started up the other one.
I used to all the time, and I went there. Did you get some rest, Nadia?
What's that?
Did you get some rest?
Sure.
Hey Nadia, could you give me, just as a precaution, the mod rights again?
Sure. Well, I'll invite Bill Sykes in.
Oh, Frank's on cam.
How you doing?
Hey Frank. Oh Frank, you're a psychologist, right?
I'm not a psychologist, but I know something about psychology.
Okay.
There's
Can you
Nadia.
tell us? Can you tell us something about human memory? Can it be changed over time?
About what kind of memory?
The human memory in general, does it change over time? Can it be modified with new experiences?
Yes.
Thank
But
you.
that's not, all right, that's not even relevant to the question, to the
Why
what
not?
you experience. Because it can't be modified right after you get out of surgery.
Well, that's the. Well, I'm not sure about that. It might be. I don't know. But we don't have any. At least I haven't seen any evidence that we have a recording or a transcript of her testimony
Doesn't
right
have
after the surgery.
doctor. Any doctor is not going to make that stuff up. What would behoove them? If you don't trust the medical profession, then you don't trust much.
Wait, did the doctors say this after the surgery?
Yes, that's the whole point. Did you
Okay.
read anything that he put up?
Well, yeah. I was
Oh.
skimming through the article, but I haven't got to that part yet.
Okay.
And I cannot see the video because it's not permitted in my country.
Oh, okay.
You can probably get another copy of it if you type her name in.
Well, I'm reading the article still, okay, so. Perception.
So what is this thing about? Because I'm hearing something about surgery.
Well, actually, the guy that was doing the investigation, he didn't even believe Pam Reynolds, so he had to send off for a picture of this bone saw, and to his surprise, she did describe it accurately, like a toothbrush handle.
So,
Okay.
So even
Okay.
there's the article from Wiki Green. This is what we were talking about a woman who had a near-death experience.
cardiac arrest for about an hour.
This is some of the things that, you know, like neuropsychology and, you know, some psychological studies try to really quantify in the sense that, you know, how much does the unawareness that we have comes up, you know, through our processing. Because there's certain things that we will remember, hence, you know, that we haven't noticed. For example, like if I'm talking to you right now, and 3 hours later, you know, somebody tells me, hey, well, you were at that hangout, and I'll say yes, and then I try to recollect, and then like a day later, something comes up, oh, I remember such and such. Because sometimes it's hard to bring up. So I know that that's the type of phenomenon that happens because of how we process things. As far as dreams go, some dreams could be very detailed. And remember, we don't really know the specific reason why we dream, but more studies are going into the fact that it is a type. Dreams are necessary in order for us to really reconstruct, you know, what happened towards our waking hours. And the other thing about this study here, and I'm just skimming through it, in order for this to be really quantified, it has to be done again to really look at the significance of this. You know, they have to really do some, you know, intense study when we come to, like, you know, what we call OBEs, out-of-body experiences.
Yeah. But I'm still telling you, when they take the bone saw out to start work, everybody is completely under, and the only part that's not covered of the body is the head, where they're doing the work at.
Yeah. Well, what I call a near-death experience is not memory of the time when I was unconscious. It was essentially memory of falling unconscious.
Actually, the article itself talks about the reception of this case, of course, by the proponents of people of NDEs. They use it as a, you know, sort of evidence for it. But critics point out quite a few flaws. If you guys want to read it, it's in the reception part of the article.
I go more towards, there's certain senses that we're trying to, like for example, there's people who are blind that actually could walk through obstacles because we don't really see with our eyes, we see with the occipital lobes. So, we're trying to really understand the brain as far as that what you just said. There's no really clear-cut evidence or anything quantifying that. It's just hearsay. It's just a.
That last sentence on that is bullshit, though. As he points out, the cell sounds like, and to some extent looks like, a paramedic drill used by dentists. It did not look like a drill. Dentists have a drill, and it's on the side. This was a bone saw with a completely round edge at the end.
Right, but you're assuming that a picture that is shown in a video, which I'm assuming was shown in a video, is exactly as she described it. Well, I would rather actually read what she described, right? Because descriptions can be vague. And welcome back, Seth.
Thank you. Thanks for ditching me, bastards. So I have some interesting thoughts.
Okay.
Her near-death experience didn't start after she was flatlined. It started prior to her flatlining.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Well,
they
that's
have
a
to
problem.
put her to sleep.
I think that's a huge problem.
Wait, so it started before she flatlined?
Yes.
Oh, and she has recollection of that, right? That is what she recollects, right?
In the video itself, it says that she remembered being scrubbed after being under general anesthetic, but she's not flatlined at that point.
Yeah, she remembers the steaming of that solution. She says, "Till this day."
Right, and she was on a general anesthetic back, at that time. She wasn't
She
there.
was fully awake then. She was in a
Okay.
shower. How can you be under anesthesia if you're in a shower?
Maybe missed something.
I thought they rolled her in on a gurney to be.
No. They did roll her in on a gurney, but after she took her shower.
Well, okay, the wiki article itself says, okay, but the critics say that the amount of time which Reynolds was flatlined is generally misrepresented, and her claimed NDE occurred when she was merely under general anesthesia and the brain was still active.
Now, they have to give the brain a special chemical in order for it to survive that period of time. You can't just cool down the brain and slow it down.
This statement that I just read is from an anesthesiologist, right? This is this guy's profession, so
And
I'm
also,
pretty sure he knows what he's talking about.
Well,
the brain flatline was only lasted about 10 minutes. The procedure that begins the flatline and ends the flatline lasts an hour.
Yeah.
So everything but those 10 minutes could have brain activity.
So you're saying 50 minutes of not a heart beating?
I'm saying that she probably didn't have any. It's perfectly within a naturalistic explanation, a naturalistic worldview for somebody to have brain activity where they think they're in a tunnel, or that they have an OB.
What about looking?
Hold on. When they have brain activity, the only time she didn't have brain activity was 10 minutes at the climax of the surgery.
Okay. What about the socket she saw in the bone saw area? She said they looked like sockets from her dad's wrench set.
Yeah, I'm not sure that she could either be imagining that. She could have looked up before or after, or more likely,
Come on.
or no. What do you mean? Come on, that's extremely likely. Or she could have been, told what was going to happen during the surgery, which a lot of people are. I mean, especially if you're going to have a complex surgery, they run you through what they're going to do.
I'm done.
And also, the doctors talk to each other and they describe what they're gonna do, right? This is much more plausible than there being some kind of,
There were two
magical thing that we cannot see and we cannot touch, or if there was something like that and we can prove it, hell yeah, sure, awesome. I'd like to take power of that. I would like to be able to use that. You know, I say the same thing. I say the same things to the telekinesis people who promote this thing. That'd be awesome if I could move, objects over my mind. It's just that there is no evidence for me to even believe this. I'm sorry.
Well, I did it,
Really?
but I was on a lot of drugs that day. I saw it move. I really did, and I saw it, and I was doing it.
She had clickers in her ear, and she still heard a conversation at the bottom of the table. We got a problem. Her arteries are too small. Try the other side. And she had clicking modules in her ears. So she should have been able to hear the clicking.
Right. That was after. Right. That was during the operation on her brain.
Yeah.
But like the article says, she was under general anesthesia long before that, and it's much more plausible that she heard these things during that period, rather than during the period where her brain was supposedly dead.
Okay. I can tell the atheist in the room. That's okay. I'm off. I'm done.
Sure.
Glenn, what are you saying though about the article? I just want to know what is your conclusion.
The video is much more information. In fact,
no, but what is your conclusion on it?
In fact, she did have her near-death experience. She did see her family members. She saw her uncle.
Okay, so I'm kind of struggling here. So you're saying that we don't need our minds to perceive the external world, right?
Correct.
Well, why did God give us the mind then? Why did He give us the brain then in the first place?
For our bodies.
Now we're at Justin Cheever's fine-tuning argument against theism.
I'm a believer.
Well, it's basically
I'm a theist
you
too.
believe you have a soul or not. That's what it comes down to. And if you don't, that's okay. I'm not gonna.
Well, I mean, there's the whole problem. I mean, something that popped up to me though. This is a completely different conversation. Phenomenology and causation between substances. But she claims to have an OBE, and she couldn't have heard the conversation because she has earplugs in her ears. Yet she has no ears, and she can hear the conversation as an OBE.
Yeah.
But
that doesn't seem to be a problem.
But the question is, how else could you hear a conversation?
Well, I don't understand how you could hear a conversation without ears to begin with. So.
And how? I mean, do they put you under with your eyes open?
No, her eyes were taped shut.
So how the hell did she see all this stuff? All this stuff.
That's the problem. I think me and Art are saying there's good explanations. There are definitely rational explanations of how she could know these things without having to hear or see them during the operation.
Guess maybe she was dead.
Or maybe she just knew about these things through conversations or having been prepped for the surgery in the first place.
Yeah, but there's a difference. If I experience that, like before I go into surgery, I pretty much know what I'm expecting, right? And what I'm going to see and what it looks like, this, that, and the other. My mom goes into surgery, yeah, fat chance she's ever going to look on the internet for a whatever saw and this, that, and the other. So I could agree if it was somebody like us, yeah, they probably looked it up. But if it's somebody like most people in this world, they ain't going to look all that up.
So I'm not sure that's the case. First of all, I mean, now you're placing now you've granted me this as long as she's a curious person. Well, then we could just assume she's a curious person. Then my point would be proven. Number one. Number two.
I agree.
I don't think she has to look some of this stuff up to know about it. She could, especially in complex surgeries. It seems pretty typical for doctors to run the patient through what they're going to do, and maybe even show them some of the tools.
There ain't no doctor in this world gonna show you the bone saw. Sorry, brother. That's just cruel and unusual punishment.
Well, no, the bone saw is actually pretty typical. I think anyone would imagine the bone saw. But the drill set, they might show her, maybe. I don't know.
I wouldn't show any of that stuff to somebody I'm about to have surgery.
Well, you're not a doctor, right? But
Yeah, but the reality of it is I've never heard of a surgeon who would. You guys give me an example, I'd love to see it, but I don't know any that would. That's
I mean,
just
okay.
I've had my wisdom teeth removed, and they didn't show me. I never looked it up, and they never showed me what it looked like.
Yeah, but I think more complex surgeries, they might run you through it, especially if you're curious or worried about it.
I don't think so.
They
They didn't run
don't
me
just
through
say,
it.
hey, we're going to remove your aneurysm. It's going to involve a lot of brain stuff. Don't worry about it. Sign. We're going to do it.
What they'll do, what they explain you is the risk, and one of them being death. A death. They'll walk because you have to sign off on that. They'll walk you through. I even had an entire surgery filmed. You can go into the HOA. They didn't show me any of that stuff prior.
Okay, so Ramin, consider this. What is more plausible, that some people did something unusual and actually talked to her about this, or she maybe heard it somewhere else, or that there is this, special thing that, it's kind of magical, it's, untouchable, unproven? What is more likely? What is the most plausible, parsimonious explanation here?
For that example, I say I don't plausibly wise. I don't know. That's why I'm just throwing out all the ideas and all of them that it
You
could be,
don't,
as opposed to siding with anything.
you don't know? Okay, so when a book falls from your shelf, do you say it's ghost, or you say it's, it's a draft, or a small
This is
tremor,
not,
or a mouse?
this is not a book falling from the shelf, with all due respect, Art.
Well, I'm talking about parsimonious explanations, right? What is the most favorable explanation to Occam's razor, right?
It's not
You-
what's favorable, it's what actually happened.
Right, that's what I mean.
But
What
it
is
is
more likely?
favorable. One actually posits less entities, right? One of them posits her and her doctors, and that's it. I mean, that's something you have to have for any of these scenarios. And the other one posits her doctors, her uncle, the light of God,
No, that's
and some
not
other.
it. Oh, I think you guys are looking at it from my perspective in the wrong way. If this actually happened to her, I'd want to know what sedative put her under. I'd want to know what time of day. I'd want to know if this happens to everybody that gets the earplugs in. I'd want to know if this happens. That's the questions we need to ask. If she's telling the truth, how could this actually happen? If she's lying, here's the when we know the answers for what's probable, that who cares? But if she's telling the truth, we need to understand medically and scientifically how this can happen to assure that this doesn't happen in the future to people that we put under. And I think it'd be completely remiss to just chalk it up as, oh, this lady's telling a lie. If she's telling the truth, there's something medically that we need to understand. Oh, sorry, bye, Frank. And that's where I think it could be a real problem to always jump to, well, it must be this.
We're not saying it must be this. We're saying it's more plausibly this.
But and that could be the case. But my whole point is, unless we ask those tougher questions instead of like blowing it off as, oh, it was probably this, or oh, it was probably that, if we actually ask the tough questions, I think, Seth, it was a fair question to say she started dreaming this stuff before X happened. So if that's the case, and she started this experience happened before her brain was dead, then maybe something happens at the brain when you start to put somebody under, and you do it in such and such fashion. I don't know, but to me there was an aha in that more so than it couldn't have happened.
Wait, who said it couldn't have happened?
You, Art, come up with a million reasons as to why it can't happen.
No, I'm saying it's more plausible to have happened like this, not that it couldn't.
More plausible if you
Right.
get some scientific understanding, if you get some better research, if you look at what's not plausible. See, if you're constantly like, this is what's more plausible, and never look at the exception, always look at the rule, you're never going to learn anything. Or, I'm sorry, not you're never going to learn anything. You stand a chance to not learn something that could be really insightful for medical science.
Well, not really, because if this thing actually exists, if this phenomena actually exists, scientists will detect it. That's the thing. I don't have to actually look
Maybe
into
this
it.
was the opportunity of the first detection.
So,
No, if it's just okay, go ahead.
So I mean, if this is something that happens at some kind of regular basis, then why hasn't there's a study that went on, and I think it's actually still going on. I have to look up the actual name of the study. Forgive me for not having all the information, but there's I think, I don't know if it's multiple hospitals or a single hospital, multiple rooms. They placed a card with some certain information in a place that is not observable from the everyday vantage point, but would be available to you or observable to you if you were to be floating above your own body during surgery. And nobody who's reported an NDE in that facility has reported seeing this card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But
Right.
I don't know that that's the experience that she...
That is, she had an OBE, an out-of-body experience, where she
Right.
floated
Do you
above
think...
her body.
Right, I don't doubt that.
Yeah, she.
It depends on where this card is put. I won't doubt that. But I don't know if I'm having an outer body experience. I don't care that there's this card that has blah, blah, blah on it. I'm kind of like talking to my uncles. I don't know.
Well, her advantage point was that of looking down over the doctor's shoulder.
That's creepy.
So here's, this is a quick Skeptoid article. I just looked this up really quick. I'm just going to read this short little excerpt. As an example of the value of anecdotes and suggesting directions for research, Dr. Penny Satori placed cards in obvious places on top of operating room cabinets at a hospital in Wales in 2001. While she was a working nurse as part of a supervised experiment, although she's a believer in the afterlife, she documented 15 cases of reported out-of-body experiences by patients during her research. Not one of them reported seeing the playing cards or even knowing that they were there. This is really, really problematic because she's a believer, apparently, in the afterlife and possibly NDEs, and she's reporting evidence against her interest.
Okay.
This is good evidence.
Going on. And remember how I said a sample size of 1? I hate that example. I think a sample size of 15 is pretty scary as well.
I think it's a lot better than the sample size of 1.
I don't think. Wait.
That Pam Reynolds' case is a movie. It was actually a BBC documentary.
Which makes me even more skeptical because she's invested money into this. If she comes out clean, that's less money. Don't give me that look. She's getting money from this. So there's a movie about it, right? Maybe not directly. But she's dead.
Yeah, she's dead.
She's
right
been
now,
dead.
she's dead. But she was getting money then, right? But she was still getting money then, right?
Nobody's giving you money for a documentary.
That's not true.
She was a musician. That's where she made most of her money, probably.
Right, and you don't think she gets some notoriety from this?
Yeah,
claim?
potentially. I would agree with the notoriety and potentially the name and being able to sell more music, but you're not getting money from a documentary on the BBC or PBS or other.
Well, that's not true. The guy, that's just not the case. You get money for interviews from news organizations.
Yeah, but not publicly funded news organizations. BBC and PBS do not pay.
Maybe I would have to look it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
But she was definitely paid. But she was definitely paid for her interview. And was that that wasn't a BBC? Oh, it was BBC. Okay, my mistake.
If it's not BBC, I'll totally agree. You could get paid a ton.
I have a hard time believing that she wasn't on anything other than this BBC.
Now that's the other part. She could have got the BBC would take her to other news stations who would pay. I'll agree with that too. But my whole point is, I don't like skepticism if there is a possibility or something that can be learned from it. But I think healthy skepticism is always wise.
But I mean, anything can be said that you can learn something about it, right? It's not a healthy thing to say that you don't like skeptics because it is possible that this supernatural experience could be learning for us, right?
That's exactly my point. That's why I don't act like a skeptic every single time I hear something.
No, well, I'm right. My point is that you can say this about anything, and thus you can be kind of against skepticism, because any claim of supernatural can have some potential benefits, be it from learning about it.
Roy, Art. Why do I call you Roy? I were to take everything you guys said as in a skeptical way, I'd never learn anything.
Why?
Well, there could be a perfectly good creation-based reason for that to happen, and I never
Yeah,
learned anything.
that's why creation is bullshit, because creationism is
No,
not a
because
falsifiable thing.
so is taking anything on its own merits. You have to take it from a standpoint of if this did happen, then what? Then you could take it for a standpoint of it probably didn't happen. But as soon as somebody gives you new evidence, if you constantly say, "Oh, this is hogwash," because you'll never learn.
No, no,
So
no,
I
no,
just,
no.
I was just thinking about something in our previous conversation, Airman. I just want to clarify this real quick. Well, you said the card experiment was a sample size of 15, and I just realized that's not true. The sample size would have been something like hundreds and hundreds. It's only 15 reported NDEs.
Yeah, I wanted to point that out actually. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Because when you said sample size 15, I was like, that's a freaking joke.
I think you said that.
I appreciate that. That
Okay.
makes it. So what happens is it could have been 1,000 different, which is, surgeries, and 15 had outer body experiences.
Reported out of body experiences or NDEs.
Yeah, exactly. That makes it a lot more interesting.
Not all NDEs are OBEs.
Very good point. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so it could have been 1,000, 200 could have had NDEs, and 15 could have had OBEs. Got it.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Malik.
Hello.
Boy.
Okay, so what's next?
Yeah, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, there's no way you could have that discussion last night, then.
How about does anyone here like Uri Geller?
Uri Geller?
Yeah.
What do you mean like? I like how James Randi pwned his ass.
Yeah, I'm at the opposite. I mean, who actually likes him and thinks he's a real, supernatural kind of guy who has supernatural powers or whatever.
I don't know who the person is, to be honest.
Okay. Well,
he's an Israeli.
Yeah, he's Israeli. He was a guy who claimed to have supernatural abilities, like to bend spoons, and
I bought all his shit when I was like in middle school. I went to the library, I read some stuff on him. I thought he was I thought it was a real deal for a while. I practiced and tried and concentrated on how to bend spoons.
And did you?
No.
So
Okay.
what was the deal? He could just look at a spoon supposedly and bend it?
Oh, there's tons of videos how he does it, and it's really funny, especially how James Randi just completely destroys his methods. Basically, he claims that he can bend the spoon using his mind, although he kind of uses his hands as assistants, right? But he always claims that you cannot bend it with a hand, which is true in most cases, right? But sometimes he gets a key, and he claims that, look, I can bend this key using my mind, but you cannot bend this key using your hands. And while he's saying that, he actually takes the key in between his hands and he does the bending motion to say, look, you cannot bend it. But actually, he does bend it. and then he then he does this. I forgot what is it called. Basically, he angles the key in such an angle to you, to the audience, so that it looks straight. Right, and then he slightly moves the key in a different angle so that it seems as if it is bending right in front of you. But it's just the angle, right? And this is a known trick.
But
And
that's optical illusion, so who
right,
care?
right. But he convinced people that this is true because people did not understand these tricks that magicians use. Right? He fooled the whole world. He still is. He still is the famous sort of practitioner of these supernatural things. He had a few shows. He still does these things, yeah, and people still believe it. It's amazing. It's mind-boggling.
He has some other tricks as well, but his primary thing is the bending. He also claims to be able to recognize or sense objects underneath other objects like cups. That was something that he was asked to do on was it Letterman? It was Carson, I think, and he was unable to do it.
Right, because in that example, uh, James
Carson,
Randi.
yeah, James Randi was a friend of Carson, so Carson actually supplied all the objects instead of letting Yuri supply them, which makes it a lot more difficult since he has no part of the setup because he's not a psychic, he's a magician.
Right. And it's really amazing. This is, I mean, people have to be educated on this. Please, please be. Just
So he
watch a few
went on to Johnny Carson and totally got busted?
Oh no, people still believed him. No, he completely, what is it called? He was cold, he completely rationalized this. He said, "Oh no, you ganged up on me. Oh, I don't feel good right now. You see, this is too much. I wasn't expecting it." So
Yeah,
he kind of weaseled his way out of doing that trick at that time, and people still believed him. It's like, oh yeah, sure, this is possible.
according to Randy and some of Carson's friends, Carson was a bit of a skeptic, but he didn't like to be combative or what's the word I'm looking for?
Confrontational.
Confrontational about it. But when Uri Geller was going to be on the show, he asked James Randi how he could put up some kind of experiment to test Uri without it being too confrontational. And James Randi said, don't let him use any of his own objects. Don't let him take a spoon out of his pocket to show you how he can bend it. Supply your own spoons and keys and objects and whatever that of some of the stuff he typically does, stuff that he does all the time. And see if he wants to do any tricks, like sensing what's underneath the cups, like a metal object or a wooden object. And Yuri just totally wussed out. He acted like he was going to possibly do it a couple of times, and Carson was looking very closely, like, "Ooh, is he going to do it?" And Yuri said, "Oh, I'm just not feeling it. I wasn't expecting to do this. You kind of lampooned me." And Carson's like, "Oh no, if you don't want to do it, go ahead." So Uri Geller got to like back out of it gracefully, like, "Oh, I'm not feeling well tonight. I don't think I could do it tonight."
I mean, but I have to admire these people because they are good at it, right? They're awesome magicians, these frauds. It's a shame that I had to do it the dishonest way.
They're not frauds. They're magicians. That's what magicians
No.
No, they are frauds. They claim to have supernatural powers. They don't claim it's a trick. They claim it's actual magical fucking powers, and they take money.
themselves illusionists anymore. I didn't even think they called themselves magicians.
Well, they kind of do. But these people take money for their ability. Uri Geller also claims.
It's why wouldn't you take money for your ability?
That's a different thing.
Watch somebody play basketball. Same thing.
Right, but
He's taking people's money because people think he has real powers. Penn Jillette and Teller take people's money because they're going to see a show and they know they're performing illusions.
right. When you talk to a magician, I'm sorry, when you essentially buy the show from a magician, you're buying a puzzle, right? This is what I would say many people are interested in. And also there's the showmanship. Like Penn and Teller are hilarious, right? And they do a lot of innovations. It's just really fun to watch. But these people like Uri Geller, they scam people. They convince them that they have real supernatural powers. Uri Geller, for example, received $200,000 from a company because he claimed that he can detect oil under the ground, right?
And did he detect it?
I don't think he kind of did and didn't, right? I'm not exactly sure about that case, but he basically did a geological survey himself, I think, and he guessed at what is the common place for oil to be in, right? But also what I know is that the company fired him and didn't rehire him, right? But I think we can look more into this, but yeah, I haven't seen anything from Uri Geller.
In fact, I think that's the dumbest company out there.
Well, now you'd be surprised how many companies buy into the kind of woo, just a few, and maybe this is still active. The whole, recognizing person's personality by his writing style, right? Which is what James Randi also debunked in his show, right? But almost all companies used it because they just needed to know that this is an important thing for a company to know who his employees will be, right? And there is nothing in existence from secular sources that can do this. So this was a very needed product, but unfortunately, it doesn't really work.
I did learn, though, a long time ago, and I can't remember what class it was, that if somebody uses, oh, Frank's not in here anymore. Happy Valentine's Day, Bento. If somebody uses I a lot in their writing, that's not a good thing. The letter I.
I don't know. Well, you see, like in many things about these kind of, these, psychics, there is a little bit of truth in the sense of statistical probability, right? Using
Right.
their methods, you can gather some, general truths about a person, right? And I would maybe agree that there are some things you can learn about a person by his writing, right? If his writing is very neat and just perfect, it tells you a little bit something about him, right? It tells you that he's probably neat himself, maybe, you know, some things you can do that, right? If his writing is completely, all over the place, then yeah, he has some problems. He definitely has some issues, either with his education because he didn't learn to write properly, or he's just kind of a, that kind of a person that doesn't have his life organized perhaps. I mean, these are kind of general, kind of, beyond 50% kind of guesses, right? 51% guess, let's say, but they're not supernatural powers.
So there's two things. Number one, I guess, is speaking of people that were ripped off by supernatural claims. What about the latest and greatest one? The guy selling the golf ball detector dowsers as bomb detectors.
Oh fuck yeah! That's fucking amazing.
All right, I have something I want you to explain, Art. This is a that my mom had. Oh, I'm sorry, I cut off you, Seth. Go ahead.
No, I already asked him about it. I think that's one of the greatest paranormal stories of the last decade. That happened. That's amazing that happened. The guy took off the shelf like Chinese-made golf ball detectors, basically
Yeah.
dowsers with a plastic housing that faked a bunch of. There was no electronic equipment in it, but it acted as if it did. I think it might have had batteries and like an LED on it or something. Maybe not. And he basically tore the sticker off all of these, put another sticker basically said bomb detector, and sold them to government as bomb detectors. And they bought them for thousands and thousands of dollars a piece.
Yeah, it was like, what is it, $1 billion? I think it cost in total. And this was American money, right?
Oh, not just American, Egyptian too. The Egyptians still have them and claim that they work.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they have to. That's pretty funny. Okay, so explain this one to me. I am living in a row home in Boulder, Colorado, and I have this apartment. It's apartment D, so it's in the middle. I think it went up to H or I, and I'm in D. And my mom's freaked me out one day. She said I had a dream. I fucking hate her dreams. Because there's always in her dreams, there's truth and there's falsity. She said it was a premonition. She's like, move your daughter's bed. It's like, what are you talking about? She's like, it's too close to the window. I had a dream that she fell out of the window, rolled out, hit her head, whatever. It's like, Mom, you're nuts, and it was up against the window, and she was probably 2. So I went ahead and I actually got her a daybed and pushed it up against a wall on the, it would have been the south side. The window was on the east. Okay, so it's a twin-size daybed, pushed it up against there. Didn't think anything of it. Moved out of that apartment. The person who moved in after me, I didn't know about it, didn't really worry about it. Turns out it was my friend Bernadette, and that I knew from high school, but didn't stay that close with. And I said Bernadette, it's Bernadette. Bernadette with a V. Her son fell out of that window. I don't know what period of time, not even a year after. because I saw her and we were talking, whatever. I was like, oh my God, I used to live in that apartment. Blah blah blah. That's so cool. What the hell was that about? Just chance?
Oh, was your mother in that apartment
What do
at
you
one
mean?
point? It was your mother in that apartment at one point in time?
Absolutely. When I owned it, when I lived
Right,
there.
right. And so this is interesting actually, and I kind of like dreams because of this. So probably what happened is that your mom did saw a real hazard, right? And it bugged her, and so it sort of um, it appeared in her dreams because at least in my experience, I dream about stuff that I worry about quite often, right? And because she believes that dreams can be premonitions, she told you, look, I had a premonition that this is going to happen. When in fact she just recognized a real hazard, right? And she told you, stop doing this, because it's going to cause something, right? There we go. If am I making sense here?
Yeah, it totally makes sense. That was a good way of realizing it could have just been a hazard. Seth, go ahead.
I didn't want to stop the conversation. I would just have one in the chamber for.
I was done.
Oh, okay. So this is more for art, but I hopefully everyone will answer. Though it's a little awkward for people who believe in some paranormal things, and by paranormal I mean anything in the paranormal
Bullshit.
realm, from like disappearances, like unexplained disappearances, and like possible time travelers because pictures, vampires, Loch Ness, UFOs, out of body experiences, the whole gambit of paranormal, including like missing people, like that unexplained murders and stuff.
AKA
So,
bullshit.
yes, according to you and me, yes. Okay, so art basically, and Bunto too. Bunto's a skeptic, I think. And Nadia is, but she's asleep. Anyone who wants to answer, because just because you're a Christian doesn't really mean you believe in time travel. What is, if any paranormal claim or event or structure were true, which one would you want to be true the most?
Ooh, wow. Okay,
I'll go first.
okay.
I want. I'm changing this because the other day I actually thought of this and I said Nessie and I totally changed my mind. I'm dumb. That's wrong. I want the Oak Island money pit to be real.
Ooh, what's that?
It's a long story. It's this. In the I think it's the late 1700s, maybe early 1800s, three kids on Oak Island near Nova Scotia discovered an indentation in the ground and some markings on a tree above it, as if there was a pulley on it. So they figured, ooh, pirate money or whatever. So they dug just the surface dirt off, and they found a bunch of wood planks. They dug some more, 10 feet under. There are more wooden planks and fibers, coconut. Coconuts are not native to anywhere within like thousands of miles of Nova Scotia. So they dug some more, and there was every 10 feet there was wooden planks. They dug to, I think they went away. They couldn't get past so many feet. They came back with some money and some actual treasure hunters and some investors, and they got to about 90 feet, and that's when the tunnel flooded. And about hundreds of years afterwards, it's been a never-ending story of new treasure hunters coming and trying to dig it up because of there's booby traps that flood the tunnel, and the original money pit is lost, but they've dug boreholes near them where they still dug through these supposed booby traps, if they are real, that get flooded, so they can't dig anything out, but they do get core samples with coconut fibers and weird things. There's a whole long story behind it. It's a possible super complex, booby-trapped treasure pit in Nova Scotia.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, money. That'd be nice.
That would be very, 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 very difficult to build at the time it was supposedly built, which has been dated from anywhere between like the 12th century to the 16th century. So what's it called? What's the settlers that settled in the United States? Not the Pilgrims. Quakers. Fuck. Pre-Western established settlements in the area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, money.
I've seen the story on TV.
Well, if I had
Super interesting.
Yeah, it'd be cool. It'd be definitely cool. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stories in these claims, right? The ghost stories, sometimes it's about revenge. It'd be nice if they're actually true. I mean, well, some of them. But if I had to pick what kind of, sort of bullshit, story was true, I would pick telekinesis and a strong variety of such. I mean, it'd be awesome, right? Just with your mind, you can pick something up, you know, just, then I would just need a lightsaber and I could be a Jedi. There we
Right
go.
on.
So,
What about
anybody else?
anyone else? Come on, real paranormal, something that people actually believe. Nobody believes in X-Men.
Well,
So,
there's
oh, dude, Von Helton does, dude. Von Helton.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you mean, really? You don't know that about Von Helton?
No.
Oh, dude, we talked so much about Van Helton yesterday. He has tons of videos with just filled with crazy. Apparently, this one time he called into NASA asking to be a astronaut, I think, or something. Yeah, astronaut, and they refused him. They said you have to have a degree for that. He said, okay, yeah, I don't really have that, but I will be willing to be a space marine. And the NASA lady on the phone says, there is no such thing as a space marine, sir.
But
And
what the best part of that whole story you missed was he asked how stringent that requirement was.
oh yeah.
That was the best. But this was, what was it? What Encyclopedia Dramatica?
Yeah. Mark was reading from that. Really awesome.
What about
Yeah,
you, Amin? What paranormal, typically paranormal claim would you want to be true?
See, I don't. Well, can I just say I don't know if it's paranormal or yet, but it's my belief. But I'd love for everlasting life to be true.
Well, I thought that was a given. I mean, let's not say typical Christian beliefs, because that's really typical. I wouldn't consider that to be paranormal. Paranormal would be things
Okay. Then
yeah.
the
Be original
power
and
I've
make
that
it.
fringe.
always wanted is I'd love to be a betazoid.
What's Betazoid?
Oh, you're talking about Star Trek, right? Telepaths?
Yeah, telepaths.
Oh, right.
Right. Yeah. An empath, actually. Yeah, empath.
Yeah, what's her name was? Yeah, I remember that. What's her name was a Betazoid on Next Generation.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Well,
she was
part
only
Betazoid. Yeah, half.
her mom. Well, Gene Roddenberry's wife. I can't remember her mom. Loxana. That was it.
Yeah.
Loxana Troy.
What was that, Andres?
Now you today I'm like a little drunk. Too much, maybe.
I'm gonna mute you so you can listen. Billy, what do you got?
Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. You're gonna think it's boring and predictable and whatnot, but I think it would have to be time travel if I'm allowed to choose that. And
That's not boring at all.
I would go back and to the highest ever unclaimed Euro Millions jackpot thing, and I would rinse that. I would cane that. So basically, I'd do it for money.
See, I love the idea of time travel. I just don't know that I would change the past.
So it's actually, so that is really in the paranormal realm. Has anybody here heard of John Teeter?
I think so.
Don't ring a bell.
So he's a guy who started showing up on message forums somewhere in the early 2000s. I think it was probably 2001, and he claimed to be from the year like 2050 or something, 2040, something like that. And a lot of people believe him. He gave a lot of claims and made a lot of predictions, and I think he might have, somebody claiming to be him, I think might have been in Coast to Coast at some time. Coast to Coast AM, which is a, in case nobody's familiar, is a paranormal radio show. Yeah. So yeah, that's definitely well within the paranormal realm.
I know it's a selfish reason though, isn't it, to get money and but I'm just being honest.
I don't think it's. This is just about what you think would be interesting. If you think it's because you can get money, that's. I think time travel is really interesting, especially if you look up, the supposed time travels according to paranormalists. I'll call them people like John Teeter. There's another guy who claims to have met his future self. I think when crawling through an oven or under a sink or something. Supposedly, no, the guy has a picture. Supposedly, he took. He had a phone with him or a camera, so he took a picture of himself hanging out with his older self. There's a picture of this that he claims is his older self.
Sounds a little like the time traveler's wife. But did you guys ever see that one? What's eating John? Wait, something John Malkovich. What is it?
Being John Malkovich.
Being John Malkovich with the 7.5 floor. That reminds me of it a little bit too.
I'm gonna find this guy who claims to hang out with his future self in the picture.
That's pretty.
And I just like to add that I don't think a person who wishes to have money, from a supernatural source, assuming that a source is infinite, right? You're not necessarily selfish, because if it's an infinite source, you could be very what's the word? You could just give the money to other people, right? If you have infinite amount of money.
Well, you could do a lot of good with it.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
it's how you use it.
That's honestly and truthfully what I do. I'll just I'll come across people and then I'd hear their stories and I'll be like, you know what? You know what I mean? Let me help him out. If like you say, if it was an infinite amount would be something like, I don't know, I suppose 120 million euros. To me, that's a hell of a lot of money. I could buy everything 100 times over, and you know what I mean, whatever, and still have shitloads left. But I like helping people. It's nice to be nice to people. That's what I think.
Is Sabella being broadcasted?
Oh wait, I think she is. Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Okay. The only reason I just hesitant is that's the only one that seems like you're messing with time.
Well, you see, the thing is, it depends on what timeline. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Because there are many views on the whole time travel. Because some people think that by traveling in time, you're not actually traveling in between the same timeline, but you actually create a new timeline when you travel in time. So you don't actually change anything. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's why I like the time traveler's wife so much. It's not that you could change anything, but that you could at least give words of encouragement to somebody.
But it still will affect them, right? That still is going to affect people.
So here's a video, the supposed video of the guy who traveled in the future under his cabinet to meet himself. It's not a picture; it's a video.
What are you screen sharing it, Seth, or is it a link?
No, it's a few seconds long and there's no sound. You can go ahead and play it. It's.
No, it's not that. It's because I'm on the phone, mate. I think all you laptops and that, so I don't always get to see to check.
Yeah, I'll share it.
But don't wait, don't share it. No, don't share it. No.
Okay.
No, I won't be able to. If I can't see it, I won't be able to answer your questions. But it's not a problem, bro.
Right. I don't share videos or sound clips because Nadia's Hangout could get flagged. Right.
So just I'm not going to share it, but there is no sound on it. So if anyone wants to check it out, go ahead and just try the link. Sorry, I can't. I'm not going to screen share.
No problem, brother. No problem.
Yeah, Nadia's gonna kill me if she finds out I allowed screen sharing here. She can be mean. I'm kidding. She's nice.
Yeah, I think she has more patience than most people I know.
Oh yeah, she's amazing patience. It's just, I think she has too much patience, actually.
As long as she has more patience than Michael Ann. I mean patience.
Oh, patience. Oh, I get it.
I'll take it Michael Ann's got a bit of a short fuse then, has she?
That's an understatement.
I didn't mean patience. I meant patience. She's a registered nurse.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It was so funny today. People do this to me randomly. Well, they'll send me a picture of themselves, and it's happened like 3 times now. Somebody sent me a picture of themselves, and they're just wearing a black shirt. And I don't scroll down and see it. I'm like, why the hell are they sending me this? One of them came in with Carl, and it was just his leg. I was like, what? This is so inappropriate. And this guy, Mike, sends me just like this top half of himself. I'm like, oh my God. Like, is he fully dressed? Like, what am I going to see? And I forget it's their Google shirt or Google socks that I sent them. It was pretty funny this morning because I was like, if one more and then every time it gets me. It was.
They're gonna catch you out one day. They're gonna send you, and one of them's gonna be in the nude.
Right. It's like that.
For it. Let's just hope it's like an attractive one, like someone you find attractive.
Well, that's exactly it. Mike is very attractive, but he also has a girlfriend. So I was like, what the heck? Like, this is so inappropriate. And
yeah.
And it's
that one quite, yeah.
It's this. Let's see if I can. Well, no, I won't show it because. Well, actually, I can. But this was the picture. It cracked me up because I only saw the half of it this morning.
You putting it up, yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it up so you guys can see this. But I only saw his head in the black shirt, and so I was like, oh my gosh, like what is he thinking? You see that picture?
Yeah.
And it was
He's got tracksuit bottoms on though, isn't he?
He probably does. Yeah, he's always working out or something. But I sent him the Google shirt.
Oh, and that was his way of saying, look, I'm wearing it.
Yeah, like thank you. Yeah. It was definitely a little too snug for him, but whatever.
Well, if he trains, he likes them snug.
Oh, I wasn't complaining.
I bet.
Dressed. Keep it dressed. I don't want any porn on my computer. You know what I mean?
That's it.
I was hanging out with my friend. I won't say his name because I'm going to tell the story, but he's this amazing spoken word artist. He's like super fly, super chill, all this stuff. But he was on my computer, and it was later in the evening. We were watching a movie, hanging out, talking about spoken word. And I don't know what I was doing. I was in the restroom or doing something, doing my hair, taking a shower, I don't know what. I come back out, and I'm like, dude, this is what you use an incognito window for. You don't put this on my computer. He's like, what? What's an incognito window? I was like, don't ever look up stuff like this without doing that on my computer because I have a kid. I'll kill you.
Oh, dear.
Oh, snap, snap. Here's Michael. Can she hear?
Michael Ann's ears must have been burning or something.
Yeah, she was probably watching and listening.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey.
I just seem to be a hot topic. You know, God forbid you lose your temper once. You're now labeled and smeared forever.
Oh, dear.
Well, don't talk about people. You people just don't seem to think that's a problem, that you can just talk about people, say whatever you care to say. They're not there to defend themselves, but just so you know, I can have a civil conversation.
Oh, well, here, let me say it to your face since you're worried about me.
We all understand what you're.
I hope you don't have any patients, as in people who come to you for medical help.
No, I've never treated one person in 30 years ever.
It was a pun.
I understand, I get it, but I understand how it was meant. I mean, I've been listening to you people slander me for 5 days. Say whatever you care to say.
Oh, what? Can you mute your the playing of it, Michael Ann, please?
Sorry, gotcha.
So yeah, it was a pun, Michael. It wasn't actually meant to be.
You were not the one I was talking about, though, Seth. I understood the patient versus patient thing.
Does anybody get any gratification?
It's like high school to listen how people are just trashed. It doesn't matter what your beliefs are, it's about your behavior. And yes, everybody gets their buttons pushed. But to sit and talk about somebody for 3 or 4 hours is absurd.
Yeah.
That's called bullying, and it's also considered cyberbullying. And You know, you don't see them trashing the people that they
Were
like.
you all talking about me again?
Not you. I'm just addressing those who continue to trash me. I mean, I don't agree with everything Von Helton says, but the way you guys speak about him, it's disgusting. I don't see you talking about each other that way. And if you don't like what somebody has to say, the character assassination is beyond the pale.
I'm confused. What did they say about Von Helton that was...
Just go back yesterday. For 2.5 hours, they slaughtered him.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about just now because they did mention him, but I didn't...
They mention him every day. They can't wait. They get in groups of 3 or 4, and they just ping-pong him around, or anybody that they don't like.
That's the thing. Is when I heard them mention him today, they didn't say anything disparaging as far as I could tell.
Oh, go back to yesterday morning, and you'll get about 3 hours worth of roasting. Solid 3 hours.
Well, we didn't say anything about him that we would not say to his face, so it's not really talking behind his back. And he knows.
It's still bullying.
And he knows.
It's still bullying.
And he knows that we know that he's a crazy guy.
That's still bullying.
How is it bullying?
Yeah, I'm not sure it is.
I let Google worry about that.
Okay.
I think so. We're going to be on disagreeing sides, Michael, and big surprise. But I think that if
I don't mind civil discourse, okay? I really don't mind. And it really doesn't bother me if people don't understand what I say or what I do. What you can't do is walk around with a character assassination just because you disagree with me.
Well, I think you can, and I think I'm not.
I blogged over 7.5 hours of discourse just about me in rooms I'm not even in.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that you're living a slightly public life where you make claims online, and people can respond to them whether you're there or not. That's the way.
You're allowed to make responses. You're allowed to. You don't have to like what I do. You don't even have to agree with it. What you can't do is invalidate it or character assassinate me for what I do for a living.
It is.
Okay? And Mr. Mark will be hearing from Google because they agree with me. You can't do what he did to Van Helton. You can't do what you did to me. And every time you mention my name or my business or slander me, it will be reported. My suggestion is you lose my name.
Michael, you know that if you didn't block Mark, you would be able to get into that hangout and talk to us about this?
I wouldn't speak to Mark if my life depended upon it.
Then don't complain about us talking about you when you're not here because you cannot join it because you blocked people. It's your fault. I'm sorry.
I don't care about that point. I wouldn't sit in a room with him to allow him to do that again.
That's the thing. It's not slander to just talk about you in the claim.
I let Google determine what is cyberbullying. Look up the definition. Look up the definition because you fall under it if you participate in it.
So what is the definition that you think that they're falling under?
I think you should look it up, my friend.
Well, you have a working definition. You have a working idea of what it is the fact fall under it. So I'm asking you to please tell me.
Actually, you know what? Paul gave us something on this. I'll see if I can pull it up. Might take
the official policy is written out in words, and that's what they'll standardize.
I hardly think that talking about what a person believes, and criticizing what he believes or she believes, is bullying.
You're not allowed to go on a 2.5-hour rant about your personal opinions about somebody. That's
why not?
Slander.
Why not?
Well, I let Google take care of my life.
We can talk about anything we want.
Well, you can't character assassinate somebody because you don't believe in what they do.
You can, as long as it's not slander.
Listen, we can talk about what we want to talk about.
I let Google worry about that.
Sure, and I will show.
That's great. Well, don't worry about it then.
And I will show.
I wanted to remind people that people are listening when they're being talked about. And they
oh my God, what's going on here?
I will say Mark is a
bullying
little confident sometimes.
Oh, dear Lord.
Michael N. thinks it's bullying when people talk about what other people believe and criticize what they believe.
If you're talking about,
you feel bullied, you're allowed to make a complaint. Now, if you listen,
make all the complaints you like.
If you listened to Van Helton this morning, that's exactly what he had to say, because you spent almost 3 hours crucifying him.
Okay, let me make
Crucified.
let me make a point here, okay? So I think it's constructive if you're talking about someone's idea. You know, not them, but like if you're in a room and you're hold on,
I understand
the
difference.
let me
I let
finish.
Google
Hold on.
worry about it.
Hold
Okay?
on.
Michael, let her finish.
Let me
Michael Ann, let her finish.
With all due respect,
Michael
you guys
Ann,
have to be in the conversation for at least 2 minutes before we put our 2 cents in.
Please, but I just want to say something. I think it's constructive if you're talking about someone's like idea that they have, you know, like it's almost like if you're reading, let's say, a Richard Dawkins book, and
We're talking
and
about
then
hold on.
hold on.
Let Michael, let her
Never mind.
finish.
I can't get a word in. I'll just shut up now.
Our controls. You want to like allow Jackie to say what she wants to say?
Well, absolutely, I will actually. Yeah. Jackie, go ahead. If someone interrupts you, I will lower the volume.
Okay. So what I was gonna say is I think alright, so if someone's sitting in a room, there's a hangout, and we're talking about you know, someone's book that they wrote or an essay, I think and you know, we're obviously not gonna get like Richard Dawkins in here to defend his position. I think the same applies to when we're in a room and we're talking about someone's idea who's in the community. Sometimes they hang out at school, sometimes that person isn't available or don't know that this is going on, even if we're you know, sending them invites or something like that. And we can we can actually discuss like their ideas. Like, for example, Forbidden Fruit recently made the claim that religion is a mental illness. I don't see the problem in discussing that topic, right? But if we're going around saying, "Oh, Forbidden Fruit is a horrible person. He beats his wife and shout and screams at her and all that," like that would be slander. That would be
Fast forward far what we're talking about.
So
who said what? That's all I want to know. Who said what?
I would also like to say I find this extremely ironic that Michael Ann seems to think that talking about people while they're not there is bullying, but not allowing Jackie to finish her sentence is not bullying.
It's okay. It's okay. What I'm saying might not be relevant.
It's not bullying, not allowing someone to finish their sentence. What is bullying, in my opinion, it's not talking about someone who's not there that's bullying. It's misrepresenting them in such a way.
Correct, and that's
okay. That is what I was saying. Now I guess that I'm agreeing with you, but you guys weren't.
Character assassination.
No, you guys, I didn't cut you off.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry, I don't.
Okay,
I'm
Jackie,
not
go
trying to
ahead.
like argue with anyone. Never mind.
Oh, Jackie, go ahead. Say what you want to say. That one's gonna be like.
It's okay. It's okay.
I thought what Jackie said was interesting, but I will disagree with Ermine in saying how that's not bullying. I just find it really, really ironic here that I think I have this position of, hey, more speech is always. You're not always going to represent the person that you're talking about accurately, but that's not always on purpose either.
Exactly.
But Michael seems to want to limit speech here, not allow people to talk.
Limit speech.
Say that. Come on.
I feel like I've been wronged. I have the right to check into it.
Two important ways that I would like to outline. One way is that you want to stop people from talking about people when they're not there. The other way is not allowing people to finish.
All I did was caution.
The other way is not allowing people to finish their sentences. Go now.
Go ahead, Michael.
You're allowed to say what you care to. I would just watch what you say. If someone feels that they have been bullied, they get to make a complaint. And that's
Excellent.
what I did.
Excellent. So I feel
that's
bullied by you,
perfectly
so I'm going to
fine.
make a complaint as well.
And then what you do is you timestamp the exact spot where you feel you've been wronged, and Google takes care of it from there.
Excellent. And I will show your clips of talking about me and Mark after we left the first hangout when it went to shit, without us being there, obviously, and you talk shit along with other people about it. So excellent.
I did not slam your character. I
Yes,
spoke
you did.
about what was
You
done.
slandered our character when we were in the
Come
hangout
on.
itself. You called us idiots.
Then my suggestion, Art, I would go back over all of those hours starting from Sunday and submit your claim as I did and see how you make out.
Sure.
And all I have to say is, Mike Land, I don't know that the hangout I was in, I don't think you slandered them while they weren't there. My only contention is how you talked to them while they were there.
I had about enough since Sunday, so you'll forgive me. I have a breaking point like everyone else.
Right.
Well, we can say the same thing.
Respect that they show everybody else.
Michael, we can say the exact same thing.
People where you can sit literally and watch for hours them actually gang up on somebody.
Okay,
and the bullying is more than obvious, and they've been told about it by more than just me. So all I do is I submit where I think I've been wronged, and I allow Google to take care of the rest.
So,
now,
Michael, we can say the exact same thing.
That's fine. If you want to talk about me, that's fine. But you cannot misalign my character. And the instant you cross the line, trust me, I'll be more than I listen more than I'm in these rooms. It's not something I do. I don't want to debate religion. I want to listen to all of you. What I don't need to do is sit here for 2.5 hours and listen to y'all talk about me and what I do for a living.
Okay, so Michael, you said that you're
someday. I mean, you're in these hangouts 24/7. Try sitting out and seeing what you hear.
Okay, Michael. So your excuse for being rude to me and Mark was that you had a lot of things.
Rudeness.
Say what?
I didn't start the rudeness. It's not how I am.
You actually did start.
But I never got to see how I was because you were in the business of character assassination.
No, we just were talking about your claims. You made the first name call.
That's a character assassination.
Yeah, and you started it. That's the point.
Yeah, well, Google thinks otherwise, Jackie.
Really, does it? You already contacted
me? When you're talking about someone's claims, when you're suggesting an alternative or disagreeing with someone's claims, it's not a character.
It's required. Okay, nutrition is not alternative. When did that happen?
Whoever argued about that? Oh my goodness, you keep bringing this up.
For a living.
Michael, you keep bringing this straw man. Michael, just one thing, Jackie. Michael, you keep accusing other people of misrepresenting you while you misrepresent their position. You always say that we are against nutrition or vitamin C or good health. Well,
that's all I say, Art. So why is it being
we never talked about. No one disputed that. This is a misrepresentation. What you're doing.
Well, that's what I do for a living. What do you want from me?
Michael,
I mean, seriously.
Michael, and
honey, I would just suggest you pick another topic.
Okay, Michael, and Michael? Okay, let's talk about your views. Let's talk about what you say. I'm going to ask you again.
I'm not interested. I just wanted you to know that I'm listening so that you can stop talking about me. That's all I care.
Stop talking about us.
All right. Bullying is unwanted aggressive behavior, usually among school children or adults that act like them. Sorry, that's my ad. That involves a real or perceived power imbalance. Let's see here. The behavior is repeated or has the potential to be repeated over time. So I guess we all have to decide whether our behavior fits that definition.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear it doesn't.
You don't think that there's a perceived power imbalance?
Oh, absolutely not.
What power?
Well, all it has to do is be perceived by the person that's receiving the bullying as opposed to the person that's doing it.
I think that's a pretty tall order. This might be really rude to say about Michael Ann, but I think that's really absurd to say that Michael Ann feels that there's a power imbalance. She seems to be pretty confident of herself and her abilities and her prowess.
I think that the reality of it is real or perceived, right? So she perceives
I don't think she can perceive that. She strikes me as a lady.
Right. You just said. My whole point to it is since it's perceived in the definition and she feels like that's going on, then you can't say that that's not the case because she.
Well, I can because I don't think she perceives that. I don't think she's.
It doesn't matter what you think when someone else perceives it.
Hold on, but I don't think
perception, not yours.
No, I'm not talking about my perception. I'm talking about her perception. She obviously doesn't feel that way if she feels like she can come in here and tell us all off.
Right.
I'm not telling you off. Don't take it personally. I wanted you to know that I am listening. I do hear what you all say. And I'm telling you that if I hear character assassination, I allow Google.
We're so scared now. Oh, man.
I'm just letting you know, keep, do what you do. I don't speak about people. I don't do this childish bullshit crap.
You spoke about me and Mark when we were not in Hangout. What are you talking about? It's on record.
It was in response to the 2.5 hours of YouTube ping-ponging back and forth that I responded to.
That's what we're doing. We're responding to your claims.
I don't wake up in the morning, Art, deciding that I want to come in yelling and screaming at people. It's not what I do.
I want to cut into two things real quick. I just want to say, well, that's exactly what I wanted to say.
I have to listen to people drop snide remarks.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Jackie wanted to say something earlier, and I think we ran her over, so I want to give her a chance, and there's one thing else I want.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Guys, come on. Well, Jackie, go ahead. It's your turn.
Hey, Christian Hillbilly, are you listening? I wanted to know that you and I are still okay after what happened earlier. Are we good?
Miss Jackie, don't think that my passion is anger at all. I'm concerned about you. I consider you a friend, but don't consider for a second that my passion about what I believe is any kind of anger. No, we're perfectly fine.
Yeah! Yay! Love! Yay!
Yeah. Hey, but me and you have got to get to talking about this Michael thing, lady, so we can really get Google to notice us. I think really when we start doing that, our hits to our websites will go up dramatically. I think what we ought to all do is we ought to start a Twitter campaign and do hashtag, what's her name, Michael?
Michael Ann.
Hashtag Michael, woohoo!
All right, I'm glad we're so good. See, when even a lot of the times in this community, when people disagree, they can still be friends. They can still be able to talk to each other in a normal fashion.
Absolutely.
Like Christian Hillbilly and I
Absolutely.
Oh. Yeah, Christian Hillbilly and I were kind of going back and forth earlier because we're both very passionate on the subject of religion. He's a Christian, I'm an atheist. I think there's more power in atheism, and he thinks there's more power in Christianity. It's just, and I don't think, when we're just being nice and when we're disagreeing with each other, it's not that we're disagreeing with each other as people. We're disagreeing with each other with specific beliefs that we have. And it's okay to have your beliefs questioned and challenged. And at the end of the day, we're all people, and we can all give each other hugs and be happy and love one another. Agape love, It's just how
it's difficult to listen to you all talk about other people. If they're not in the room, you guys go crazy on people. It's terrible.
Well, that's certainly not true. I mean, you've admitted.
Just pull the tape back.
you've admitted, and other people have said, and you haven't challenged the fact that we have no problem with bringing these topics up to people to their faces. We're not waiting for people to leave the room. We're not waiting for people to leave the room to say this.
Well, I got to tell you, you roll back last Sunday. Just roll last Sunday back, and I'm telling you, if you didn't know anything about Hangouts and this was the only one you saw, you would never go in one.
You know what? Give me the link, and I'll download it, and I'll listen to it while I'm doing errands today. If you want to give me that link, I will download it, and I will watch it because you asked me.
I'll send you the first time I ever met Mark and
Art.
Art, thank you. I had never spoken to these gentlemen, had never met them before.
Wait, that's not true. Michael, hold on.
As soon as they started,
Michael,
You gotta let her finish now.
Well, she said something that is completely absurd. I'm sorry.
You gotta let her finish.
I'm sorry she was pausing. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Michael.
Never mind.
Okay, I'm just going to chime in because you said that you never met me before that Sunday when we first had the yelling match, so to speak. You did meet me like a month ago.
We were in the same room. Okay, but we had not been formally introduced. You had no idea who or what I was or anything about me.
Yeah, I did. You made a lot of claims, and I talked to you, and so did Seth.
That's at the end of the conversation. How did the conversation start, my friend?
Conversation?
That's the question here, not the end of the step. Not the end of that.
You're backpedaling. You claimed that this.
All I tell people is go ahead and roll the tape. It'll speak for itself.
Yeah, you claimed that this was the first time we met you. And we didn't know anything about you.
Mark, I had never met Mark before. And you, I've been in rooms with, but never in discussions with.
Yes, we were in discussions quite a few times.
Okay, well then do me a favor and pull them up because I don't remember them. I remember coming into a room one day and being attacked. And that started last Sunday.
Well, no one attacked you, okay? We just asked you questions about your beliefs.
I'm leaving Google to decide. I'm just begging you, as I have many people, to lose my name. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you think I'm crazy. You don't get to talk about me being crazy for 2.5 hours.
We actually do. We can talk about anybody we like.
I'm going to allow Google to figure that out.
Excellent. Go ahead. This is what people do all the time. There's nothing.
That's
about talking.
Sorry. I was just going to say that was the thing I wanted to say. Look, we're at an impasse. I think it's pretty clear what's going to happen here. Michael believes that this is bullying or cyberbullying to a degree that wouldn't be allowed by Google. Everyone else disagrees. We heard her claim, and we could all act accordingly. I think we basically have to go our separate ways after that. I haven't listened to it, but I have a hard time believing that it is actually cyberbullying according to the definition that Airmean supplied us, I'm sorry if you feel bullied, Michael Ann. That is not my intention when I'm talking about you, at least.
Have you heard a kind word in my direction yet?
No, but we don't have to.
Since I started.
I've heard neutral.
I've heard neutral. Each other off in order to not be bullying each other.
Actually, Michael Ann, I told you a few times that you're a good nurse. I said this in a few hangouts, and you were there. This was right after you said that we were claiming that you're not a good nurse because we were attacking your character, and I quite a few times clarified that I believe that you're a good nurse because you have a nurse.
When you call me dangerous, that kind of deflates being a good nurse from you.
I meant your beliefs, of course. Your beliefs can be dangerous because you believe things that are anti-scientific and they concern.
You said I was dangerous.
Yeah, there was a poor wording on my part. I meant your idea.
I just found a definition for cyberbullying that's kind of.
Taking vitamins is nothing bad.
I never said it is bad, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you guys constantly misunderstand and misrepresent us, ironically, while claiming that we misrepresent you. And claim this is to be an attack. No, it's not.
Misrepresent a tape recording. You can't misrepresent that.
You actually can.
Well,
of course you can.
Well, you have, because like Glenn just said, you know, saying that vitamins are good for you, that vitamins aren't bad for you or whatever. That's not at all what Art. I know Art better than that. That is certainly not what he's
No,
claimed.
it's when you call somebody dangerous and you sit in a room for 2.5 hours
bad
and
for
that
you.
person has no way to defend themselves. That's called a character assassination. And
Vitamins are
that's
good for you.
under bullying.
You should
As a
get
matter of
all the stuff you need from the meals that
has
you
a
eat.
case against
You shouldn't have to take vitamins. What
Jackie
are
has
you
a
talking
case
about,
against the
vitamins?
hillbilly. Nadia has a case against the hillbilly. You can't speak to people
Hey,
like that. I
Hey,
don't know.
I talk to people the way I talk to them in real life. If they don't like it, take a case. That's all right.
Well,
Hey, you could have heard the way I was talking to Nadia earlier today. I was talking to Nadia passionately, knowing that I care about her as a person and I want her to be saved.
Yeah, I mean, even though I disagree with Christian Hillbilly, I know that in his belief, he thinks he's doing something that is helpful. Like, he doesn't want people to go to hell. I understand that.
That wasn't
Like, I understand that he's caring about other people.
And I guess I'm not. I guess I don't care about people at all.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
Have you ever said anything positive other than, you know, Michael Ann's blocked me, maybe I'll take some vitamin C, giggle a little? I mean, it's all there.
So I think
Didn't you block me? I thought you blocked me.
And I didn't
because I couldn't see your comments.
But you had no problem jumping into the room, stirring the pot. Michael Ann blocked me, and there comes Mark and Art.
I couldn't see your comments. Did you or did you not block me? My YouTube account.
No, there's no way she could have blocked you because she couldn't have gotten in the room.
Exactly.
No, this is my G Plus account, and then there's my YouTube account. I was on my YouTube account when I couldn't see her comments. Type the Atheist. Did you block that account?
I'm too new to this. I have no idea. I only know Jackie.
Then there must have been some kind of Google glitch thing. Because when you can't see someone's comments, it means that you...
Jackie. I wouldn't know you by any other name. I mean, I literally started Hangouts like 2.5 months ago. I have no idea.
All right. Then cool. We worked that out.
Here's where I stand with bullying, cyberbullying, any of that stuff. If someone has repeatedly asked you to stop and you continue to do something, I have to question whether it's cyberbullying or not.
That's absurd.
And you can have, hold on.
Remember the hour that you were missing last night? Did you go listen to that?
Especially when it is negative and it is, questioning the person. And I'll admit, I was listening in on the conversation. I might have been cooking, might have been doing some other things. We were talking about Von Helton. And you're right, I did get a crack up out of some of it. Now, if he asked me, cut that out, and I kept doing it, yeah, that's starting to get on that's verging on harassment. Whenever you do a behavior, someone asks you to stop and you don't stop, especially when it's a negative behavior, harassment.
What you're now advocating for is censorship. Censorship of criticism of ideas. Yes, because under what you just said, under plainly what you just said,
it's not about belief.
Hold on, let's take Michael Ann out of this because I want to make this less controversial. Okay,
if we're face to face with someone.
If Brett Keane is saying that all atheists are baby murderers, and I wanted to go challenge him on that, and I made videos challenging him on that, saying that that's wrong and that's dumb, and Brett Keane is dangerous. If Brett Keane, according to what you just said, Earmain, if Brett Keane asked me nicely, hey, I want you to stop because that's negative.
What's the definition of sexual harassment? Sorry, I got to take this call.
What?
Sexual harassment?
Look up the definition of any type of harassment. You'll find it to be very similar.
Unwanted advances are that's one part of it.
So that's the thing. That's the thing is when I can straight up call Michael Ann a Nazi in a room that she's not in, and it can't be harassment because it's not to her. I'm not talking to her. I'm talking about her, but I'm not affecting her directly. That's not harassment. Even if
Yeah,
it's
I would say that's
what is
slander,
what
though.
is
Yeah,
It's
Nazi?
not harassment, but it's slander.
right, that would be slander, not
What
harassment.
is
And if it's true, or even if I have the intention of it being true, at least in the United States,
what
then
is a Nazi?
not even slander.
What
Yeah.
is a Nazi?
Well, it is slander if I've been in business for 30 years and he decides to sit in a room for 2.5 hours out to the world of whoever hears this, who doesn't know anything about me or what it is that I do, call me dangerous, misleading, to killing cancer patients. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Actually,
You
I don't
can't say
think
you're
calling you
killing
dangerous.
It's
cancer
called
patients.
character assassination.
I don't think calling you dangerous is could
Well,
possibly be
I'm
slander
sorry
in the
you
United
don't
States
feel that
because
way, Seth, but I do, and I
right.
get
But I'm
to
going to
lodge
explain.
the
I get to
complaint.
explain why I don't think it's
Okay,
slander.
well, I get to lodge the complaint. You
Right.
don't
But
have
you
to.
get to do that after I'm done explaining why it's why it's not slander, or it's why it's not slander. So calling something dangerous, unless you're making any kind of specific claim, is just an opinion about something. And opinions aren't slander.
It would be nice if he just said it once, but it's every day for hours. Hours.
What? No, that's not
Roll the tape,
true.
Jackie. Roll the tape. You
Yes.
weren't there for the first 2 sessions. You came in on session number 3. Roll the tape.
I'm sorry, but I have to believe Mark when he said that there weren't that many encounters because the
The whole point is, it's just if somebody asks to stop, I don't know why we as a group just can't stop and move on and all of us get a life.
what how was this brought up in the first place today? Just for this hangout, how was this brought
Michael
up?
Lang kicked the door in like a badass and started.
We were talking about somebody.
Yeah,
We were
you
talking-
guys were talking about me, and I came into the room to ask you to stop and inform you of my intentions. That's how I came in.
Okay, so people in here were talking about you and you came in and asked them to stop. Alright?
I'm so afraid. I guess I'm going to have to stop my campaign, with the hashtag and all.
I just wish more people were like.
Well, maybe not. I'll just keep doing it.
I just wish more people were like, and this is gonna shock everybody, but I wish everyone was more like Matt Bell in this way.
Holy shit. Okay, dude.
I'm not that familiar with Matt Bell.
I'll explain. Matt Bell doesn't get upset and cry and moan and piss because
Right.
you misrepresented him. He hits you back with an insult, and he tells you why he thinks you're wrong. And I wish more people were more badass like that. In debates, is old and wrinkly and Grand Canyon forehead as he is. I think he's like, I think he's like Bruce Willis at the end of Die Hard in debates. He just does not take anyone's shit, and he doesn't whine and piss and moan when people give him shit.
Yeah, because he has an argument, actually. He has actually arguments, right? He has responses. He doesn't need to resort to that.
Right, and I think I find it, and I really don't want to be really cruel to you, Michael Ann, but this is just kind of how I see it. This needly mouth complaining about, oh, my feelings are hurt because you misrepresented my position, just I don't think really has any place for in Hangouts, because people, there's two things. One, people are going to be mean.
I can appreciate your opinion. It has nothing to do with my reality.
And number two...
Oh, wow. Yeah, I like that. My reality. I mean, let me ask you a question there, Seth. How many times have people talked about me, bad about me, good about me? Do I ever complain? Heck no.
You know what?
And you know what? I've been doing this for 20 years. Get used to it, Michael, and get used to it.
I changed my mind. I won't wish people more like Matt Bell. I wish people more like Christian Hillbilly. Christian Hillbilly has the same thing. People talk about him. People are rude to him, and he doesn't complain.
Oh my God! I'm sorry. I can't even take this argument. This is making me sick, and here's why.
Thank you, Armin.
I grew up in a
one lone soul person who's thinking.
Utah, where I got called the N-word every single day, got real life bullied. Oh yeah, I grew a thick skin, and I could sit there and say, oh, I wish people were more like, that didn't make the behavior acceptable. You kidding me?
That's
I
not
had
what
to
I'm
grow a
advocating
thick
for. I
skin.
mean,
But
Yeah,
it's
he wasn't talking about that. No, he's talking about arguments in Google
doesn't
Hangout.
matter. It's the same. It's not excusing bad behavior. And if people want to sit here and have bad behavior and then say, I'm so great because I have a thick skin, you're so great. Good for you. Let's give you a pat on the big back and march you upstairs and give you a gold medal. Still doesn't make your behavior acceptable. And now I'm getting all heated. I better go get a drink of water.
About your belief.
yeah, you go drink water so I can explain why. I think that's wrong.
Can I add something? When Ermin gets
Go right
back, I
ahead, Miss
guess.
Jackie. Go right ahead.
Well, when Ermin gets back, because I want her to hear.
No, yeah, she's okay.
So, yeah. So, okay, besides this, how is everyone today?
I'm kind of pissed off, actually. No, I'm kidding.
Oh no.
I'm kidding. I was being. I kind of feel cyberbullied, actually. No, I'm kidding. I'm just.
I want to see the cat, because I saw a cat on Bill Sky's video. There was a kitty cat.
Yeah, she's gone. I don't know where she's gone. I think she's getting some food or something.
Alright.
We can definitely use it. We can definitely use a cute kitty by now, definitely, to calm us all down.
Kitty!
Everybody get a kitty and a puppy.
The thing is that the nature of this community, right? Well, okay, I need to save this for when Ermin gets back. Okay.
Yeah.
Isabella, are you there? Can you? How's your microphone?
I think your mic isn't working.
Can you talk?
I
Oh,
think she said in a side chat long time ago that her mic is broken.
Oh, okay.
So I do want to. I feel like I really want to respond to Ermin even though she's not here. So I think I will, and I can let other people repeat myself to her.
Okay.
This idea that I was advocating that it's okay for people and people should just put up with being harassed on the streets and being called names every day should be acceptable. That's not what I'm advocating. I'm advocating for when you put yourself out in the public for discussions on controversial topics such as high-dose vitamin C to cure cancer or treat cancer, which is a controversial topic, you're going to have to expect people to misrepresent your position, maybe not understand your position correctly.
I've been doing that for 30 years.
Right, and respond to it.
I've never in my lifetime walked into a room sandwiched between two men and had my character assassinated over whatever they perceived, and then for 2.5 days later, minimally 2 hours apiece, not in the room, have to listen to them discuss how they skewered me.
Well, that's the thing is you don't have to listen to it.
I don't think you think that that's offensive. I happen to, and I've reported it.
Well, that's
all right.
Some people
that's
take
the difference.
And
that's
trust
the difference
me,
between
I
what
trust
Ermin
the
said and what
Google.
you went through, Michael.
I trust that Google
Ermin
will
does
be able
have
to
to hear.
sort out between name calling and harassment. I'm quite sure.
I'm sorry. But
Okay, hold on. I wanna get my wording. Okay, so what I was gonna say was along the lines of what Seth just said. All right, so this community is founded off of the question, does God exist? That's mostly what this community, that's the foundation of this community. And yeah, we talk about psychology, philosophy, current events, social and political issues, etc., etc. And a lot of
Michael, hold on.
Let me finish. And the people in this community are naturally wanting to discuss things. Like most of us are skeptics, right? So even if we are wanting to accept a claim, we want to ask questions and we want to know more information and maybe suggest alternative positions, and that's just the type of people who are in this community. And I don't think it only goes into arguments and harassment if several things happen. A, personality clashes. I've already talked about this before. B, people are over passionate about their claims, don't want to listen to the other side, or they're ignorant, or like willfully ignorant. Like there's several things that can happen that disconnect the discussion. And if you're open to discussion, if you're open to your claims being challenged, then this is the perfect place to be. But if you're not open to that, right, then you probably shouldn't be here. And I'm not talking about you specifically, Michael. I'm just, and the you that I'm using is
how come Mark doesn't talk
it's
to you
plural.
like he
It's plural.
How come Mark doesn't talk to you like he talks to me? How come he doesn't talk to Nadia like he talks to me?
Because they don't have crazy ideas that are potentially dangerous.
Keep calling me crazy.
Because you're not allowing for people to challenge your beliefs.
That's crazy in his opinion.
Maybe he just doesn't like you.
He doesn't have to like me, sir. What he can't do is slander me and bully me.
Also, I want
to difference.
Also, there's one more
Why doesn't he speak to you like he speaks to me, Jackie?
We already told you.
Because Mark and I have respect for each other, even though like I've said before, some of my friends have had problems with Mark. Like Mark and I still have a level of respect for each other, even though there has been conflict before. I tend to have respect for people in this community. I don't know about other people,
every community. It's not just this community. What's so special about this?
No, I know.
It's how you put yourself in life. I have never in my lifetime, and I've been in some pretty good confrontations and conversations, but I've never seen anything like this, not even in high school.
Okay. I want to address...
I want to... strangers.
I want to address...
Did you let her speak, Michael?
I already muted her, yeah.
I want to address something that Ermine brought up in the side chat. The quote, boys will be boys. That's not what's being argued here at all. It's not a matter of gender. Because I had earlier today... Hold on. Let me finish. Earlier today, Christian Hillbilly and I were going at it, and
I heard every word.
Yeah. Oh, you heard that conversation. Okay, so
trust me,
I
would have defended you, because that was a disgusting display of one human being to another, regardless of beliefs. I can handle a disbeliever. I don't handle name callers and people that think that they're better than you.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, that's
what if somebody is better than you?
If I were Nadia, I would not have allowed him to bully.
Okay, I have a favor to ask. Jackie, can you please make one statement without being interrupted, so that, because you've been going on for a few minutes, and I realize now I'm getting annoyed, and it's because you keep getting interrupted. But if you could make like a statement and allow me to address it, it would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I don't think that this is about gender. That is my statement.
Okay, I did not say that it was about gender. I was talking about a harassment, and there's this general case in harassment: boys will be boys, girls will be girls. Wait, why do I hear an echo? And so what I was saying is it's a general statement in which people say that their behavior is okay because it's okay for boys or girls or anybody else to act like that. I did not say that this was based on gender. My only issue is that this type of community is XYZ. It's not okay to do it.
It's just not.
I'm not saying it's okay to harass people. I'm just saying that you have to come in expecting that your beliefs will be challenged, and that's it.
Okay, here's the difference I have.
It's not about beliefs, it's about behavior.
Seth says we get to call Michael's ideas dumb. That's not bullying. Totally agree with that. My only issue is when you start calling Michael Ann dumb, or dumb, or anybody else.
Wait, when would you say that?
No, this has been my. Can you believe this? That is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Can't disagree with that.
Exactly.
Can you believe this? That is the dumbest idea I've ever heard, and I can't believe somebody this dumb. Well, yeah, I can believe somebody this dumb would say it. That's where that's the only point of conjecture I get. So
Did anybody say that? Because I'm sorry to interrupt, but did Mark or me say that she was dumb?
I'm not going to talk about Mark because he's not here.
So that's not character assassination nor slander, but even if they did call her dumb, which I wouldn't agree with, that would seem cruel. It's not slander and it's not character.
I don't say it's character assassination or slander. I was making the argument that it was bullying, Seth. When it's repeated and repeated and repeated, that's my.
And calling her dumb over and over again, yeah, that would be bullying, yes.
Why do I keep hearing this echo? Is someone who can mute themselves, please?
It's certainly not me, but I'll
do the same.
Oh, it was actually Seth.
What?
Well, okay, let's go on. Let's resume bullying Armin here. Come on, Seth. Go ahead.
And anybody who says that women that act like bullies is okay, I think that's wrong too. If you want to say that girls will be girls and that's okay for you, you need to go fly a kite, in my opinion. Because it's wrong behavior. I don't care if you're boys, you're girls, or anything else. And that doesn't strengthen an argument just to say that women do it too. Those women should be taken out back and taught a lesson. I'm not saying beating, I'm not saying whatever. They may be pulled aside. I don't care what the lesson is. It's not acceptable by men, women, or anybody in between.
I would agree, but I would also like
you need to go fly a Jackie kite. Ha, ha, ha.
The phrase character assassination. The phrase character assassination.
Hey, take him to the woodshed. That's the word you're looking for. Take him to the woodshed and straighten it out.
The phrase character assassination has been thrown
I would have came to your defense this morning, Jack.
I don't think it's been used correctly, at least not by Michael. A character assassination is when something is brought up in order to decredit somebody.
Well, it's what your opinion we're looking for there,
That's not slander, so it makes it true. Like if I were to dig up something from Michael Ann's past that said that she, I don't know, was married to a, I don't know, somebody would be really scandalous. That would be character assassination.
You're calling me dangerous fits that, so you don't have to.
No, I don't think it does. I think it's an opinion.
Stuff. You really don't, honey. That's Google's.
No, I think you're factually wrong. That's not character assassination.
You're allowed to have your opinion, honey.
Well, apparently not, because apparently if I can't call you dangerous, you could report me and stop me from saying that. I can have my opinion.
You can call me dangerous now and again. You just aren't allowed to pile up about just a hair short of 7 hours.
Why not?
Okay.
Why not? What is time?
We called you dangerous for 6 hours. Is that okay? If we called you dangerous for 5 hours, is that okay? What's the limit on calling you dangerous?
I don't know. We'll let Google figure it out.
This is pretty much this is really. I mean, the fact that Christian Hillbilly is not really good for your.
It doesn't seem, no matter how many times I ask. I have anybody at the top of the roof. I think you need to find someone else's name to throw around.
If anyone is bullied in these hangouts,
let me guess, you are.
No.
Anyone is bullied in these hangouts, it's Christian Hillbilly. There might be people who might get bullied a little bit more, like people like G-Man are easy targets. But Christian Hillbilly is constantly called a bigot and a jerk and an asshole in these hangouts.
There's a way to get your message across, and if I could have gotten into the room, despite the difference between Jackie and I would have jumped right on him. That's a disgrace. I understand his message. His delivery is abominable, and he has no right. Now, if he wants us to preach to Jackie, he had no right to say the things he said to her. And if I could have gotten into the room, I would have spoken up for her.
I'm not talking about.
And that is harassment. And if you don't understand harassment, maybe you've never been harassed. But I can see it from a mile away.
I don't know. That's not harassment.
I would not have taken one word out of Christian Hillbilly. Not one.
It's not harassment because it's not like every time I come into the room,
it wasn't for you to
like.
It doesn't negate.
But the thing is, while I did feel like I was being talked down to, like I understand what I'm getting myself into when I'm talking about these kinds of things, when I'm talking about LGBT stuff in this community, when I'm talking about stuff like this. I've run into multiple people who are like Christian Hillbilly in these hangouts, and I'm perfectly fine with talking about it. Like, if I'm getting harassment or whatnot from people, like, afterwards, you know, I understand that they're being passionate about their beliefs. They're not meaning to come off as being mean.
I get that. But speaking about somebody for 2.5 hours, degrading them and assassinating their character is not acceptable.
And it's not harassment either.
I know it isn't to you, Seth, but it's
not. Not any definition of harassment. Nobody is.
It is Google.
Nobody is forcing you to listen.
Google figure.
Nobody is forcing you to listen or experience people talking about just like making an article against your positions or even calling you dumb or slandering you in an article is not harassment. These are not harassment. They might be morally deplorable. They might even be bullying. They're probably not bullying. They might even be slander, but they're certainly not harassment if you're not there to experience it.
Okay, Seth, hold on a second. Let's let Michael to respond. Go ahead, Michael.
It doesn't have to be for you, Seth. We get your opinion. I let Google figure it out. I've done what I've done. I feel this way. I'm entitled. Not dropping off a word or two or a sentence. We're talking hours to be reviewed, and we'll figure it out from there. I'm just going to say, as I said in the beginning, I don't trash people. I don't come on here and trash people. I'm tired of being trashed.
But you kind of did, me and Mark, like I said before.
Well, Art, I fight back, honey. Sorry about that.
Well, we can say the same thing. We fight back against, dangerous ideas.
Then we can just let Google handle it. Don't sweat the details.
Say again, please.
I said then allow Google to handle it and don't sweat the details.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I understand bullying when I see it, and I report it because I don't tolerate it.
Great, go ahead.
Now, you have my promise, Art, Jackie, wherever Mark is, you're not going to hear me talking about you in other rooms to other people when you're not here. Ever. You're not ever going to hear me speak like Christian Hillbilly. It's not how I am or what I do.
You did already.
Well, guess what? You're going to hear me talking about you because you just became my favorite subject.
Feel free to knock yourself out. My only suggestion is it doesn't matter what you say so much as how you say it. And should I feel that you are maligning me as a person, you two will have a little meeting with Google.
The problem is that Google's going to...
Oh, I'm so scared. Google's going to talk to me.
You're recorded.
Michael Ann.
So just watch how you speak. That's all.
Okay.
I guess it's time to create another screen name.
I have a favor to ask of the group. This is just a favor. Michael Ann has communicated she doesn't like people talking about her while she's not here. Can we agree not to talk about her while she's not here? Equally, No, hold on. Equally,
Never.
because that would be the girl thing to do. Michael Ann, it's starting to get annoying that you complain about it so much. Because the reality of how to deal with bullies, why do I keep getting an echo? The reality of how to deal with
You said
bullies
that.
is to not bring it to their attention anymore. So can you agree, it's a question, to not bring it to their attention anymore? I wouldn't have even brought up that I reported it to Google. I just let their accounts
Never entered the room until I heard my name.
I would just let their accounts be suspended and play, just let it go. Don't even bring it up.
I've done what I'm supposed to do. I care not. This is why I don't put myself in the path of people who want to just destroy you. I've done what I've done. I've told you what I did. I just did it yesterday because I had enough.
So this is.
And here I am.
This is the internet, okay? This is the internet.
I come home from work, and I turn on, see what's going on, and sure enough, topic of the day.
Oh my God! Somebody's wrong with the internet.
I felt compelled.
Hey, just turn off the power button. Hey, turn off the power button if you don't like it.
Behavior
compelled
something
to ask you yet again to stop talking about me and what I had done, so that when and if there are ramifications, you will have heard it from me, because I have to be a very nice, fine, upstanding individual. But I don't take to harassment, and I don't take to bullying.
So I think what Ermine...
Go ahead, Seth.
I think what Ermine brought up, even though I'm not sure she meant to, is this fact that what you're doing is completely inconducive to somebody who feels like they're being bullied and harassed. If you feel like you're being bullied and harassed, then you would feel unwanted and not want to join a conversation of people who are talking badly about you. You would
That's
feel
what a pussy would think.
Afraid and you wouldn't want to join this hangout. Coming in and saying, ah ha ha, oh, you didn't say ah ha ha, but saying that you guys better look out because I reported all of you, and having a debate with us about it for 2 hours just isn't conducive with somebody who feels harassed and bullied.
I wasn't intending to stay for 2 hours. But
I don't know how we can tell how people who feel harassed and bullied would react unless we're
all the time in courts.
I actually can, because I was bullied. I was bullied in school for a long period of time. I had a kind of a slight, let's say, error in my social skills. And yeah, I can perfectly know how it is to be bullied. And what happened to Michael is not bullying. I'm sorry, it's just not. And also, to respond to your claim, you asked us to stop talking about Michael. Well, I could promise you that I will not be attacking her personally, right? Talking about her appearance, her age, or whatever. But I will be talking about her ideas, and I will be talking about her claims if I see fit.
Nobody has an issue with you talking about anyone's claims. It's
Alexa, that is what we're doing.
No, we're not. That's not what is being argued. I don't know what Michael Ann's arguing then. All I'm arguing, or all my point of contention is when it's slander against the person. I'll stand up for Mark when Jackie, or not Jackie, I'm sorry, when anybody else says horse shit that I know has never come out of his mouth, or Michael Ann. I don't care. And so when it's totally misrepresented, or the person is like, you're a dumbass, you're a cunt, you're this or that, that's where I'm like, I've heard enough.
Right. Well, sorry, Jackie, just one more thing. Just for the record, I only called Michael Ann a curse word once, and that was after like 30 minutes of her calling me and Mark an idiot, talking down to us, being condescending to me. But she keeps doing it still to this day. So just for the record, go ahead.
There's nothing illegal with calling someone a name.
I'm spoken to. Okay, I've never had this.
Hold on, Michael, hold on, please.
Nobody's arguing that it's not illegal. It's bullying in terms of service.
Okay, guys, Jackie wanted to say something. Go ahead, Jackie.
I wanted to bring up the fact that several individuals in the hangout with Mark in it kept asking Mark what he does for a living when he clearly didn't want to say anything.
Well, maybe I didn't want to say anything about what I did for a living.
Are you kidding?
Michael Ann, you can't sit there. You can't sit there and say all this stuff about people.
Michael
Ann, you can't sit there and say this stuff about people. and then expect them not to say anything back to you. Okay, you can't expect to give someone an attitude, then they give you an attitude, then you report them. The internet doesn't work out like that, hon. Okay, if you have your opinion, we have our opinion. If there's a defamation of character, then you can report it. But these people are just giving their opinions of you,
Right.
just as you are giving your opinion of them.
Michael, are you serious? Did you just say that you maybe didn't want people to know where you work at? You showed us your website. The very first topic that was brought up when I first met you was about something about nutrition. You were talking to Nadia, and you brought up your webpage.
What I did for a living.
Maybe I don't want to talk about what I do for a living, said the lady in the lab coat with the stethoscope around her neck.
Okay.
Well, I don't mind people know what I do, because I always like to say, oh, what a day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And don't forget, hashtag Michael Ann.
So, he'll do his...
Anyways, it was kind of not okay when Mark was saying that when it was clear that Mark did not want to discuss what he does in the police building, he might be under like a non-disclosure thing or something like that.
And other people in the room thought for sure he was.
He never. I've known Mark for quite some time now, and he's never said that he's a cop. So I don't know.
I don't want to talk about Mark. He's not in the room.
Who cares if he's a cop or anything?
All right,
it doesn't matter.
But my point was that I feel like maybe it's unfair to say that. Hold on, I'm getting echo.
Yeah, Seth, it's you, dude.
All right, gotcha.
It's from Seth.
Damn it, Seth.
Shoot, I lost my train of thought. There was a point in mentioning.
I hate that.
I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I hate that. I hate it when that happens.
Think about it, Jackie. It will come back.
I'm sorry, Jackie.
Seth, you're such an asshole.
Thanks a lot, Seth. It's all your fault.
No, thanks.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, let's blame it on Obama.
Thanks, Obama.
that video where is a clip. I think it was from whitehouse.org. It's Obama playing himself, and he tries to put a cookie in a glass of milk, and it doesn't fit, and he turns to the camera and he says, "Thanks, Obama."
That's awesome.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Wait, no, Mark was making a comment. There's an open space, Mark. Will you hop in the room?
Yeah, Mark, come in here.
Get in here. Oh, and by the way, Michael.
Get your ass in here.
and by the way, Michael, you can still comment on the videos, right? So you're not removed from the conversation that was happening there. And if you're removed by any extent from the conversation, it's because of you, because you blocked Mark. You know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I just had a revelation. All right. I want to apologize to Michael for me thinking that she blocked me. I think I couldn't see her comments because on my YouTube account I had marked a couple of her comments as spam, and I think that muted her from my thing. So that was a huge misunderstanding. My apologies.
You're so nice. I wish I could be so nice. I guess I could try. Nah, I tried it. Doesn't work.
Oh, Art, you just have to be nice. I don't know what kind of advice to give you for that.
I don't know what. Okay, can you define nice? I'm kidding. That was a joke. She will understand when I'm.
Yeah, no, semantics. Yeah, all the semantics.
Can you define semantics, please?
Can you define, please?
See, this is funny. This is good.
Mark asked me a question. Gosh, I wish he'd just get in the room. He asked, will you deal with, or will you ask Michael Ann to stop calling people bad names? And then, or is it completely one-sided? Also, will you please...
It's not my nature to attack people, but I will tell you, I play hardball.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the first part, especially when we asked you in the first hangout a few questions and you started attacking us.
Well, if you know anything about me, you would understand it is not my nature.
To defend your claims,
I've gotten off on the wrong foot, my friend, but this is not how I conduct myself. I assure you, not my finest hour.
And then what he asked,
do we know if...
Will you please ensure that no one mentions God or Jesus ever again if they are asked to stop? And my only thing is, I can definitely do that for myself. If somebody asks me to stop and it's related to them, then I will definitely stop. And in terms of anybody else, that's their own thing to deal with.
I could care less whether you love God or you don't love God. That's none of my business, and I never debate religion. It's not my subject.
So that's my 2 cents on that.
I have never debated religion with anybody in here, ever.
Wait a minute. Do you have him blocked? He can't get in the room if you have him blocked.
That's correct. I don't want to put up with it again, Armin. I've had enough.
Okay, that's fine, but I was wondering why I wouldn't come in, and now it makes sense. I don't have an issue. I'm not going to tell you to unblock someone. That's your own business. I mean, I wish people would, but there's people
I'm not interested in entertaining my abuser. I've had enough.
Right, so you just talked about Mark and me. Well, Mark was not here, and you're talking things about him while he was not here and was not able to get in here, so that is fine. Okay.
I needed to let you know what I had done and who had
sure.
You didn't. I don't know that she said anything about Mark. I think
I know. I did.
Actually, she did.
I think you kept bringing up Mark. That's the only reason she said anything to it. I think that was all us lumping the two of you together.
No, she did say that Mark attacked her.
Correct, Armin. I lumped them together. I do.
And by the way, Michael Ann also just said that she needed to come in here and tell us what she did. She didn't. She didn't need to do that at all.
You guys were already talking about me.
She reported whoever's bullying her. I might have been bullying her. She might have reported me. That's all she came to say. Got it.
I'm just saying that she said that.
I dropped off about 7 hours worth of tape out of these 2-3 days. And if you were in the hangout, then they're going to see whatever it was your part was, but you were not mentioned. No. One person was mentioned. One.
I never got that link, by the way, Michael.
I let that second person slide.
You never supplied me with that link, though, Michael. You said you're going to.
I'll get to it, Seth, in due time.
Okay, I just didn't know if you forgot.
Nope, I didn't forget.
All right, you guys, I'm going to pretend that today is a happy Valentine's, and I'm kind of tired. If we're not going to change the subject, I'd like to change the subject to something more whatever, but if we're not, I understand too.
I'm on Ermin's side.
Yeah, how about this? Michael Ann, if there was any paranormal thing that you think is not true, what would you want to be true?
That was what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, that was a cool question.
I missed the first one. Say that again?
So I know you believe in a lot of things that we would consider to be paranormal, but out of the things that you consider to be paranormal and not true, what do you wish were true?
That's not true?
Like I said, I wanted, what was it, telepathy, or what was it? Empathy?
Yeah.
Empathy, yeah, like from the Star Trek, yeah.
Like I wanted to get Betazoid so I could really read other people's minds. Like I thought that was cool. Bills over here said time travel. So
I wanted the Oak Island money pit to be real.
Yeah, and I wanted the Jedi powers.
Oh, I know what I would want. I would want astral projection to be real.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's fun.
What's that?
It's when you can hold on. Oh, what? Okay, it's when you can like do something like meditate or dream or something, and then exit your body, right? Like your soul, like you can disconnect your soul from your body, and you can walk around the room and go in the next room and see what's up, see what's going on without like your physical body ever like leaving.
Yeah, the big thing about astral projection is you should be able to go anywhere in the world, almost instantaneously outside of your body.
Actually, the government studied this. Euro-American government and the Russian government studied this phenomena scientifically because it was a useful thing potentially, but they came out empty. Small note.
Yeah, that a lot of people actually have experiences of that can be considered astral projection, even though they're just in their dreams. But it's really complicated to talk about. Like, for example, one of the ways that you can have an astral projection-like experience is through sleep paralysis. If you can manipulate sleep paralysis, it's one of the many ways you can bridge yourself into astral projection.
Oh, interesting.
I've done it, like, quote, done it. I don't believe it's actually astral projection, but, like, if you're in sleep paralysis, you can go back into a dream version of your room, and you can walk around. Like, when I did it, like, I just walked around my room, I could see my body, but when I opened my closet, it was filled with cobwebs, and my clothes weren't there. Even though it was this dream version of it, it was still like it's really hard to explain. I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
I feel like everybody cheated because I asked for paranormal things, and you all got, and everyone asked for superpowers.
Yeah.
I'm joking, but when I talked about what paranormal thing would you guys wish to be true, everybody but me asked for superpowers.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm not saying that astral projection is necessarily a superpower. It is a paranormal thing. And I don't know. I didn't really think of it that way.
I'm teasing you, Jackie. Everybody asked for what I would consider to be superpowers. You want astral projection. Ermine wants
omniscience.
Art asked for what did you ask for? Art?
Jedi powers, basically.
Jedi powers, and the guy in here who left, he wanted time travel. What about you, Michael? What paranormal thing would you want to be true? And please don't ask for superpowers.
I was going to say time travel because that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting time travel paranormal stories, though, like John Teeter or the guy who claims he crawled under his cabinet to meet himself and has video.
No, I think the most outrageous one is the cruise ship has people stuck in it.
Is that the Philadelphia experiments?
I don't know what it's called. It's a it's like a I don't know something you'd see in the Navy. I'm trying to think of the type of the boat.
Yeah, I think it's called the Philadelphia experiment, if I remember correctly.
It's time travel, and half these guys didn't make it, so they're in the middle of the ship.
Yeah, that's Philadelphia experiment. I'm almost sure.
Yeah, I think I heard about it, but I heard that they were trying to do teleportation, not time travel specifically.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff surrounding it. Some people think it went to another dimension. Some people think it teleported. Some people think it was time travel. I don't remember the facts of the event at all. I just remember all the paranormal stuff surrounding it.
I'll be right back.
I still think mine is the coolest. No, sorry. I still think Jedi powers are the coolest. Just saying.
I pulled up a Wikipedia article. They were testing, or at least attempting to test, a cloaking mechanism. At least according to claims. It was on the USS Eldridge, 1943.
Well, I've heard they've made some progress, in cloaking. They developed some kind of fabric that can bend light and effectively make it see-through or something. On a small scale, though. It wasn't like a big scale thing.
Yeah, and only in one direction.
Right. Still, it's cool.
I would like to see that cloaking. Is that real or not? You think they can?
Very
Well,
real.
it's not like, it's not practical, right? You cannot cloak a ship, for example, or a human using it. It's just that, yeah. In theory, it is possible. That's the thing. And there have been a lot of attempts of doing this. One of the attempts was by the, I think, Japanese scientist who developed a fabric that can project basically video, right? Video. And they had a camera standing behind a person, but they projected what the camera was seeing behind the person onto the front of the person, right? So you could essentially see through them. So in a sense, they became invisible. Of course, it wasn't practical because you can still see the person itself in a way. But yeah.
Christian Hillbilly, what paranormal thing that you don't believe is true do you wish were true?
I'm sorry, I heard something about paranormal. Which one?
What claim or ability that people consider to be paranormal that you do not believe is true do you wish is true?
That is a good question.
He's Batman.
Yeah, I am Batman, so I got all that under control. I would like the ability to do what these so-called faith healers do, and that is heal people on cue. And then not it just be a joke, but actually them truly be healed. My wife has a number of ailments I'd love to heal her from.
That's
Nice.
the most benevolent one we've heard so far.
Well, I don't know. I would argue with you about it because, I mean, if you're talking about, for example, my Jedi powers, that includes the ability to heal as well. So,
Yeah, mine was totally self-serving.
if we dig deep enough, I'm pretty sure that with every superpower, there is some kind of potential positive benefit for whole of humanity if the user uses it right, essentially. Right? Even with money, right? If you have enough money, you can just put it all in science and just do a lot of progress.
So enough getting along. Let's make this controversial. Christian Hillbilly, if you had that ability, would you heal a gay man who had cancer?
Ooh.
He'd heal both aspects, apparently.
I would actually do that, yes. If I had the ability to do so, yes, I would. Because what better way to minister to somebody than by giving them another chance at life?
Well, there you go.
Well, that wasn't controversial much.
No.
Damn it. I have to try better.
If I would have thought about it for a second, I could have contemplated that answer, but I guess I was kind of jumping off the hilt.
Yeah, we have to do better than that, Seth. Come on, we can make this room go crazy.
All right. Hitler did nothing wrong. Debate me.
Okay.
That's just the most controversial topic I could possibly think.
Only argument I can hear against it is we had the ability to learn and hopefully not make the same mistakes in the future. That's the only thing I've heard that I'm like, oh, it makes sense, but I tried.
Yeah, I wish Hitler was a good artist.
Oh, do you know that him and Wittgenstein were in the same school and would have been in the same grade, but Hitler was held back and Wittgenstein went passed forward?
Who's Wittgenstein?
Ludwig Wittgenstein.
Yeah, they were in the same school, almost the same class.
I'm not familiar. Who's Wittgenstein?
He's a philosopher.
He is one of the most influential philosophers. Oops, I muted myself. Of the last 150 years.
Ludwig, Wittgenstein. Try that. I don't know. I have a lot of his books. My brother gave me. I've never read them.
He's got a lot of interesting ideas. A lot of people, like me and my friend Adam, you guys, at least a lot of you guys know Adam, we like to mock Wittgenstein because some of the things he said were really absurd, and like Bertrand Russell is like somebody that at least I respect and Adam respects to a certain degree. Like totally fell in love with Wittgenstein. I thought he was a genius beyond genius, and he just kind of seemed to like an idiot. times. He had some ideas, but a lot of it was just, God, he's overhyped. Like he's overhyped.
Here's the real spelling. I got the first name right.
He was really pretentious. He had this whole this weird religiosity about him that wasn't exactly tied to any specific religion. It was I'd have to actually read up on his life again. He did a lot of fasting and a lot of kind of pretentious religious stuff.
Oh yeah, he published just one book, Tractatus Logico Philosophica. I don't even know why I remember that. I never remember books.
I thought that was Russell that published the Principia Mathematica.
No, Tractatus Logico Philosophicus.
Oh, right, okay.
Principia Mathematica, wasn't that Newton?
Hold on.
Because I think I heard it in connection with him.
That's above my pay grade.
No, yeah, it was Russell. And,
Oh, okay.
and Whitehead.
Damn it, I was wrong. Okay.
Yeah, because that was the book that Russell decided that he thought he could prove and attempted to prove that you can ground mathematics purely in the logical absolutes. And there's this long, one of the jokes in it is the first chapter is this long, like 100-page or something ridiculous chapter, and as all these logical proofs and formal logic drawn out, and at the end the last sentence is, and thus we can prove that 1 + 1 = 2, which is sometimes useful.
Oh, the joke my brother always said is in that book at the beginning, he proves 1 + 1 = 2, and at the end he proves 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Like, it was almost like, I don't know, that was the joke he always made about it. I don't know, I didn't read it. It's just one of those good coffee table books.
Yeah, there's I can't remember the incompleteness theorem. Why do I keep muting myself? God damn it. The incompleteness theorem, I think, actually, I can't remember why, which came out about the time that Bertrand Russell was writing that, negates the ability to ground mathematics in the logical absolutes for some reason. I'd have to look it up again. It was something I read a while ago. Name a philosopher who isn't pretentious. Socrates.
Oh, here was my brother's. Okay, sorry, can I say this? The early Wittgenstein was concerned with the logical relationships between propositions in the world and believed that by providing an account of the logic underlying the relationship, he had solved all philosophical problems. The later Wittgenstein rejected many of the assumptions of the Tractatus, arguing that the meaning of words is best understood as their use within a given language game. So that, I guess, maybe that was more what my brother was replying.
Wittgenstein isn't the first philosopher who said, "Aha! I figured it out. Philosophy's over now, guys. I got it."
Right, and then spends the rest of his life disproving it.
Yeah,
Right.
I think all philosophers, pretty much all philosophers have done that, but not all of them have realized that that was foolish and arrogant. Wittgenstein apparently did. Wittgenstein did a lot of stuff with language. One of my favorite arguments about language is Wittgenstein's beetle in a box argument, explaining that private language, there could be no such thing as a private language. It would always degrade into nothingness.
Well, y'all, I got to go. I got to go take the dog for a walk and give my wife her medications, or is it the other way around? I don't remember. Anyway, y'all have a great day. God bless. And Michael Ann, grow a thick skin. Come on now. God bless.
Be nice and God bless.
Take care, everybody.
Be well.
He always has some parting words, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's hilarious.
I really wish we could get Mark in here. Oh,
Yeah.
Well,
Apparently, he was watching. He commented on this video.
yeah, he commented a couple times.
yeah, you say somebody asked a question of a philosopher who's not what conceited, who isn't pretentious, and you said Socrates.
So, yeah, Sabella asked in the side chat, who name a philosopher who isn't pretentious.
Why would you say he isn't?
I don't really find anything pretentious about him. He said, I think he said, he's the one who coined the term that it is the mark of a wise man who claims he knows nothing, and I think that's probably the least pretentious thing you could possibly say.
Yeah, that's fair. I know people quote a lot of things, and whether they act like it in real life, I don't know. But I guess you can only take people for their writings in philosophy anyway.
Well, so from what I understand about, like, if you read the Apology, right, Plato's depiction of Socrates' death and trial, actually it's after his trial, but you'll see a man who has the opportunity to flee the state and live, like, and decides that justice is more important, and decides justice is I guess, submitting yourself to the state, even if it's wrong, and going out with your punishment. And if he were to flee, even though he already kind of gave himself to the state in order to defend himself in a trial, that would be hypocritical. So he decided that death was the only just thing to do, is to drink the hemlock. This is very, very humble and unpretentious, in my opinion.
Well, how do you know he exists? All we have are our manuscripts and books, Just in the way that you claim that Jesus may not exist, Socrates might not exist.
Right.
How do you know that all these people in history existed, huh? You weren't there. I'm just...
That's nice, that's trollish, yeah. Yeah, you have to flex your troll muscle sometime, I mean.
Answer
Jackie, I did say the only thing we knew was their writing.
Sorry, couldn't hear that. What did she say?
Whoever was trolling, did you guys hear me? Whoever was trolling, the only thing I did say, the only thing we really know about that person is their writings.
Yeah, I was just
or what others had to write about them. It's all we ever know.
And for all we know, it could have been fiction. I don't know.
Said about Jesus was my point.
Yeah.
Well, Jesus wasn't real. What are you talking about? Okay. I kind of generally don't agree with the whole Jesus mythicism argument, but I hear they have a good case to make. Maybe somebody can enlighten me.
I'm not 100% on board with Jesus having been an actual person. I think maybe he was a collection of people or something along the lines of that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's implausible at all.
I think that Jesus' convoluted birth narrative is decent evidence that the stories around Jesus were added to a real person that probably existed, because it doesn't make any sense to make such a convoluted birth narrative in order for him to fit the Messiah complex or prescribed in the Old Testament if there wasn't a real person that they had to tie it to. If they were just going to make up a Messiah whole cloth, they would have made him just born in Bethlehem instead of having to go back for this weird tax census to Joseph's hometown. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I think it makes more sense that these are stories tacked onto a real person.
Oh man, I don't want to bring this up.
Right.
I'm on the fence about it. I don't know.
Well, don't take my word for it. Christopher Hitchens talks about it. I think he was my favorite explanation of this evidence for Jesus' existence, though he didn't apparently believe it. He presented it, and I take it as evidence for Jesus' existence.
I'll tell you, I had never heard of Christopher Hitchens until about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And I just absolutely fell in love with I don't agree with everything he says. I just love how he says it and his thinking. And I've pretty much burned through every Hitchens debate. And he was one cool customer. He had some pretty good explanations about things. I didn't like the rift he had with his brother. I thought that was painful to watch. They didn't like each other, and they debated each other from either side. But their disdain for each other was obvious, and I always felt that was a sad thing. But for the rest of them, I found him to be a pretty interesting character. Loved his shtick.
Well, I don't know why I'm surprised, Michael. Even people that were his enemies think that he was one of the greatest orators of our time. But that was a really nice thing to say, Michael.
I wanted to ask Michael something because I've been wanting to ask her this for a couple of days now. Do you remember when you were in here a few days ago and a man named Rand Campbell came in and shared some quote profound ideas?
I thought he was pretty profound sounding.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about that? I wanted to know what was going on in your head.
Pretty much the same as like with Christopher Hitchens. Well, I don't agree with everything he says, how they say it, and their passion and their description and explanation, which points out exactly how and why they feel that they do, I think is a cool thing to watch. And he did sound very profound. You know, it's like when you go to hear somebody speak. It's not so much what they say, but also how they present it, and the information and how they present it. And he's got the voice. He's got the whole shtick. It was pretty powerful.
Oh yeah, I mean Rand Campbell is like he has he has a gift for speaking.
Yes,
he
there are
knows
some
how
people you can listen to, and then other people
Yeah.
you can't.
Yeah, and I mean I personally didn't agree with most of what Rand said, but you know, I found myself like taking in what he was saying. I think a lot of it is, frankly, I think a lot of it is kind of nuts. But Rand and I are good friends, and you know, he knows I have my opinion. And
Well, more of like his life story was what I was talking about being profound, and you know, when he tells you the stuff that happens, I mean, it takes your breath away.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That was pretty profound. He's been through some stuff, so you lend all of that together, and you know, it's a powerful individual to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I've heard, unless they come into Nadia's room. There's only one other room I go to. So unless they've come through the path in the last 2 months where I've just started to do this, that's who I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love Rand.
Well, he's got quite the story, I can tell you that. That and, you know, somebody like Jesus, you know, there's some theater right there.
I haven't interacted with Jesus.
Oh, well, he's another one. He'll you know, he can rile you up, but you just have to listen sometimes because he's got a presentation that doesn't quit.
I can say I disagree with you wholeheartedly now, and now I'm starting to watch this Hitchens character as well as Rand Camp.
Oh no, I'd rather.
I mean, I agree with you. You know, some of this stuff is entertainment. You have to look at it that way. But
Okay.
you know, I don't.
Yeah.
People are allowed to think and believe what they believe. I have no problems with that. I wouldn't care how way out you are, from the worst to the best. You know,
Can,
everybody is everybody. That's the beauty of the buffet of life. And if each and every one of us weren't different, you know, you'd last in the hangout 10 seconds.
mhm. As long as people don't actually believe that ALS means angel, Lucifer, Satan, then it's all good.
Well, listen, you can get ALS to mean anything. You know, it's
Yeah, but I'm talking about the
myelonic
ALS.
sclerosis in my world.
Yeah, I'm talking about ALS as in like the disease. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. As long as you don't think there's some hidden message in the acronym.
That's the first time I heard that people were baptizing themselves with Lucifer. So that was a new one for me too.
Yeah, that's not true.
See, that's the stuff you just don't pay any attention to that, but you don't hurl dispersions. You could be dumb as a doorknob, but you don't need to call somebody out on it. It's rude and impolite. It's just not how you conduct a conversation. And I would stick up for anybody in here whom I thought they were getting, you know, the better of.
Oh.
Honestly, if I could have jumped in this morning, I would have.
Yeah,
I thought that was a disgrace. It was hurtful. Now, I don't know how you're supposed to dispense information and be hurtful and think you're a man of God, too. But that's up to him. I don't, if I see somebody I think is being wronged, I will come across the room.
Mhm.
Yeah, the challenge I used to do that a lot, Michael Ann. And the challenge I have with it, and I got to be careful now on how I do it, it actually sometimes didn't let the person I learned fight the fight themselves and build up that skill set to fight it themselves. It's like a question I ask.
Well, sometimes somebody needs to know that they're not alone and that someone is willing to come and stand for them.
I agree, and it's just it's just something I've had to balance. That's all.
You know, it's like if you saw somebody abusing a child in a store. I'm sure you would say something.
Of course I would.
There you go. That's how I am.
I just don't think of adults as children anymore.
No, but abuse is still rampant, and people choose not to look at it.
I don't know. I think I've had it after being in this community for 6 months. I've had a disconnect between people getting passionate about beliefs and discussion, and people like just harassing you about your character. Like, for example, I've heard about like months back, there were things going on in another group I was in, and I was told that some people were calling me names behind my back. Like, that's not okay. That's something I wouldn't, like, I would try to talk things out, but I wouldn't do what I did with Christian Hillbilly today. Like, I wouldn't be like, yeah, are we so cool and stuff? But in the case that, like, anything that comes up from discussion, from getting passionate about beliefs, like, I recognize that sometimes people get really passionate and they might end up coming off as offensive or being offensive and et cetera, et cetera. I guess maybe I just...
Offensive and abusive, my friend. You just have to understand that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know, I wouldn't care if somebody walked up and called me fat, ugly, old. I could care less what the name calling is about. But you cannot character assassinate people. And the way you and I were being spoken to in our different individual places is just, it's not acceptable. It just isn't. I had to listen to the 2.5 hours for poor Vaughn. You know, if they pick on you, God forbid. It's like, what's that thing, gang stalking or whatever. It's not what you do. You know, I think of this as like a large cocktail party Would any of you act like this? When a total stranger comes into the room, you start a conversation. Well, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
Yeah, I think the only difference is if the character came into the cocktail party and started telling me he was Batman. Yeah, I
Well, obviously. But, you know, it's not how I enter a room, I can assure you.
Mm.
You know, I was listening to Annabelle the other day, and she was saying, you know, how she, you know, lost it. We all get to lose it. You know, I get that part.
Oh, Annabella, that was yesterday, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Annabelle was in the hangout?
Yeah, I'd never met
Wait, Annabelle Pfeiffer?
I don't know. She's
I had never met her before. She was
Is she, was she blonde?
Yep, blonde.
What, was she British?
She's half British and half American, yeah.
Was she, I think she's Mark's friend, yeah?
I don't know if she knows
Yeah.
him. I know they were talking.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna.
It was
what hangout?
Jackie. It was who you're thinking. Yes. I don't think there's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, I didn't expect Annabelle to be in hangout.
Yeah, she doesn't.
I know who she
He
is.
explained it really well.
Yeah.
You know, everybody loses it. They hit their button. There's something personal, whatever, and then it just, you know, But everybody should have an opportunity to be able to come back in and, you know, move on.
Somebody said, oh, it was Christian.
I forget what was it him too? See, he's just.
Oh, Billy set the whole room on fire.
Okay, there you go. I couldn't remember who it was.
He said something about single parents and how he felt sorry, I think. Well, I'm not going to rephrase it best, but about how he felt sorry for any kid being raised by single parents. But he said it to Mark specifically, but all of us who were either raised by single parents or were single parents, like Mark and I are single parents, took it like the, you know what? But I just let it go. So, you know, whatever, because I was cooking, so I couldn't be too much bothered with stuff. But
She made a great recovery, and she, you know, but she was very mindful of her behavior, which all of us are. I mean, you know.
Oh, no, what he said to her was something in terms of a man who beats his wife, he needs to go for treatment, but they need to get back together. Totally paraphrased.
What?
Like, what?
That's a bit much.
Oh, that was a doozy.
He also said that psychological abuse is not a means or a reason for divorce.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Balta,
Isn't it the 3 A's: alcohol, abuse, and adultery? You get the get out of jail for free card.
Well, now we're talking about Christian Hillbilly's claim, so should we stop because he's not here, or should we continue because we're just talking about it?
Did anybody say anything negative about Christian Hillbilly? Did anyone call him stupid, an asshole, anything else?
No, I'm just.
That's the.
I'm just wondering
To be
because
fair,
I don't
not
want to cross the line. Like I just don't. I don't know.
Kind of troll.
I guess it's unclear to me where the line is for Michael. So
opinion where the line is. When you start saying something that is either A, not what they said, or B, it's an ass. You're calling them names.
Okay. All right.
Right, and the thing is, it's kind of subjective, I mean, because people can misunderstand other people's arguments, and thus they will misrepresent them, right? So, for example, a hillbilly right now can feel that his arguments are being misrepresented, or his views, so we are now cyberbullying him. Right.
No, I don't think so. We're not misrepresenting what he said.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Talking. Secondly,
sorry.
Secondly, the only concern I have is I've said I'm paraphrasing. I may not get this right.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, he might have had it. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to clarify, I wasn't like being mean when I was acting that. I was genuinely like, I just don't want to wanna God, I don't know how to phrase this.
I would hope
don't-
Hillbilly. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would hope that Hillbilly, if he took anything away from today, would stick to his message, but find a better way to speak to somebody. He has no right to determine what Jackie does or does not do. I understand he wants to preach the Bible to her, but he has no right to cross the line. Everybody knows where their own personal line is.
Yeah,
And
I get
and this morning was just disturbing. Now, I don't know what makes disturbing to somebody else, but I can't watch somebody abuse an animal or another human being abuse another human being. I can't do it.
I guess I'm easy. It's easy for me to forgive stuff like that because I don't know him in person, and like all I have to do is hit the block button or exit out the window. I'm easy to forgive, but I don't forget. I won't ever forget how that whole thing went down. Yeah, I don't like it when people make assumptions about my deconversion. I do get a little defensive when people do that.
What is that line again? Where it's something like people don't remember what you say; they remember how you make them feel.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Hey guys, can somebody vouch for Dick Breath?
Nope, not me. I don't know who he is.
What?
Oh, he seems to know me. Well, no, anybody can read my name, but I get a feeling he's a troll.
Hold on, let me check his profile.
I bet I know who it is, though.
I do too.
Who? Tell us.
Oh, that's a pretty great name. Now that I know.
Maybe you should just let him in.
Okay.
Oh man, if this gets wicked, I'm bouncing right now.
Is this Alexander Carlson? Is that who you're thinking of?
No.
No, I know. Here, I'm gonna tell you who it is. New art. This is.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Can you please go on the mic, sir, Mr. Dick Breath?
Certainly.
Okay.
Oh god, this was a troll moment that was gonna happen. Because I was wondering the same thing the whole time. I'm like, I can't wait.
I missed that. I mean, how could you guess that it was him?
You have to read the comments. You have to read the comments and read outside.
Well, welcome, Mark. Did you have to make her a new account to get in?
I did indeed, yes.
Well. Yeah, we can.
How's it going, Mark?
It's going very well, thank you. You?
It's going all right. I'm hanging in there.
Good. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, you're doing well.
Yeah, Mark, I don't know if you're listening in, but we kind of changed the topic. I mean, I guess, I don't know, if the room agrees, maybe we can say a few things. 20 minutes.
I'm not.
Tops.
Yeah, I'm not here to abolish the law.
Wait, you're not Lucifer. That's a different thing.
No, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just, people have something to say, then say it. Don't be afraid.
Okay.
Anyway, I mean, don't let me derail anything. Just carry on.
I mean, we were just talking about, like, crossing the lines of how we should...
Yeah, but we could totally change the subject entirely to something that we all want to talk about.
No, I agree. I agree. I think the topic's fine. I think this is the internet. People are going to say things that you don't like. They're going to call you names, and I don't mind being called names. I haven't got a problem with it at all. People want to call me dick breath or sister or skippy or twat or idiot or doesn't bother me in the slightest. That's the internet. If you can't cope with it, then you're not to be on it, really.
Oh, I disagree with that stance.
Yeah, I mean, so there is a line. Obviously, there is a line in relation to things like overt race. Like you said, people calling you the N-word, and that is totally unacceptable. But if someone disagrees with your views or has an opinion on things that you say or things that you put out there, then don't put them out there.
Yeah, I can agree with it on the opinions and ideas. That's where I stand. I just because, and it might just be my experiences that are clouding my perception of it, but I don't like being called the N-word. But people will hangouts every so often and be like and until somebody shuts them up and kicks them out.
Yeah, and if someone misrepresents you or says something that's blatantly not true, then you're going to counter that, and that disagreements happen. That's what happens in Hangouts. It's not. We're not going to run off and. I mean, I haven't reported anyone to Google for saying I was a policeman when I haven't said it. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And I have to say, going back a few months, I know it's going to be a bit contentious, but Seth will probably back me up, and even Art maybe, was that I spoke to Michael Ann months ago when she had a different avatar. I think it was her nurse's badge. After sitting watching Nadia's Hangouts, as I do sometimes when I work from home during the day, where she constantly berated Nadia for hours about her Nadia not taking up her suggestions for nutrition.
I do remember that distinctly, indeed.
And Seth and I stepped in and said, "Hang on, leave her alone. Don't keep on at her all the time."
Yeah, I'll make it official. I do remember that.
So this idea that last Sunday was the first time we'd spoken is not true, and it's also not true. I've got nothing against Michael Ann, but don't say things. Don't say, "Wow, someone said this about me," or acts in this way when that person does exactly the same.
Well, I just don't think it's right for either. So.
No, I think if you go back and look at the Hangouts Michael Ann mentions, they're not in any way as she says they were. I haven't spoken about her for hours and hours online. Neither did Art. We have our opinions on her medical views or the claims that she makes. If she doesn't like disagreement, well, sorry.
Yeah, there's a lot of exaggeration going on. I mean, with the whole wording. I mean, Michael Ann described the way we behaved like a gangbang. She literally used those words. Me and Mark were gangbanging her. I mean, that's just such an exaggeration. And the same thing with the whole, 7 hours of talking about her in a hangout. That never happened. We talked tops maybe 30 minutes.
Okay, but it's colloquial speech. Oh,
no, it's an exaggeration, and she changed it all the time, right?
Yeah, but people do that I'm even guilty of that. So.
Fine, but when you're talking about but when you're talking about official, which she was talking about official complaints, you should be specific, I would say, right? You don't get to say in a court of law or a official document, or when you accuse someone that, well, you talk bad to me, so therefore you gang raped me.
Well, you talk about you ask silly questions, therefore you dry up my vagina. I'm putting that in court records.
Yeah, I'd like to know what names I called Michael Ann. I don't think I called her any names. I said I thought that her views or her anti-vax views were dangerous, in my opinion. I didn't call her dick breath or skippy or a moron or an idiot or so So the only person that's used a lot of insults is Michael Ann, and I think most of the people that have viewed the video she talks about would probably agree with us.
I don't know.
I agree.
We gotta have. Well, it's guys, but I guess it's the ultimate on it. And if they see something, I'm just concerned.
Yeah.
2 things are going to happen. One is either they're going to come down on the hammer with the entire community. Or 2, they're going to come down with the hammer on you or three things. They're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah,
So
but I haven't insulted her once, I don't think.
I don't.
Go back and check.
I think we did. I think I heard you once and me once as well, but I think that was after she insulted us.
Possibly, but I think I may have called her. I may have used the word. In my opinion, I think that her views on anti-vaxxing is quackery.
Yeah,
that's not insulting her personally. That's insulting or disagreeing with her view.
I remember somebody using the C word.
No.
No, I don't.
No.
Well, Jack, you've been here for all of it.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't me.
Okay, then maybe I.
Certainly wasn't me. It was someone else, but it wasn't me.
Oh, you know, it may not have been. It may have been. I just remember someone using that. That's why I said that.
Oh, right, yeah.
Comments, I think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think people were just commenting and saying that.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't me.
Oh, could it have been Wendy in the comments? I don't know.
One person that said it. You're right.
I think it may have been Wendy, yes. And Wendy will stand by. But this silliness about, oh, they spent hours talking about me and, oh, so what? That happens in Google+, especially if one person blocks you and you've got no right of reply or whatever. It's going to happen. Just grow up and live with it. Goodness sake.
And yeah, it's not like we were talking about her. And let's say for the sake of argument, I agree that we're talking smack about her. It's not like we were talking smack about her for the sake of talking smack about her. No, we were talking about claims, dangerous claims in our views that are important to our society, like, you know, anti-vaccination and, you know.
Well, with all due respect, you've mentioned that a few times, Art. I don't think anybody has a problem. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't have a problem with someone disagreeing. I don't. The whole point is how you can make someone out to be a quack, an ass, a this, a that, when they just have different views, and I don't get it. Because I could sit here, you know, when my daughter first learned about atheists, she was shocked. Not first learned, but when she saw some of the stuff on here, she's like, what do you mean? I don't believe there's somebody greater? No. She could have sat there and been like, they're quacks, but she was like, oh, let me understand more.
Oh, yeah, we understand her. That's the thing. We understand what you're saying.
We're not all going to have the same views and see things in the same way. Some people are more passionate. Some people are more aggressive. Some people are more abusive. That's the way it is. If you don't like it, either don't watch or don't participate. It's that simple. Life's not fair. We can't all get along in the way someone else wants us to get along. It's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, Google has rules, and if we, in not getting along, don't abide by their rules, we can find ourselves in a bit of a position.
Sure. But we're not breaking any of those rules. No one's being racist. No one's being...
Yeah, but the question is, are we bullying?
No.
How? Okay. Okay.
Bullying, but your definition of bullying was a bit weak. I think you in my opinion, you cherry-picked the bullying definition a little bit. The main definition...
I pasted it from the internet.
Okay, well, bullying is mainly the use of force or threat or coercion to abuse, intimidate, or aggressively dominate others. And if anyone thinks I in any way dominated Michael Ann, then they need their head read.
I don't know that that's the case for cyberbullying, because you don't have force and you don't have, you know what I mean? And that's where I just copied and pasted. It may not have been the best definition. We could have spent some time arguing about the definition. I would have been fine with it. And you made a good point. Does it have to be some sort of threat? That's the question.
Cyberbullying is the use of internet technology to repeatedly harm or harass other people in a deliberate manner.
And the problem with it's all based on that person's interpretation.
No, it's not.
That cannot be the case. That's
you can't say you're cyberbullying me because I say you are. Doesn't work.
I don't know in the UK, but I do know in the US that's a lot of way harassment works. Is you can have a situation and one person will say it's harassment, another person won't, and the reality of how they how somebody, like, and the only example I give is because I know it so well, is sexual harassment in the workplace. One person will be like, that guy's sexually harassing me. The next woman will be like, vice versa. No, that is sexual harassment.
Yeah, but that's not Yeah, cyberbullying is completely different to that. It's not. No one's being harmed. No one is being deliberately harassed because of their race, color, sex. I've not posted. I mean, cyberbullying could, it says on the definition, could be limited to posting rumors or gossips about a person to bring about hatred in other people's minds.
Right. The definition. Hold on, Bell. Sorry. I mean, the definition that you're using has a kind of subjective condition in it, and that is very problematic. Because if it's about someone's feeling, well, that's problematic. I'll give you an argument why. If it's just about someone else's feeling, right, then I can say right now, I feel bullied. So you're bullying me by just talking to me.
Okay.
So is someone repeatedly mentioning Jesus or God, if that upsets me, is that cyberbullying? If they repeatedly tell me I'm going to go to hell in Hangouts, is that cyberbullying me?
I potentially think if you repeatedly say to people that they're going to hell, that and if that person feels bullying, yeah, you better cut that mess out.
Well, it's completely it's subjective, right? So I can say
it is subjective.
Wait. No, it should not be subjective. That's the point. If it's subjective, then it's it's a taste.
Harassment in and of itself is subjective.
No, it's not subjective. No.
It is. Let me let you understand for the third time.
No, don't bully him.
As harassment, the other person may not. The reality is, if it meets the threshold, I wish Adam Pugh was here right now. If it meets the threshold, and the one person says it is, where somebody else doesn't believe it is, and that one person's the one who's suing you or reported you, you might get in trouble for it.
Right, you said it. Threshold. A threshold is something objective that is there or not. Right? Someone feeling that there is a threshold that someone passed does not make it bullying.
I put up the link for Google's threshold. Did you not see that?
Yeah, I also have you a different definition. According to Wiki, I'm sorry, not Wiki, it's Merriam-Webster.
I don't care about Wiki. I care about Google.
It's not Wiki.
Now you're doing it. I mean, what you're doing now could be considered as bullying art. You're over-talking him. You're saying, it's the third time I've told you. What don't you understand? That could be cyberbullying in some person's perception, but it wouldn't fit the legal definition, nor would it fit Google's definition. When you come into a Hangout, most people don't read the terms and conditions when they agree to come into a Hangout. Perhaps you need to go and read them.
I know them. I have to sign off on them. I know them very well, and so
Sorry, Hermin. I saw the whole thing, and I think Jackie. She has a very warm heart and so on, but I recommend you to see the part where you were there, and I'm totally try to be as objective as possible, and to me it was pure harassment. It was like, and it wasn't 10 minutes, half an hour. It went on, and it was just like a trial, and Art was like, okay, let's talk about this 5-10 minutes, and then you came in and so on, and you just kept on, and it's harassment, and it's how can you?
What conversation are you talking about? What?
Yeah, I was there when you attacked Michael and it was pure harassment and bullying. I mean, you can say, oh, because you didn't call her name or didn't talk about went racist. Are you? I mean, harassment is.
Okay, what did I did exactly that was bullying or harassment or attacking? Exactly.
Yeah, and I don't understand why you don't understand this.
Well, because you're not saying what I'm doing.
Going at her. It's her profession, and she didn't want to talk about it, and you were going there.
About it. No, she did want to talk about it. She posted the links to her website. Yes, she did. Long time before, like Mark mentioned, we talk about these topics plenty of times. She actually posted the link to her website telling us what she does and what kind of treatments she does, and we just later on ask her about this. What is your view on this? Yeah. Okay, your view is this. Okay, is this scientifically supported? Can you please show us this? And she backpedaled. She's no.
Asked us to look at the website. When we did look at the website and talk about it, she said, "You're stalking me."
If you call someone an idiot or something like that, or
she called us an idiot.
Doesn't mean anything, you know. It's But you were getting at her, and you had great joy also at it, and it was
Can you
it was
possibly
like
know how I felt?
it was like
I was
Yeah,
frustrated.
just like Balthazar said that made the
okay, then I'm
assertion
stupid.
that
Okay.
I apparently said I wanted all immigrants and Muslims deported from the UK. I'd never said that, ever.
May have I was in a discussion, and it was you and
Yeah,
another guy with,
yeah, may have
and
been the
it
other guy. So now
maybe
you're saying that you were wrong, possibly, but you made the bold assertion that I said something, and yet you didn't check it out. You just blurted it
no,
out. Is
I
that
didn't
wrong?
check
Is
it
that
out, but
bullying? Is that
no, that is not bullying.
no? It's called
That
slander,
is not
probably.
bullying. That is not bullying. Bullying, you have to have you are more than two or more. You are more than the other one, and you go
Right.
on
So I can just say anything I
things.
think about Balthazar says that Nazis are wonderful. Is that a good thing to say?
Yeah,
Before I check it out whether it's
that's
true or
not
not?
bullying. You know, that's not
No,
bullying.
I said it's not bullying. It's slander, but you felt quite happy to do it.
No, if like when you that's true. I thought you said that, and I tried to arrest you for it, and then you said I never said that, and then I thought about it. Perhaps it was the other one. I'm not so used to
So
Google
now
Hangouts.
you're saying that you're mistaken, but you weren't at the time. You repeated it time
Yes,
after
if you
time.
haven't said that, I was mistaken. And you
Well, you say
know,
that now. It's the first time I've
this is
heard you
not
say it.
bullying. This is not
No,
bullying.
it's slander, but I wouldn't have
No,
reported. What my point
and
is,
if you say
Balthazar.
something that is just untrue, I mean, if you made
Right,
a
yes, and I haven't
mistake,
reported you
it's
to
not
Google for it.
bullying.
It's
No, but
worse.
from a human aspect, you know,
Oh,
it's
just
not
get a
bullying.
thicker skin.
Can I say something? This is not how bullying works. Bullying. You know when people are bullying, when you really when you don't let go and you feel that the person is really intimidated, you know, and it went over a very long time, and it is
Yeah,
something.
it's called disagreement and discussion. We disagreed.
Yeah, but that was not how it went off. It was not a kind of normal debate. I
In
mean,
your
if you
opinion, no, it's not a debate. This is hangouts are discussions. They're not debates, formal debates.
no,
Right,
I
and
could
also,
also say to
Balthazar,
Michael,
Balthazar, listen, Balthazar,
I could
hold on,
say to
hold
Michael,
on.
and your things about this vitamin, it's bullshit. It's not true, and I made a statement, and that's it. You know,
No, we're
and
not going
that's
to do things the way you
not
like them
bullying.
done. Doesn't work like that. That's your opinion.
Yeah. No, but
We disagree. Now what?
watch it yourself one time. I mean, it was
I've watched
really
it. So
cool.
what? You're missing the point. I don't care whether you liked how it went or not. I don't have to
Yeah,
care.
I understand that, but
So then what are
I'm
you
just
moaning
saying
about?
this now because,
Right, you have an opinion.
yeah, that's my opinion, and
Good.
it's
Great.
I feel it's a little bit as a duty because I really feel I really feel you are wrong on this,
There are lots of people that agree with me. Now what?
yeah, no, it was just how I saw it, that I was there was not so
Right.
many
But
looking
it
at it.
doesn't make you right because you have a different opinion to me.
Yeah,
And vice versa.
yes, of course you can take my point as how you like it, but that was just how it came over to me, and I'm not subjective this thing. You know, I don't agree with Michael Ann's view about vaccine and so on. I think the whole vaccine conspiracy thing is totally idiotic, but that was not what you were discussing about. You know.
Yeah. Sure, it was disagreement, but it wasn't. No one was being bullied either way. I could say that Michael Ann was bullying Nadia 3 months ago when she continually went on at her for hours about nutrition and telling her how to live her life. And Seth and I stepped in and said, "Leave her alone." It became more than just. That's when we first spoke to her. And
Another
her
mechanism
butthurt
bullying.
probably comes back then. To be honest.
Can I tell you another mechanism? We are in this room, and people are friends, and people want to get accepted. You know, and we like each other. Some more, some less, you know. And for Michael Ann, you are there, and you also know you don't miss the opportunity to say we think it's dangerous what she's doing and so on. You know, that's not every time you say this thing, and this is for me it is yeah, it's not human.
What? That's my opinion. I'm allowed to have it.
Yeah,
Same
of course.
as you're allowed to have yours. It's not inhuman by saying I think Nazi. I would have told Hitler I think his ideas were dangerous.
I have a question for Michael Ann. What's the best way to kill yourself during a hangout on air when people are arguing over the same things over and over again?
I would suggest a gun. Well, actually, no. I take it back. I'm Russian.
Sorry, I have to interrupt. No, it's happening what I meant. No, you have said something, Mark, and Art have said something, Mark, and Art, you said something funny. For Michael, and this is not funny. And this is much, much worse than you are laughing about it and just repeating what you are than to say she's an idiot.
You're trying to censor people. You're trying to censor people, and you're trying to say
Balthazar, she's talking. Most of the things that she's talking about is stuff that happens behind her back. Things that she's hearing while listening to Hangouts that she doesn't have to listen to. If she finds it to be harassing that people are talking about her when she's not there, she really doesn't have to listen.
Yeah, spot on.
It shocks me how immature and how senseless you are in this.
You're exactly the same, Balthazar. You're exactly the same. You do exactly the same as the rest of us. Your shit stings the same as ours does.
Okay.
I've never heard Balthazar go off on anyone.
Well, he said repeatedly, Mark is a liar. He is a policeman. He has said it. Mark said he wants all Muslims. Mark says he wants all Muslims deported. He's this, he's that.
Mark, I went a bit off you because I really thought you said.
And you accused me of being far right politically, and then said, "Oh no, I got that wrong." When I said I voted Green. How many other things do you want me to mention where you've done exactly the same as the thing you are now complaining about?
Yeah, Balthazar, stop.
But to be honest, you can take that. You can take that, or I don't think you have any problems with it.
No, but don't tell other people that they can't.
I'm not in a majority.
This is exactly my point. You're missing it. Is that you have done the same thing that you're complaining about.
I said I disagree
a
lot with your political views because I thought you said all Muslims should be deported, and I said okay, I misheard you, and
you have now. You didn't before. You said it to my face now. My face, but you said it in this hangout. Until then, you hadn't retracted it. But this is my point. I don't care. I don't care what names you call me. You get things wrong, I'll correct you if I can. But my point that you're missing is that you're complaining about the thing that you have done yourself. And you're trying to tell people what they shouldn't do or shouldn't do.
I have a sensitivity when I know that people are hurt, and I have this kind of sensitivity. And I said to you also in this debate, I'm sorry, and it was for small things, and that was just a sensitivity that I thought, perhaps.
Sure, people have different degrees of sensitivity, but if I find something funny someone else doesn't, well, I'm sorry, but
yeah, but I mean,
I will admit I have made several vitamin C jokes. I will admit that.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. I mean,
did it come in high doses?
That's not the thing here to make it vitamin. No, but it's
but Seth
not
is
that,
wrong.
and it's not about name calling.
Right.
It's the way.
What is it about?
Right.
It's just Jackie.
Yeah.
I know you are extreme, reasonable and intelligent woman. Just go back and watch before you came in and watch, and you have to. Yeah, you have to.
Wait. A woman reasonable? Wait, a woman reasonable? What are you talking about?
And Seth hit the nail on the head with just
Wow,
one sentence.
Art.
I mean,
You're harassing me. Get out of here.
I've seen hangouts where people have talked about me or talked about. It happens all the time. People talk about G-Man or Ran or Raw, and if don't watch then. Don't watch. So what? It's just, what's the big deal? Don't watch it.
To me,
Especially for hours.
You're grown-ups, or you're talking like a teenager here. It's incredible. It's incredible.
And you do exactly the same.
No, I do not.
You do. I've seen you do it, and I've seen you do it in sidebars. Make silly comments. Don't tell me you don't do exactly the same thing that you're complaining about, because you do.
No, I do not.
I do, and so does virtually everyone
I can be controversial. I put out something controversial just for the just to get the discussion. But I don't do what you do, Mark.
Here's the point. I think that when you explained it to me, Mark, I get the distinction. And the distinction, well, here's the distinction in my mind. Balthazar may have done it, and other people may do it. I'll do it. I'll even say I do it. The question is to what degree.
Yeah, and it's yes, you are right, and it's also this. We are friends. You are in a group of friends, and Michael Ann is here, and I think she's always in the minority. And you make jokes about this all the time. This hurts.
Let Balthazar finish.
I'm fed up with that.
Then don't watch and don't come in the hangouts then.
No, I won't watch it anymore.
Well,
okay, I just wanted to say, Balthazar, you said that she's in the... Oh, she left. Okay. I just want to say that he said that Michael Ann was in the minority. That's bullshit. Where it started was in a hangout filled with people who believed, like she believed, the vaccination things. They were talking about vaccination things. There was like 5 people at least, and the other ones who were atheists or skeptics were asleep or AFK. Me and Mark were the only ones there who were defending the pro-vaccination points.
Yeah.
So you said that 5 or 6 people were asleep. You and Mark were the only one defending.
No, the opposite.
Like the numbers were.
No, the opposite. No.
I'm sorry. No. Doesn't add up, Art.
Ermine, you misheard me. I said 5 people were on her side.
Right, but they were asleep.
No.
You misheard him.
Yeah, I said 5 people were on her side.
Don't bully her. Don't bully him, I mean. You misheard him.
Okay. So 5 people were on her side. Me and Mark were the only one who were talking points with her, and the rest of the people who were skeptics or atheists, they were asleep. So it was just me, Mark, against the 5 or 6 anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, and if I remember rightly, Ermine was quite sexist because she said that the only reason we had to go at her is because she was a woman.
That was later
on. Not sexist. That's my opinion.
You're accusing us of being sexist.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when that's even to me as a woman, not apparent.
The 2 of you of being sexist. Yeah.
That's bullying.
Okay.
I think it was just making a claim, according to you. If you don't like it,
exactly. Yes, that's my point. Now, do you see my point? I said it deliberately to make that point. Is that I could say that was bullying. Go to Google and say, Ermine said I was sexist. Google, stop it. I don't like what she said. I said I could do that.
Right, and my whole point was, if I continue to do it, and you asked me to stop, and I didn't stop, then it could be harassing and slander and some of these other things.
No. If I ask you to stop and you don't, I leave the hangout.
But you can say these things. Go to Google and do that.
It's free speech.
If you had me saying that to you for hours on end.
You could, absolutely, no problem. Fine, we will respond accordingly. We will argue that it's not the case. We will show you how we are not being sexist.
With all due respect, I would wish you would just stand for yourself and say, I could do that.
Right.
Okay,
Well,
I'm pretty sure Michael as well.
I mean, if
Yeah.
you've repeatedly called me a poopy head every 2 minutes in a hangout for an hour, and I said, please stop, please stop, please stop, and you didn't, then after the first 15 minutes, I probably would have left the hangout. But to sit there for an hour and then run to Google and say, I was called poopy head for an hour, what are you going to do about it? Google will probably say, get lost.
Yeah, I don't know what Google would say about it. I don't
Get
know.
lost. Because it's your opinion that I'm a poopy head, whether you say it for an hour or 25 hours. It's not harassment and it's not bullying.
I disagree because you could change poopy head to another word.
Well, yeah, and yes, a different word may be seen as harassment or bullying. If I called you the N-word repeatedly, that is racist. And there are laws against that. That is crossing the line. If you don't like being called a poopy head, then what do you... It seems that you're trying to say, well, some of it's okay, but there's certain words we mustn't say in certain amounts of time. Or so what you're trying to do is censor and limit free speech.
No, there's no free speech on a platform that's private. I don't know why that keeps coming up. There's no such thing as free speech on something that's not publicly owned.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
It is when Google has every intention and not obligation, but motivation to make speech as free as possible on their platform.
Choice, but that is not free speech when it is a privately owned enterprise.
Well, you're correct in a way. You're correct in a way. I mean, but Google tries to be like free speech because that's why people value it, right? So in a sense, it is like free speech.
Tomorrow.
Right. Technically, you're correct. Google can say, "Fuck you all, Art. I don't like you, Art. Get out of here." Or, "I don't like you, Michael. Get out of here. I don't want you on my platform." Yes, they could say that, but generally they defend the freedom of speech, even though they officially don't have to.
And
but they do because people value it.
Part is people go, "Wham! Well, they don't treat similarly situated people the same." Wham! Well, you know what? They don't, and they don't have to. And I even had to learn that the hard way. Stop. I even had to learn that the hard way about Google, and it sucks sometimes. Oh well.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of what you said.
They say, "Well, they don't treat similarly situated people the same." That's the truth.
I'm having trouble understanding your caricature.
I'm sorry, I won't do the caricature. They say, "Wow, they don't treat similarly situated people similarly."
Oh, okay.
What does that mean?
Yes. I'm sorry that is my English as well, but
No, it's not. It's actually it's a. Seth, can you help me out here? It's something that's American, where it is like what they do to decide whether something is discriminatory or not, and they look at people who are similarly situated outside of their race or sex or any protected case, and they say, are we treating them similarly? So it's treating similarly situated people similarly. If you are treating them different, it's discrimination, or it's bearing on their free speech, or it's other things.
My head just hurt. My head
I have the freedom to call you a poopy head if I want to. However, there are certain things that Google probably don't tolerate. If you look at the terms and conditions before you come into a hangout, nobody does. But that's pretty much, you can say pretty much what you like, but if something is then reported that is outside their guidelines, then you may well be removed.
That's my take.
Yeah.
Right. Sure.
We all can agree. Great. What else?
Right, but I don't get the point of it, but okay.
The point of what?
Well, of you saying that Google can kick anybody out if they want to do it.
We all know that anyway.
Yeah, I said that a few minutes ago, I think.
Yeah. But to say to people, you shouldn't do, this is bullying, that's bullying, well, as this hangout, since I've been in here, has probably shown we've all got different opinions on what bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, etc. is. So what do we do in that situation?
In my opinion, you got to let Google. If I try not, I'm sure I've crossed the line, but I've tried not to act that way. But if somebody were to report me, Google could get me, come down with the hammer on me, and I have to accept that.
Yes, but I mean, in the meantime,
I guess just You know, if somebody has someone blocked, then they're allowed to do that. If somebody, you know, wants to talk about people, they can definitely do that, but there may be repercussions on either side, so that's all.
Yeah, but we already know that anyway, so I was trying to find out what your point was.
My point was that it's bullying, potentially, but we should let Google decide. That's going to be the only...
Oh, we're now going to get in a situation where I could now think what you've just said to me could be bullying. So should we not do it until, just in case? That's my point.
Yeah, actually, you know what the definition of bullying is that I found on the Merriam-Webster dictionary is? It says, just a second, let me get back.
Basically exactly what I said earlier, but go ahead, Art.
No, that was a different one. The last one that I posted was from an article on the Psychology Today by actual psychologists who quoted a consensus about the definition on bullying. This one is from Merriam-Webster dictionary, and it says, bullying is use of superior strength or influence to intimidate someone, typically to force them to do something. Well, you know, telling someone that you should stop saying this or I will report you to Google can be considered bullying under that definition, right? Because you're influencing them and you're using your influence essentially of Google, right, to force them to do something or to stop doing something. So
I'm not using my influence.
yeah, I know you're not, but Michael am.
I wouldn't put that as bullying because there is also a whistleblower statute here in the States. I don't know if that's international or not, but you could go to the police and say, I'm going to report you if you don't stop. And the reason that wouldn't be bullying is because you're doing something potentially that could be against the law. So that'd be a whistleblower statute that would say against that. So I think there's exceptions to that definition, and why I don't think that's a strong one.
Exactly. Right. This is the point we're trying to make with you, is that you're suggesting that what you've said so far is pretty much that anything we say or anyone says in a hangout could be bullying or cyberbullying, depending on what the person who thinks they're being bullied or cyberbullied thinks. So on that basis, we should not say anything at all.
As long as it meets the threshold for bullying.
The threshold is subjective.
Exactly. Your idea of being bullied is different to mine. So what do we do?
It's Google's threshold. That's why I said it has to be left up to Google. It's not mine.
I know. So in that basis, if it's only left in the meantime, we've got to get through a hangout without bullying each other. And seeing as that this definition is subjective, we should not say anything in case someone gets upset.
I've already been bullied in this hangout. Thanks, Art.
Sorry. I'm going to be an asshole. Come on. We'll be friends.
Being talked about behind your back and someone saying something you don't particularly like is not bullying, especially if you're not there.
Right, and I don't get this point of, you know, appealing to Google, even though, yes, technically it is the authority here in a sense because it can remove us from this conversation, but I would say that we should talk about actual facts, right? Are we actually bullying Michael, or is she bullying us, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, who cares about what this corporation thinks we're doing is good for their business or not?
And we've had a split. I think some of it's bullying. You think some of it's not bullying. What's the point?
Exactly. That is our point. Exactly, Ermine. Is that in the meantime, while we're in a hangout, whose version of it do we abide by to make sure a hangout goes smoothly?
I just think that we all have a moral compass, and we should use it.
Right. Whose moral compass? So then we've got to decide whose morals are correct.
That's for you to decide.
No, it's not.
Mine are. It's mine.
The reality of it is,
all of you.
All the hail Jack.
I could say that on that basis we should stop all the Christians on YouTube, on Hangouts, because their views are that I'm probably going to go to hell. I find that extremely upsetting and insulting. Therefore, as we can't decide which, just get rid of all the Christians on Hangouts because their views.
Work for Google.
Well, exactly. This is my point. You don't seem to be getting it.
I don't understand what you don't get. My whole point is we can't decide that right now because we're all our panties in a ruffle. So we have to let an arbitrator or an ombudsman decide it.
No, because we're in a Hangout and
We have to
Google.
let
There's no
God
Google
decide.
person in the Hangout at the moment, is there?
No, there isn't.
No, exactly.
We have to let God decide.
Oh, which God? Can't agree on that one.
Can't agree. No, I
I say
say the
for-
flying spaghetti monster.
No,
I
no,
guess
no.
my whole point is that this, I'm being bullied because people have disagreed with the views I put out there. It's just nonsense.
That's your take.
But that's the prop. That's what's being said, isn't it? That's what's been said. Is that someone has said, here are my views on something. Here's my website that promotes my views. This is what I do for a living. Go and look at it if you disagree with me. People have gone to that website, disagreed, and said, we think those views are dangerous, etc. And then that person has gone, I don't like that. In a nutshell.
Yep, pretty much.
Dick breath.
Take breath.
That's bullying.
I'm sorry.
Jackie with a Y.
Yeah, if... Huh? Yeah. Bully.
See how boring it is?
How dare you?
Drama? How dare I? How dare I breathe?
Obama.
Sorry?
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, thank
I stole it from Seth, though.
That was brilliant. That cookie, has someone seen that cookie joke thing? That meme going around?
Yeah, I did. I actually brought that up. I thought
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's brilliant. The man's got a very
Am
good...
I allowed to keep making vitamin C jokes, or is that considered bullying? I'm just wondering.
It's fine, it's jokes. Like the same as yesterday. Christian Hillbilly and I disagreed last night in a hangout because he found out that I was a single parent and said, I pity your children. And I got a bit upset, and I shouldn't have done. But I'm not going to go report him to Google.
But that's somebody's right.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Okay.
I just said I wasn't going to do that because if we're going to go running around doing that, we might as well just shut down Hangouts altogether. It's censorship.
Saying that it's your right to report it to Google is like saying it's my right to report you to Google for saying that it's my right to report it to Google.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry.
It technically is, but it doesn't make any sense to say that.
The question is, I've been arguing, is it the right thing to do? On the flip side, you're saying I can talk to people any old kind of way, and it's my right to do it. Sure, it's your right to do it, but then it's your right to report somebody. The question on both ends, is it the right thing to do? Is it the right thing to talk about people any old kind of way? I'm not done yet, Art. And is it the right thing to report people to Google? I contend that it's only the right thing to do when you've asked people numerous times to do the right thing, and they won't.
Right, and then when that person says, stop talking about me after I've asked you to go and find out about me, and then that person insults you repeatedly for 40 minutes, and then they run off and report you to Google for saying you think that their opinion is wrong. What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean,
just pack up and go home now.
Okay, maybe we could just move on. Let's just fuck this. I'm actually open of making jokes about me if you want, Michael.
And me.
Yeah.
I love parody, satire, dealing with stuff with humour. But if someone calls me names, I might call them a name. I might get upset. It might be wrong. So what?
I'm really good at satire. Let me try it. Okay. Art's name is Dumb.
Sir, I bow to you.
Pom Jam's done a better one in the sidebar. That's lies. His name rhymes with fart.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Burn.
Can anyone clear up for me? Is raspberry British rhyming slang for fart?
Could be a raspberry tart. Could be.
It's not.
Because
It's
if that's the case, then wouldn't Richard Raspberry mean?
Raspberry's a cripple. Raspberry Ripple.
Oh yeah, raspberry. That's right. That's true. That's true. It's raspberry ripple. Yeah.
Wouldn't Richard Raspberry then mean Dick Fart?
I went with Dick Fart.
Well, Dick's just short for Richard, but raspberry. Yeah, it could, but that's not. But that's not Cockney rhyming slang. Then that's a different thing altogether.
Well, Richard is long for Dick, and Raspberry means fart. So.
But it's not rhyming slang there.
No, Richard.
Oh, sorry.
That bully people. I mean.
There are 38 people watching us duke it out right now.
We're not. Wow. We're duking it out, are we? I thought we were discussing. You bully. All right, that's it. Where's Google's address? Google.com.
I can't believe there are 38 people watching this. I'm a little embarrassed.
Wow, you guys don't get a life.
I was about to say that, but I was like, okay, that may be too much. But Jackie's like, oh, fuck you.
You're watching this.
Why
and you
would
don't have
they-
a girlfriend.
have
Go
a
buy
life?
flowers for your mom. Okay.
Why would they have a life just because they're watching us? It is
it was a joke.
It was a joke. I mean, calm down.
Good lord.
Stop bullying Jackie. I mean.
Yeah. Stop mishearing and getting the wrong impression.
You right now to Google.
Yeah. I'm doing it right now. Air means misheard twice now, Mr. Google, and she misrepresented, and she didn't get the joke. That's another report.
It's not about getting the joke. Is you clarified it. I asked a question. You clarified that. Was
Late now. I've reported it.
Air define clarify, please.
Fuck off, Art.
Oh right, that's it.
Now
Here we go. Another.
Now you have something worthy of reporting. I just told Art to have one. And now you have to take it.
Oh yeah. What's the address of Google?
That's two things I'm reporting Airmean for. One is telling Art to fuck off, and the other one, I think she put a little too much pepper in her potatoes yesterday. I didn't like that either. That really upset me.
You son of a bitch.
No, I thought you were going to complain about the olive oil, not the pepper.
Oh, no, you reminded me. I'll mention that as well. Hang on, Google. Not too much olive oil.
I mean, could you define fuck off, please? I'm sorry.
Now I'm going to say a double F off. With all force, and I'm going to probably put the C word behind it.
Oh. It's not Art's fault. It's the Germans are all like that.
Hey, that's misrepresenting me. I'm Russian. You son of a bitch. I'm going to report you. I'm reporting your time. Right? For fuck's sake.
Watch out! I have control room. I can do anyone out.
Are you in Germany or Russia,
I have control room. I can do anyone else out too.
Oh yeah, I'm actually.
On three, Jackie. On three, break.
No.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Ermi didn't kick us long time ago. I knew that she has the power.
I don't kick unless I see bullying. I'm telling you. Dick, vagina, breasts, any of that. I'm like, I'm not seeing it.
Well, you would have kicked Raw last night in your hangout then, because he kept telling everyone they were going to go to hell.
Raw.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't even there. I couldn't believe it.
Don't care. It's your hangout.
I
It's
know.
your responsibility.
I have to watch it. I have to go back and watch what
No,
was
it wasn't that. I mean, to be fair, he was the first person that someone muted him first, but then he muted the entire room one after another, which is quite funny.
I did.
And
I
then,
did that.
and then the funniest bit was he then ignored everybody in the room to the point where I think he ignored everybody, so he no one could hear what he was saying, and then I don't know whether that immediately ejected him or not. I don't know, but it was quite funny.
All I know is I came back and it just said mute, mute, mute. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. It got into one of those mute wars between him and several other people, but
I couldn't believe it. I was just like, I was gone for 30 minutes. How'd this happen?
he muted
Go ahead.
he muted the entire room while he shouted, "You're all going to go to hell," blah 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 blah.
I got to go back and watch. I actually liked Annabelle because I'd never met her before because she comments sometimes on stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
But I never had the chance to meet her. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, is
No,
Annabelle
I've known Annabelle for years in real life, but yeah, she's okay.
Oh, is Annabelle the friend of Sarah that went yesterday in a hangout?
No.
Oh.
Well, that was kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, you should consider giving the mod rights to someone when you leave. That's what Nadia does.
I did. I gave them to Nadia.
Oh, and she dozed off.
She went to sleep.
Oh, she went to sleep. Is that what happened?
I think no, she didn't. No, she didn't. To be
Oh.
fair, no, Nadia didn't go to sleep. But she just, well, she upset Tommy. I think Tommy Hall came in. That's when Ed Brayton left because he knew what was going to happen. Tommy and Raw came in, and then Tommy got very embarrassed because Nadia showed him her lube. And I think we weren't sure whether Tommy got extremely excited or whether he was embarrassed. And then he kept mentioning butt sex, and we discussed that for a while. He got upset, he got embarrassed and left, or excited, I'm not sure.
Were you listening when we were talking about sex earlier today in the hangout? Mark?
No, I wasn't. No.
Oh, Christian Hillbilly was in here, and we were talking about like lube and anal and everything, like homosexual sex and all of that. Sex before marriage, and he had to leave. He couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I think
it was really funny.
He left right after Nadia asked a question. So, did anyone had experience with damage from anal sex?
Oh God!
That's when he left it. Oh yeah, I mean, Nadia is very nice. She's very shy of kicking people and muting them. You should maybe give it to someone else as well, not just Nadia.
Well, I asked everybody in the room, and Nadia was like, "I'll be here," so I gave it to Nadia. Nobody else said anything.
No,
it was fine. It wasn't anything that hasn't happened in other hangouts, but a lot worse. It was just Raw. That's what Raw does. He comes in, he's nice for 2 minutes, and then he just wants to tell everybody how bad of a person they are, and they're going to hell. And if they disagree.
Yeah, I mean, Raw is a nice guy generally when you're talking about normal stuff, but when it comes to theology, religion, he's like he's blunt as hell.
Yeah, fire and brimstone. And if it's a woman, he says, "Shut up, woman."
No, yeah.
No, I've never heard that.
Oh, he does. I've told him. He's done it. I mean, he's probably reporting me to Google right now because I'm talking about him when he's not here. But I've seen him in multiple hangouts tell women to know their place and shut up, woman, and you're behind me, and that sort of thing.
I'd be in big trouble.
Well,
I've never seen it, so I can't speak to it.
Well, yeah. You probably obviously some of us have been lucky enough to witness it for a long time. But
lucky us.
Yeah, lucky us. And then Tommy will try and steer things onto evolution and tell you that atheists believe everything's dumb luck. I mean, how many times have I heard that?
Can I ask a question to Jackie? I'd be interested in this. I'm going to give you my perspective, and then I like to ask the position where you are. There are Bible verses. There are Bible verses which kind of communicate a woman's role as well as a man's. And I don't have an issue that I'm not to preach to men. And I know where my place is in a relationship. If there is a tie, if there's a decision that needs to be made between my husband and myself, if I were married, I'm not, and I'm okay with the fact that he's the ultimate decision maker. Where do you stand?
I stand in the fact that everyone's relationship is up to them. If you're okay with your husband having the final decision, that's between you two. Personally, for me, I'd say probably Kevin and I would, if we had to make a decision, I think we would talk it out until we can make like some type of agreement. Neither one of us is like the final authority. I think I don't believe in the men having the final authority necessarily. I think it comes down to I think it also comes down to there's going to be someone in a relationship who's slightly more dominant, even if you do try to make a relationship equal. And they might have a little more say on decisions and not to easily be I mean, if we're talking about a heterosexual couple, that could be the female. It's really up to how that couple wants to go about doing things. It's not up to me to tell you, oh, hey, you're giving in to the patriarchy when you're letting your husband make the final decision. It's not up to me to say that.
And that's not what I'm saying. I assume that everybody, gets out of everyone's relationships. I'm more interested what they think for their relationship. And guys, you can weigh in too. I just wanted Jackie's opinion.
My relationship, Kevin and I are equal. Or we at least try to be as equal as possible. I think in terms of, okay, let me revise what I said earlier a little bit. I think in terms of decision making, we recognize that between the two of us, there are some types of decisions that one or the other of us are better off making. Let's say one of us is better at finances, then maybe we'll tend to let that person make more of the financial decisions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'm crystal clear. Like, I can go make a decision, but you know what? I'm giving the percentage of it to my guy, and I already know the guy that's ideal for me is going to be good at finances and is going to be more organized than I am. Because I'm not organized, and I can make money, but I can sure as heck spend it too. So, like, I got that. I mean, like, it's one of those decisions, somebody gets a job, right? And you have a comfortable job. But at the end of the day, if the guy's like, we're moving for my job, guess what? I'll be comfortable being like, it would suck a little bit, but that's kind of the relationship I entered into. Okay, we're moving for your job.
Oh God, I don't think if I had a career, because I'm an animator, I'm a 3D modeler. If I was like working at Pixar or something, and Kevin and I ended up in the Bay Area, I don't think he would. If he was telling me I had to move away from that for his job, there would be a serious break in the relationship. I don't think I can do that.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I don't. The reason I don't have an issue with it is because it'd be like, great, we're moving for your job, and you're now paying all the bills, and I get to stay home then. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess it really depends on the situation. For me, it's very dependent on what I'm doing. I mean, if I didn't have a job, then great, we're moving, awesome. But if I had, like, let's say, I have family in the area and I felt more comfortable staying with family, I have a feeling that Kevin would actually respect my decision. I don't know. I think we would sit down and we would weigh the pros and cons, and we would come up with a decision between us. It's very dependent on what's going on.
Well, what about the guys in this room? Do you expect your lady to follow suit, or like, are you more like Jackie?
No, when I was married, it was just equal. We discussed things and made the best decision. Whether that was my wife that came up with the idea or me, it didn't. There was certainly no, well, I'm the man, I make the final decision, or there was no head of the household and all that nonsense. In fact, I didn't like to see my wife cooking and cleaning. Well, I got a cleaner to do the cleaning, come in once a week and help out with it. But we shared. Yeah, but because I'd rather spend the time or together rather than, doing chores, or both of us doing chores all day and not spending a weekend together. And the same with cooking, which we swapped. We shared the cooking, everything.
See, I tell guys, get out of my kitchen.
I think I'm pretty liberal. Sometimes I don't even get angry with her when my dinner's an hour late. So.
But I don't have a choice. It's important for. I mean, I think my son knows how to cook and clean, and because it's important, he's going to need to. That's just part of a life skill. Not, I wouldn't say, well, don't worry, you'll meet a woman that will do all that for you. The same as like if my daughter, I don't tell my daughter to sit around and wait for a man to provide everything for her. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think when I move in with Kevin this summer, all of the chores are gonna be split. If I'm better at doing dishes than he is, then I'm gonna do the dishes.
Yes,
if he's
I
better
agree.
at vacuuming than I am, then he's gonna do
I
the
agree entirely.
vacuuming.
Yeah. I mean, if my wife was better at repairing the car and I was really good at the ironing, then that's what you do
We
things
get
to your own strengths.
We get it, Jack. You're in a loving relationship and we're not. Stop bullying.
Fuck you all.
For me, because I already know there's things I like to do, there's things I don't like to do, but I'd rather find a guy who is okay with the fact that I suck at cleaning. And I'd rather find a guy who we're both comfortable with the fact that we need to be Christians or whatever the situation is. And with that, like, there's some things that are just aligned, and me feel comfortable with, like, dude, I hate cleaning. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I just don't agree in this. A woman's role is this, or a man's role is that. I don't believe in any of that. I believe women should get paid equally if they do the same job as a man. But there are some things men are better at. For other reasons. Say, I don't know, there was a thing in the UK a little while ago about a female firefighter who complained about the fact that I think she couldn't do the job as well. She couldn't lift the same sort of weight as some of her male colleagues because she was quite petite. And she tried to sue the fire service because they said, well, you can't do that job and you can't do that job because she wasn't physically capable of doing it.
Yeah, I've heard the opposite side on the firefighter.
Yeah, it works both,
Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting one for me because I get frustrated sometimes when women are like, no, well, you should have it equal in the household. Fuck you. That's just not. I'm okay with the fact that there's certain things that I'm okay with him deciding.
Yeah, but that's a bit different to him saying. That's different to your husband, your partner telling you, I will make the financial decisions, you will do the cleaning, I will do the DIY, and I will do the driving. That's a different thing altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, if it's like if you and your husband are consensual in the fact that he has some roles that. And he has his roles and you have your roles, then I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, I know a lot of women who get on other women's cases when they see that those women are totally fine with being the housewife, the one who cooks and cleans, and I don't see a problem with that.
I think the problem comes when someone says, I will do that because I'm the man and that's my role. That's the difference, isn't it? It's saying you're the woman, so all you're good for is cooking, cleaning, and washing. I'm the man. That's wrong.
The guy came to me and was like, I'm the man, and I'm going to make the bacon. I am going to make the key decisions. I don't know what the manly role is. The sad thing is, because I've been a single mom and have done both of the roles, I'm okay with a man manning up. You want to play that role?
See, I disagree with that phrase, manning up.
Yeah, I do too.
Because that suggests that the man is a stronger one.
Yeah, Ermine actually also said the words panties in a bunch earlier, and I would also, that kind of makes me cringe a little bit.
Well, man can wear panties. No, I'm just kidding. I guess where I'm standing with it is, I'm okay. I know that type of language is like frustrating, but just from my perspective, I don't know how to take it, but I'm exhausted. And if somebody wants to play that role, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so I mean the man up thing in particular, it gets and sticks in my throat a bit in relation to when kids are told. My son has been told that at school when he's man up when he's been bullied, or that because you're a man you should somehow be not sensitive or put up with crap because you're a man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put
Yeah,
away.
it's like, only girls cry. No, boys can cry too. Let them be emotional. Let them.
I hear what you're saying, but what I meant by it was like the definition from a Christian standpoint of how men are supposed to be in relationship and how women are supposed to be. That's all I meant.
Yeah, like the kind of relationship Jesus was in.
So anyway,
I like that. Was great. That was. I mean, Seth has said 3 lines, and that's all. That was brilliant.
So I don't want to change the subject, but I think it needs to be said. Somebody found a a previously unreleased interview with Hitchens, about 48 minutes long. Questions are in Italian, but Hitch answers in English. Thought you guys might want to check that out. It's linked in the side chat.
Yeah, I started to watch it. I've got it on my watch later. I started to watch some of it. It's very, very, very good.
who's just for grins?
Hello.
Why?
Just stopped in. Heard what you guys were saying for a while. Seemed pretty interesting. I definitely agree. If I could chime in on the previous conversation, that men and women should be equals in their relationship. And as well, you guys were talking about equal pay. I'm totally on board with equal pay.
Yep.
I have 2 women/feminism jokes that I don't know if I should tell now.
Go for it. I was thinking of a
Oh,
couple.
go for it. Yeah.
Okay. So how many feminists? I'll ask Mark. Mark, how many feminists does it take to screw in a light bulb? That's not funny.
Why?
Thank you.
Wow.
Why have they
Thanks
never
for
sent?
bullying me.
Why did NASA never send a woman to the moon?
I have no idea.
It doesn't need cleaning.
Oh.
Mark, I don't really know how, as a liberal, I'm not sure how I should feel about abortion. I'm all about the idea of killing babies. I'm just not sure we should give women the choice.
And so why do brides wear white?
I don't know why.
So that they match the appliances.
Oh.
And that's the same.
That's not very modern anymore, then.
I know.
No, it's true. Yeah,
my friend knocks on my door at like 2:00 in the morning the other day. He's like, Seth, you gotta hide me. You gotta hide me. I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, I've gotta hide. I'm like, what's going on? And he said, well, all right, don't tell anyone. The cops can't find me. I ran over my girlfriend. And I said, well, why were you driving in the kitchen?
The other one is not. I don't agree with all these, by the way. Pom Jam saying he's going to mute me. They're just jokes. I don't agree with him in any way. Why have women got smaller feet than men?
So they could stand closer to
the sink. Yeah.
I think these are only acceptable because they're so unrealistic and ridiculous. These are obviously not things that me and Mark believe.
Yeah. I don't subscribe to that at all. Because women shouldn't just be near the sink; it should be the fridge and the washing machine and.
So I'll leave in the field a little bit. Why do women like it on top? Because men are only good at screwing up.
Oh, very, very, very good. There's the one about the is it the husband and wife are out on the balcony drinking. There's a bottle of wine on the table and it's sunset, and they're both looking out towards the sunset, and it's really fantastic. And the wife sighs and says out loud, "I really love you." And the husband says, "Oh, I bet that's the wine talking though, isn't it?" She said, "No, it's me talking to the wine."
Oh.
Why do married men live die before their wives
I don't know why.
I have an idea.
because they want to.
Oh. These are bad. Yeah, he wants.
And here, folks, is one of the main reasons why Seth and I are single.
I'm not single.
Oh, you're not single? Oh, it's just me then.
No, my significant other's working today, so.
On Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Oh, of course, it's earlier. Isn't it?
Seth, what'd you do for her that was romantic, or what did you do?
Nothing yet. We're gonna spend next weekend together and use that as our Valentine's Day weekend. A couple weeks ago I sent her Sherry's berries for no particular reason.
Oh.
My significant other is 1,000 miles away.
I got flowers and a very nice, thoughtful card.
Oh, and I would be
Aw.
remiss if I didn't also mention that she sent me Pocky a couple of days ago, a big package of Pocky.
What did you get for your partner, Ermine?
I didn't get him anything.
You didn't get him anything. But Valentine's is a two-way thing, is it not?
I actually let him know that I have a tax bill to pay this year, and I'm trying to cover whatever, but I've done nice stuff for him throughout the year. He is totally appreciative. He knows what I've done.
I can't hear anything you're saying. There's an echo and...
Sorry, I'm in the kitchen. I've done a lot of nice stuff for him this past year, and he's totally appreciative and totally understands.
Yeah, but isn't the whole point of Valentine's that you buy each other something or show each other a token of...
I've shown him that throughout the year, and he totally understands.
Speaking of, feminism and equality, I can't pronounce this lady, but holy crap, what a kick-ass sniper. She's a Soviet sniper in World War II.
Oh, is that Lyudmila Pavlichenko?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Soviets had really badass women during the war.
There's also a Kurdish army of women who are fighting ISIS. There's a whole special forces of women.
You're talking about a specific unit of Peshmerga?
I'm not familiar with that term, but there is an all-female force that's Kurdish, and they're attacking ISIS.
Yeah, the Kurdish fighters are called, I guess their army or fighting force is called the Peshmerga.
Okay. I just don't remember what they're called.
Yeah, they're pretty badass too.
I like in the comments, someone called Victor Vivin has said, I usually make the final decision only because it's impressed upon me by my wife, but my final decision is just my best guess at what she wants.
That was pretty good. I agree.
Very good.
The title of this hangout is Unhappy Valentine's #2. And so it suggests all of these, I don't know if you're looking at this, but it suggests all of these videos that should be associated. Valentine's Day roasted. If the Valentine's Day doesn't depress you, this sure as hell will. There's some great videos to watch based on this. They call it Happy Valentine / Unhappy Singles Awareness Day. That's pretty good.
That's another thing, that just because people are single on Valentine's Day, that somehow makes them lonely or sad or just weird.
Yeah, that's usually the case. It was very nice to get a present this year. I'm sorry.
That's not the case though. I mean, I'm quite happy being single. I'm not unhappy because it's just conditioning again, isn't it? That if you haven't got a partner on Valentine's Day, there's obviously
Yeah.
you're lacking in some way. Or
Mark, I was a lot like you. Like, I don't know your situation because wait, actually, you did say you were married at one point. I've never been married, right? So for the longest time, I'd be like, I'm happily single. Now that I'm finally to a place in my life where I would like to get married, I'm not happily single, right? So I think it's just a different. Each of us have our perspectives.
I didn't mean you particularly. I just said this general conditioning that, you know, things like that. Oh, and things for unhappy Valentines. Well, just because people are single on Valentine's Day doesn't make them unhappy.
Right, that's true.
Or lonely or sad.
I'm not sure if that's that exists. I'm not sure if it's conditioning or if it's just fear of missing out.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, it's similar at Christmas, though, isn't it? People, you shouldn't be alone at Christmas. Why not? Quite happy.
Yeah, I used to feel really weird, like, you know, if I wanted to go out to eat something, sitting down in a restaurant by myself. That used to be weird to me, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to the cinema on my own. I've been to a restaurant on my own. I've been on holiday on my own before now.
I love going on holiday on my own. Oh my gosh.
It's the same as being a single parent and being a man. People treat you differently. I don't do anything different than single women do.
And then treat you like Mr. Mom.
Yeah, and it's like there's something wrong with, you know. Well, I wonder what happened in his marriage then, because why is it any different? I'm no different to a single female parent. I don't do anything differently.
What's funny about the single women's group, and Adam brought this up, but we actually like single dads. Like, we actually like dads that come in. Of course, there are those single or those mommy groups that don't like dads, and I'm like, whatever. But it's so amazing to see a dad doing the role that I'm absolutely like, I'm like praising him as opposed to like what happened in your marriage. I don't care. I'm like, if anything, I would be the worst thing I could possibly say, or at least think, and it probably wouldn't think it is, man, that must have been a really bad mom. I've heard women say that before.
Yeah, but what's amazing?
Because that's an amazing guy.
It's no less amazing than a single mother.
Yeah, but I think
no more amazing.
The courts have usually given the rights to the mom to take care of the kid. So the fact that a guy is like again, this to me is manning up. Like, to me, I don't know why. It's just more because it's rare. It's more rare that I'm like, wow, what a great dad.
Yeah, but it's more rare because the courts were always biased, and because going back, it was the women or the wife that was normally the one that didn't work and was at home. So a man couldn't possibly have custody of his children because he had to go out to work. So the courts automatically gave custody of the children to the woman who was the one that was staying at home looking after them anyway and could look after them. And that attitude has never changed. But now women go out to work, and so men are their employers give them more time to have the same family rights, etc., as they used to give to married women, and so that's why situations are changing. It's what's best for the children, not just because you're the father or the mother.
I agree.
So I get it. Again, it goes back to that. You're a single father. What you mean? You cook and clean and you care for your children. That's fantastic. What's fantastic about it? It's no different to a mother, but only because we're conditioned that the woman is the one that looks after the children, as if a man isn't capable or something.
It's not a capable. I think the mindset in mine is most men wouldn't. They don't have the guts to. They don't have the balls to. They don't like that.
I think that's like society that kind of tries to tell you that.
Yeah, it's society that's given them that idea, because society has always said, the man does the manly things and goes out to work and fixes the car and puts up the shelves and makes the furniture. The woman does the cooking and the cleaning and the picking flowers and wears all this sugar and spice and all things. That's what we've been conditioned to accept. and anything other than that is seen as a bit odd, and it's not.
I don't think it's odd. I think it's still remarkable.
What's remarkable about the fact that I love my kids and I look after them and I cook and clean? What's remarkable about that? Or any man, not just me.
A lot of people that wouldn't. That's why.
Yeah, because they've been conditioned by society because they've been told that's their role. You don't show your feelings as a man. You're not sensitive. You don't think about your children's needs. You're supposed to be manly and not cry and not be sensitive, and so you're supposed to show this hardened, uncaring attitude and go out and do the hard work in the snow and the rain while that's what we've been told for too long. That's the problem.
Well, I don't think there's a problem with thinking that a single parent is a hard feeder, but this idea of like the single dad being better than a single mom, I definitely have a problem with.
Yeah, they're no different. They're exactly the same.
I don't think they're exactly the same. They're not. Because the difference is, because we know those things from a societal view, single moms can't appreciate how much harder it must be for single dads. That's what
Why?
it is.
Why is it so much harder? That's the problem. In thinking
the perception of it is that guys are supposed to do this and girls are supposed to do that. So
exactly.
Understanding that society's perspective or perception, then we understand why it's remarkable, because we're going against that perception.
Yeah, you got to overcome that. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, overcome that problem. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, there are a lot of, and I used to, when I was first a single parent, I used to go to sort of, like you said about some of the single parent groups you get sometimes to meet, just to have and it was just bizarre. It was like walking. It was like the film when you walk in. You walk into a bar and the whole bar just stops.
It looks at. That's exactly it. We're all like, whoa.
Yeah, and I kept looking up occasionally, and they'd all be staring at me.
And what we really want to say is, come sit by me. You know what I mean? Tell us your.
Oh yeah, there was a bit of that as well. It was like, so how long have you been single? Have you got a girlfriend? What? Hey?
Well, no, not hitting on you necessarily, but there'd be that too. Don't.
Oh yeah, a bit of that. Yeah.
Yeah, but some of it would just be like, you really want to hear the person's story and stuff. And then the first assumption you make, oh, his wife must have died.
Or yeah, or either that, or he was such an absolute bastard, she must have left.
No, because women don't think that women are going to leave their kid with the ex. No. If you have like custody, that means you're a good guy.
Exactly.
Well, tell Michael Ann that.
It always comes back. Oh my God.
I couldn't help it.
She walked.
I am a good guy.
I didn't even walk.
I guess her browser crashed, and she said she's gonna try to come back in when the hangout's full.
Yeah, but yeah, that's right. Yeah. It was fun. It used to be fun going to them. I don't go to them anymore, but I used to go to a few. It was certainly an eye opener. And they'd always be embarrassed asking you, "Do you have a recipe for a sponge cake?" Stuff like that.
That's great. I never asked those questions when the guy would walk in. Right. I should have, but I didn't.
And they do ask you whether are you any good at putting shelves up.
It's so true. That's exactly what I was asking the guy. So I have this problem with my disposal. Do you know what it could be?
Yeah. Is it? And my car's making this funny knocking noise.
Yes, that's exactly it. That was what the guy would get. Totally. Yeah. Oh my God.
What I know about cars, you could write on the back of a stamp.
And there was some times where the guy'd be like, huh? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Automatically, you must know what to do about cars.
Yeah.
And mountaineering and stuff.
Oh, those are funny. Not Mary.
So, I'm gonna report you, Mark.
Sorry, say again, Jackie?
I'm reporting you for what you said about Michael Ann.
That's okay. I've reported you 6 times already.
Oh, well, I've reported you 11 times, so take that.
Okay,
Oh,
I did exactly the same thing times infinity, so I win.
That's just bullying. Just being childish now, Art.
Well-
That's bullying.
Well, I did it infinity plus 1, so...
Oh, fuck. Okay, I did infinity plus infinity
yeah.
plus infinity plus infinity for infinity. Times infinity.
Well,
I can show you the math.
I did infinity to infinity power.
Infinity of times. Mm-hmm. My brother and I, we had a number that was bigger than infinity. It was called Odakindillion.
Oh, you're just all poopy heads. I'm reporting all of you. So there.
Okay, now we can honestly say we're being childish.
But you know one thing's very, very true. If you take enough vitamin C, you'll quit being poopy heads.
Yeah, you'll be poopy bottoms instead. It's true. That much vitamin C gives you diarrhea. So you'd feel healthy, but you'd shit yourself.
That's flushing all the toxins out, right? And you're just getting rid of all the bad stuff?
Yeah, like your intestines and your kidneys.
Yeah, I heard that was bad for you somewhere.
Oh my gosh, Nadia has flowers. Who gave Nadia flowers?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
we don't
it's
know.
anonymous. We don't know.
What? When you say anonymous, do you mean the group that wear those Guy Fawkes masks and do hacking?
No, I mean
Oh,
actually anonymous. Like,
Well, the anonymous are actually anonymous too.
oh, no.
The creepiest bit is that Nadia woke up and they were there.
And wasn't that your teleportation or whoever had that? What was it called again, Jackie? Where your soul could just move wherever and you could carry.
Oh, astral projection.
Astral projection, but you.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Simon.
Hey, Simon.
Oh, Simon.
Dude, you missed out on so much fun.
We need a Simon Says today. Okay, here.
I've just seen a comment by Sausage Simon in the comments. He says, I'm single now on Valentine's night. I just left my girlfriend in the restaurant with the bill, but I did pay for my taxi home.
No way.
That's awesome.
I think he's joking there.
Oh, I hope so.
I hope for the sake of humanity that
if he's not, he definitely is single.
And will be, for the rest of his life, he will be single. If he actually did that. So, Simon, what does Simon say today?
Simon says today that the idea of love conquers all.
Oh, the idea of love.
Okay, I'm hiding you from broadcast, Simon. That is too easy.
Oh, Art.
I'm kidding.
I only in this room would it be the idea of love versus love conquers all. That's what I laugh at.
Well, you're in a philosophical circle. I mean, can you define what love is, first of all?
Fuck off.
It's just a bunch of chemical reactions, Art. Shut up.
It's a personal relationship between me and someone very special, myself.
Or your left hand.
So I was thinking that.
I leave these things open for interpretation.
What if you're ambidextrous?
Well, then it's much more like having a threesome. Or if you sit on your hand till it goes numb, it feels like someone else is doing it.
have to remember that
Stranger,
one.
right?
So I'm told.
That's what it's called. It's the Stranger. I think I read that somewhere. Or it might have been Family Guy that said that.
I have to remember that for both comedic purposes and practical uses.
Oh gosh, that is classic.
Right, well, my job here is done. I shall now go.
Bravo, Simon.
What was the subject before I came in, anyway?
It was.
Michael Ann.
No, it wasn't. It was.
No, it was how much we hate you, Simon. I'm just kidding.
How many people?
It's
Okay,
not-
hands up, everybody. Who hates me? Oh, nobody.
Well, dude, I'm holding a hammer, dude. That should tell you something.
That doesn't count.
I don't think there's anybody that hates you, Simon.
No one hates you. The only rule in here is you can't speak about anyone that's not in the room.
Oh, shit. What happens if you're not actually on this planet?
Simon, shit is not here, okay? Leave him out of this conversation.
I was thinking about Jesus. Can I talk about Jesus?
No.
Oh, yeah, he's not here.
He is. He's here all the time. He's omnipotent. Don't be stupid.
Well, actually, yeah, that's right. Good point.
Oh, dear.
So you can talk about him because he is here technically.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, with the whole omniscience thing, I mean, I've heard kind of, jokes / arguments against this, because if you're going to say that God, like Jesus is everywhere, then he kind of has to be in hell.
Sorry.
And in your toilet, and when you're
Up your ass.
Yep, up your I know it's.
Sorry, I did
it's
say
a joke.
omnipotent, didn't I? I meant omnipresent. Sorry.
Omnipresent.
We used to sing this song in church. Can I sing it to you guys? Just kidding.
Oh, please do. Go ahead.
All right. For the Lord our God is mighty. For the Lord our God is omnipotent. For the Lord our God, He is wonderful. All praises be to the King of Kings and the Lord our God. He is wonderful. And it would repeat. But the whole point is that's how I learned what omnipotent meant.
That is awesome.
I got it longest I've ever said to make one statement. But
Oh, I've got one. I've got one. Here we go. Here, I've got one. I said a
Let's
hip.
do one. I'm doing one.
Hippy dippy hip hip hoppy, you don't stop. Rock it up, baby. Boogie bang bang, the boogie to the boogie to be.
What? Oh, sorry.
Very good, Christian.
Which verse of the Bible is that?
Yeah. That's the Sugar Hill version.
Billy chapter 1 verse 3.
I was going to say it sounded like most of it.
The Sugar Hill version.
It jumps around a lot.
Can I make an observation? Christian Hillbilly's icon in your camera is like almost completely orange. Are you drowning in vitamin C?
I thought about that earlier, and I thought I'm not going to say that because it's not unfair.
Yeah, leave it to Jackie to be jackass.
Yeah.
Then all the vitamin C you can get it, and if
Guys, I don't.
It comes to my chin.
Oh my God.
The person you thought would be the least person to be a bully just said it.
Yeah, Jackie, you're on fire
I
today.
think it's okay to make vitamin C jokes. I'm just not gonna attach Michael Ann's name to it.
Right, we were making fun of the idea.
You just did.
Yeah, well. Oh, not your left. Oh, shit.
That's.
Uh-oh.
He was tired of the bullying.
Right. Nice try, Armin. Nice try. Oh, she's
there
back.
we go.
Did it?
It was-
Hi, Nadia.
It was the Queen James Bible.
Queen James Bible. You like your flowers, Nadia?
Yeah, I wish they left a card.
They didn't leave a card? I got the best.
What? Oh, you guys, it'd be hilarious if on that card it said God.
Nadia, I just got one question, Nadia. Did I spell anonymous right?
A lady doesn't.
Awesome if it said that. I'd even love it better if it was the specific God, as in Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Or it might say on the card, you don't get these in hell.
Whoa.
And that way you'd know they were from Raw.
I was trying to think of a Black Sabbath song I could sing back in response.
Black Sabbath.
Yeah, or something like that. I was actually
Can you sing
thinking
it?
that. Go on.
Can you sing it backwards? 'Cause that way it'd be more satanic.
It's not you small. No. That's official.
Hail Satan.
I wrote that.
Just saying.
I wrote that. Oh. She got home. The hooker got home. That's good.
Oh, Simon, you're kind of quiet. Can you go closer to the mic or something?
That's alright, I was making jokes.
Oh, okay.
It shouldn't be repeated in front of the ladies.
I'm reporting you. It's not allowed.
Even though we didn't hear the jokes, we're still going to report you.
Oh, you theorists, you're all the same.
I want to know what you guys say about me when I'm gone. Besides the I already know that one.
We call you.
There's hours and hours and hours of stuff about you.
Yeah. And when we refer to you, we call you Hermine on purpose.
We actually call you. We call you her our mini.
Her are mini.
I think the most annoying one would be Hermione.
He are mini.
Hermione.
Oh no, I got called so many different names as a kid. I was like, are you serious, dude? Did you guys
lovely name.
see?
You guys know? Lovely name.
You know, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's a lovely name.
Thank you. Do you know who Kia and Peel? No, Key and Peel are. What is it? Key and...
The dudes on Comedy Central?
Yes.
Hi.
What are
Yeah.
they? Okay, but they do this funny one called Substitute Teacher, where the guy goes in and he's calling roll, and there's nothing but, you know, typical.
Oh, I've seen that. It's like white names, but he pronounces them like black names.
Yes.
He's like so confused. That's hilarious.
Talk to is Aaron here? Aaron. It was so funny. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's great.
Rowan Atkinson does a similar one in relation to boys in public school, I think. Very funny.
I got a friend of mine that drives the bus for the Jefferson County, Kentucky juvenile system, and he takes kids back and forth, and I kid you not, he had two kids. They were brothers, and one of the kids' name was Your Highness, and the other one was Your Majesty.
Oh no!
Your Highness and Your Majesty.
Did I do that one with you guys yet? How do you say that name? If you know it, don't answer, please. How do you say that name? But if you know it, don't answer.
How do you say it? I
No,
would
go
say
ahead.
Oh, yeah. I know it. I know it, yeah. I lost faith in humanity because of it. Thank you, Ernie, by the way.
This is one of my friend Kim. It's one of her friends, and she named her kid this.
Leah.
Okay. What? Any other guesses?
Is that an L or an I?
Oh, that's it. Here's better.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking.
I'm confused.
Leah.
Leah. What else?
Le-a.
La. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. It's like the French le.
Lee. Okay. I kid you not. You ain't gonna believe this.
No.
Ladasha. Ladasha.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Someone is incredibly mad in this world.
Get mad.
Extremely,
People couldn't pronounce it
extremely
right.
I was
sadistic.
going to say La Hyphener, but I thought that'd be stupid. But I wasn't far off.
You weren't.
Was that Michael Ann's daughter?
Oh, come on.
Okay. That is kind of, yeah. Come Come on.
I better go before I get rode up.
Careful with all that vitamin C.
I went to school with a girl called Kerry Hunt.
Well, that's not as bad as Mike Hunt.
Is that a bad thing, Wisdom? Is that a reference to something?
Well, if you swap the
I
H
can't
and
find-
the K over,
Oh,
you
cunt.
get hairy.
I can't find the reference, but there was somewhere in the whole bad baby names discussion. It was like the brother and sister. His names were like male and female.
What?
Literally.
Unbelievable. I mean, I know that in England there's a pair of sportsmen. They're footballers. They're brothers called Gary and Philip Neville. Their father is called Neville. When how disinterested did his parents need to be to call him Neville?
There's a woman in Florida named Crystal Metheny.
About the Neville one, though, but you know he got his parents back by having 2 footballers as kids. That's pretty awesome.
There was an athlete in the Commonwealth Games recently. It was called Kim You Suck.
Mm-mm.
I think it's a javelin thrower, but that's true name. That's real name. I mean, how
Where was
parents saying you suck? I know I suck. I'm
Well, was
trying.
that an Asian woman's name? Or that was a white?
It is Asian woman. Yeah.
So, yeah, because I've heard of an Asian person's name and their name was fuck you, but it's not spelled that, obviously. It's like PHO and then FKU or something. I mean, FUK.
Yeah.
Wow.
The question isn't whether I suck, but how well I do it.
Could have been worse. They could have been called suck fuck. Sorry. You suck fuck.
I think suck at fuck would be worse.
Oh, kids, both kids, yeah. Suck and fuck Neville.
Yeah, I'll put it in the sidebar just to show that it is real. It was I think it was a javelin thrower. There you go. Or a pole vaulter. It's a pole vaulter. A male pole vaulter.
Kim You Suck?
Yeah, that's his real name. It was in the Olympics.
I gotta tell you, he's kind of hot, though. Terrible name.
That's Korean, so they don't even like know what that really means. I mean, they can. Most Koreans probably do speak English, to be honest, but I don't know. That's first of all his last name, so there's not much they can do about that.
No.
Well, boyfriend calling, gotta go. Bye, guys.
Skype time.
See you later. I'm looking at there's the 10 most unfortunate personal names for their job. There's a guy that works for a travel company and he's called Chew Cock.
Why is that bad for a travel company? I think that'd just be bad, period.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What's got to do with his job?
Yeah, that was his wife's name, by the way.
And there's a company called Sullivan and Cromwell who are lawyers, and one of their employees is called Sue Yu.
That sucks.
What, for a lawyer? Yeah, I suppose. It's spelled Y-O-O. And there is Mid-Florida Primary Care, General Surgery, and his name's Ted Cadaver.
Oh. That's terrible. I changed my name.
Another one called Miami Endodontist, whatever that means. And his name's Dr. Melvin Boner.
Oh.
There's another one who's a urologist in Taos, wherever that is, and his name's Alden Cockburn. Not bad
Yes,
for
I know a few Cockburns myself.
There's a guy in the States who's a meat manager, and his name's Brad Slaughter.
It's fun after parties. Any more? Come on. I know you
There's a
troglodytes on
political
us. Smack 'em out.
FWG, a political party, and their candidate was called Oliver Loser.
That's pretty funny.
And there is a judge in do with, I think it's either horses or dog. It might be dogs. His name's Willie Stroker. Is this true? Is there a baseball team called the Detroit Tigers? It's saying they used to have a player called Rusty Kuntz. I presume it was pronounced Kuntz, but it's Kuntz.
K-U-N. Oh.
I'll put it in the sidebar, but I don't know whether it's a real player, but it looks like he was in the 70s or 80s.
Oh, it's so annoying.
It's probably supposed to be pronounced Kuntz, but just to avoid, if anything, just to avoid the association. But yeah. Damn. That's one of the troubles with all this. I have no idea whether I'm hot flashing or hypoglycemic.
That reminds me of that Star Trek episode, Troubles with Tribbles. How can you trust it?
The Tribbles, the little furry thing.
Yeah. Nadia, don't you have something to trust it?
Somehow I know about that, even though it's Star Trek.
Yeah.
I know they're like gerbils.
Yeah. But do you have something to test your hypoglycemia? Or your, I'm sorry. You know what I mean, your sugar.
I'm out of strips.
Why do guys watch freaking all-star basketball games and stuff? It's not even a game tonight. It's all just like the stupid prep stuff. Nadia left?
I think she's having internet trouble.
Yeah, I think you're right, Palm Jam. It's testosterone, but it sucks.
That's probably not the best phrase to use right there, actually, Emmy. It's kind of fun. It's fun. Testosterone stuff. Stop your mind working. It's like a really pucker drug that you can have just by thinking about it. I can't hear you, I mean.
That's because I didn't want to say sucks again as I thought about it.
Well done. My job here is complete.
Right, yes.
I'm referring to men's penises.
I'm trying to think. No, it's just frustrating because I wanted to chat, but I guess we'll chat tonight. But I have Bible study tonight. So.
Tonight?
Yeah.
It's Valentine's
Bible
night.
study on Valentine's Day?
Oh, gosh, of course.
Jesus is strict, isn't he? I didn't realise he was such a demanding lover.
It's not. Oh,
Jesus expects a lot, apparently.
say lover. Is it like in that way?
Well, I didn't mean that way either. I meant spiritually. Spiritually.
I'm just giving you grief after. Don't say cock with.
I don't say cock, I say penis. Penis.
I had a friend that hated the word.
Right, I'll stop saying that word. I take the point, Glenn.
I have a question. Do you guys have nicknames for it?
Yep.
You don't have to tell me what the nickname is. I'm just curious.
Nope. You're absolutely right, I don't.
Any other guy have a nickname for it? Just yes or no?
Yeah.
That's so crazy. Yeah, there's some that do and there's some that don't. I think that's so funny.
My first girlfriend named mine. It wasn't anything to do with me.
I will not say what I was about to say. It has nothing to do with you, though. It has nothing to do with you.
No, nothing to do with me. She named it.
That's really funny.
I was barely in the room when she saw it.
Oh, wow.
Was it yesterday? Yeah, there was somebody that was showing porn.
No.
And Nadia had to take that down. And
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I was getting horny, you know.
All right, do you have a nickname for it? And if so, what language? No, just kidding.
Well, you want specifics, do you? Okay.
If so, how many languages?
Well, depends on a girlfriend.
Yeah, right. You're so smooth.
I just found it so interesting. I was like, wow.
But don't you have a nickname for yours?
No, women don't do that.
Oh, yeah, they do.
I've heard women's definitely
I know plenty
name
of
their
women.
breasts and their other thing.
Yeah, yeah. The Fifi.
Yeah.
No.
No, I don't believe you now. You said that too
I'm not
quickly.
lying.
You said that too quickly. You've got one. It's just a really naughty one, isn't it?
No, I don't. Women do that. We give our guys nicknames and we give theirs nicknames, even if we don't.
Okay. Let me try another one on you. Does your dildo have a name? Oh, I knew it did. I knew it did. It's got a name.
Funny thing is, if I said no,
yeah,
then I'm getting to having one.
Exactly. You've got it in one. Yeah, I don't beat my wife either, by the way.
Oh, that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. I thought about that one for a second. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, there's no way you could possibly answer that and not, That was pretty good, Simon.
Thank you. I'm so tired. I tell you, I've been going all day and all night.
Wait, I thought you went to bed last night when you left.
I did. I fell asleep at some point. I remember
Yeah.
that. And in a couple of hours, I woke up. Then I was up again. I went off to another hangout. Oh no! Then I went to your hangout, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
With all that muting and stuff going on, and then I went back to Nadia's, fell asleep there, woke up again there, fell asleep there. I've only just moved in, and I'm still getting my feet on the ground here.
Oh, wait, where do you live now?
London still. I just moved in London.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's down the road, really, but but it's kind of weird because I don't know any of the restaurants here or any of those places to get food and stuff, so I'm just not at home yet.
But you found a good Indian restaurant.
Oh yeah, I went out there tonight. Yeah, it was great. But you can't eat Indian every night, though. That's the problem with Indian.
You guys have that, I think it's like naan, but it's like not paj. I don't know. It's sweet.
Paratha.
Is it paratha? I thought it was like paj. It doesn't matter.
There's quite a few of them.
It's a sweet kind of naan, and oh wow, I've never had that. We don't have that here in the States.
Yeah, the curry houses here are uniquely British, I have to say.
The best Indian food in the world. I think better than India. You know why? Because you can trust everything that comes on your plate.
Now, I'll tell you about the thing about the Indian curries is they're a lot more healthy for you.
Versus
they know how to cook a healthy curry in India,
Oh, I mean, gosh, those Indians can cook.
Really? Yeah. Really.
Gosh. And you'll never get any beef, but they can still cook.
Yeah. I've got a friend that she's vegetarian, or she's vegan.
Yeah.
And she will cook the most amazing vegetarian curries.
Oh, I believe it.
You cannot tell. I mean, I'm a meat eater through and through all my life, and I will sit down at her table any day.
So why didn't you marry
There's not
her?
a speck of meat on it.
My friend is from Pakistan, and she's the same.
Yeah.
Oh God, now I just forgot her name.
Probably best not to mention names.
Yeah, that's fair, but I wasn't gonna say her last name. Oh my gosh, now I gotta go to Facebook. But it's not gonna help me because I can't remember her name. Oh my gosh, this is really embarrassing.
Oh, Michael Iron's on here. Is that what I missed earlier? Doing the vitamin C thing, yeah?
Oh, I don't even want to talk about that.
Yeah. I usually just take 2 a night up my arse.
I don't want to talk about things we've gone through.
Although I did take a 10,000 times the daily dose vitamin C tablet once when I had a really bad cold. And my boss gave it to me. And I was able to work all day. And I didn't feel ill again until I went home. And then I felt really fucking bad. Bastard. I'll never fall for that one again. If your boss ever says... Okay, so what else has been said? These people...
Okay, I'll have to reboot. Here goes.
Mark's so funny. Mark, you're so funny. Some of these comments.
Sabine, that's her name. That's right.
Oh, I know Sabine. Yeah, she's a great cook.
Yeah, no, her mom's the good cook.
Yeah, yeah, you know Mum as well. Wow. Cool.
Oh man, that was embarrassing. I haven't talked to her in ages.
Okay, let's hope she doesn't watch Google Plus.
Because she knows I'll be like, her mom's a good cook. Every time her mom was cooking, I'd be like, Sabine, can I come over?
What was that for? Glenn? What was the reference to the ABBA song for? You're muted.
Yeah, I was just thinking of the song.
I don't even
Right.
I don't know that song. I know Dancing Queen.
Close. I can only think of the hot chocolate song. You Win Again.
I believe in miracles.
Glenn knows his stuff.
Hot chocolate song?
That's right.
That's the name of that song?
It's called You Win Again, I think, yeah.
Sexy thing.
Oh, I believe in miracles.
Oh.
You win again.
Dang, Nadia's internet sucks today.
You can dance, you can cry, dance in the time of your life. No, that's Dancing Queen. Now you see,
That's Alba.
You got me talking about a different one now. I'm trying to think of Winner Takes It All. Cannot think of the tune.
The winner takes it all. The loser has to fight.
Oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah, okay.
Oh, Nadia muted singing. I'm back. I'm taking this hangout. I was singing Christian music. They let me get through an entire
Stop.
Trying to help him remember a song.
What's that?
I'm gonna sing for now.
I won't say any words because otherwise it might get muted.
I'm muted or booted. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna take a nap.
I just
Probably
got done
behind you then. Oh, I need a cup of tea. That's what
I think echo cancellation's working.
Yeah, it is.
One of the tricks, though, is they actually help me hear quite a bit.
All right, I'm gonna go visit some other folks. Thanks for letting me hang, guys.
Cheers.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. I lied. I just saw who was in the other hangout.
Oh my god. Go on, who?
There was somebody in the other hangout that I just.
Who it is?
I'm not even gonna say, but I saw it and was like, you know how it's like end the other call or take me there? I was like, this is the first time I'm gonna hit take me there. No way, I'm going to the other call.
Well, who was it? Tell us. Come on, I'm curious.
Did you hear the subject though?
Of course not. I'd have to enter the hangout to do that.
So, Ramina, who was it?
Who was what?
Who you don't want to talk to or be in a hangout with?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it, but I couldn't help it. You know, I was like, I'm coming back.
Could you at least post the link? I'm gonna go guess.
I guess we're not in Kansas anymore.
Actually, no. Don't post the link. Nadia doesn't like when we post the links here to the Hangouts.
Nadia, how are you?
Well, it's that time of year when you're reminded how, well, at least no romantic partners really want me anyway.
I'm gonna see. What is this
So,
one over?
so, may I ask what is the basic topic of this hangout?
Valentine's Day and random cryptid stuff.
Oh my gosh!
What? What? Tell me.
Can you put it in the sidebar?
Armin, you have to stop doing this. I mean, you're just baiting us, aren't you? Just tell us. And she's still silent.
We've had NBA All-Star Game stuff on all effing day.
Oh. Yep, it's the man's world, isn't it?
Oh, Dikembe Mutombo might get into the All-Star game. I mean, the All-Star. You guys don't care. I'll shut up.
Yeah, even though I'm a guy, I don't care.
Because all the festivities start at 8 o'clock, right? That means guys, 8 Eastern, will not be available to chat with you from 8 Eastern on. So if I don't get a call in the next hour, I'm going to be pissed.
Oh, okay.
Ah, I see. Well, if you're that lonely.
You got your cars in flower though, right? You can't be that pissed.
Yeah, but he said he'd call me tonight.
Oh, well then, if he made a commitment, shame on him.
Good line. And I'm not going to wait until like 10 o'clock, 11, 12 o'clock at night. It's hogwash. It's just well, I do like watching the three-point contest, but the reason I'm so mad is because he went to a friend's house to watch it. You know how guys do. But then
Naturally.
asking him if he wanted to do like a watch date, which is you're both watching the same thing, but you're on the phone together.
Well, that's more exciting.
Never heard that one yet.
Yeah. That's when you have long-distance relationships. Sometimes you have to do watch dates. Have you ever watched a movie together like that? It's so cool. Now in Hangouts, it's totally reasonable, but yeah.
Like a Netflix or what?
Yeah, you can do Netflix, or you don't usually do Netflix. You just stream it on, like somebody has it on their computer, the movie, and then you just watch it together in the Hangout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. You have to get creative when you're miles and miles apart.
Yeah, I'm used to driving miles. I used to drive truck.
That's what it's called. I reckon Hermie's nickname is Miles. Miles and Miles. No, okay, that wasn't it. I'll guess it yet, though. I'll guess it yet.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Hold on, he might call you any minute, so just hang in there.
Yeah, there's Brian Fisher says the gay Gestapo is forcing Alabama into slavery.
Shit,
Gestapo?
Nazi party.
What do you mean the gay Gestapo?
And
I
what
don't know what
Alabama?
Brian Fisher means, but
I fucking hate
No, and what?
probably.
I'm assuming Mr. Fisher is a white guy in Alabama.
You might not be too far from the truth there.
And
Former director of issues analysis for the American Family Association.
And no offense, but what does he know about slavery but cracking a whip? I don't want to hear this foolishness.
He's extremely white.
Yeah, he knows a lot about slavery because him and his missus do S&M.
Oh.
Honestly, though, honestly, where do these people get their ideas from? It's like they're reading. It's like they're only reading one book or something.
That is a pretty good name, though. If you're going to put some haterade on people, at least make it like an alliteration, gay Gestapo. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
all the bad. Wow.
Yeah.
And put some Nazi in there, and then put gay, and then you know what I mean? Like, golly, hatred.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, oh god, it's just a fucking pay packet at the end of it all. They're working on. That makes me sick. Why should they get paid for doing this shit?
Yeah.
How can any Christian say that's moral?
Oh.
Sorry, I mean, I don't mean to go on about it. It just pisses me off completely. How immoral the moral people say they are. And I'm not moral.
Well, I think a lot of Christians will say they are sinners as well.
Yeah. Sinners is great, mate. You've got to do something about it, though, haven't you? It's no good continually sinning and just going, oh, well, it's a sin. You've got to take responsibility for yourself. You can't keep asking for forgiveness from someone else.
Well, if you call them the gay Gestapo, then they... Oh, my phone's ringing.
Good luck.
Oh.
Arr. Oh, well, speak nicely to him. Say sexy things. He might tell you something nice. I don't know who Tom is. I hope it's not someone like a dad.
It gets better. There's.
It gets better?
Starts off with Janet Porter having a new film project about how gay rights advocates are bent on outlawing Christianity in a gay dictatorship. The Republican politicians, Mike Huckabee, Rand Paul, and a gaggle of GOP House members.
3 very reasonable people.
Yeah, they're joining Scott Lively.
Oh,
far-right pastor wrote a book.
These are the guys that defend the Constitution to the death, too.
Yeah, Scott Lively apparently wrote a book blaming gay people for the Holocaust atop writing
What is that?
the anti-gay laws in Russia.
Right.
David Barton, the Christian nationalist historian who claims God is blocking an HIV/AIDS cure and that public schools force students to be homosexual.
Wow. Well, I mean, it's good for their education.
Robert Jeffries.
It opens the mind a little bit.
Not just the mind.
Okay.
Yeah. Robert Jeffries says that gay rights are leading to the arrival of the Antichrist.
Oh, fantastic. Well, that'll be nice for the Christians on the weekend.
Yeah.
So he's complaining. Is he complaining about this, or is he celebrating it? And going, oh, vive la difference. At least I'll get to meet Jesus.
I think they're confused. Rush Limbaugh has come out against net neutrality because it may lead to restrictions on Fox News and conservative talk radio. Or so he says.
It reminds me of a famous Frank Zappa track called, what's it called? Oh, You're an Arsehole. So what you gonna do? 'Cause you're an asshole.
Yeah, looks like Louisiana Republicans are blaming immigrants from Central American countries with higher vaccination rates than the U.S. for the measles outbreak in Disneyland.
That came from Thailand, I think, or somewhere over there. There was an outbreak. They said they had it under control, and it had an outbreak.
It's from the U.S.
Yeah, someone came over, and I had a vaccine when I was a child. I'm not worried about it.
The anti-vaxxers are from the U.S. Anyway,
Well, this is before my parents weren't those.
Fox News analyst Andrew Napolitano apparently says that quote-unquote forced vaccination laws will lead to forced abortions and forced sterilizations and so on.
Wait, what?
Andrew Napolitano from Fox News says that quote-unquote forced vaccinations will lead to forced sterilizations and abortions.
I don't understand how forced vaccination leads to forced sterilization and forced abortions.
Well, it's Fox News.
It's called domino effect, man. If the government is allowed to tell you when and where and how to take a vaccination, what's next? Well, obviously, there's all kinds of shit that comes next. Because once the government gets their foot in the door, they can do any damn thing to you they want. If they can tell you when to take a vaccination and when not to, they can tell you pretty much anything. You might as well throw the Constitution in the wastebasket because it don't mean shit at that point, right? That's what Napolitano's saying. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, Napolitano is a judge. And he was a judge for, I think, 30 or 35 years. Okay, so we're not talking about some conspiracy theorist here. We're talking about somebody who was a judge on the bench for 30 years and who knows the law. And he's absolutely fucking right. If the government can tell you when to take a vaccination and when not to, they can tell you pretty much when to take a shit, for that matter. Okay, he's right. He's absolutely right on that.
I would put it in the same category as like gun control, in my opinion, because the vaccination thing is like they want one person to get vaccinated, or I guess in this case everybody, but they want particular people to get vaccines so they're not infecting other people. So it's more like a safety of the entire society instead of like an individualized thing. But I do see a little bit of where you're coming from.
Yes, absolutely. If the government has the right to tell you what vaccination to take, they have the right to tell you what to do about anything. I mean, vaccination is supposed to be a personal thing anyway. It's supposed to be between your doctor and you, right? Doctor-client privilege, remember that? Yeah, well, see, doctor-client privilege goes out the window if the government can tell you when to take a vaccine and when not to, right?
Well, it's not doing that, number one.
Because it would be like if, like, I guess, like, we could consider, like, if a black plague suddenly started spreading again, which obviously wouldn't happen, but if it did, they would probably force everyone to get vaccine for it just so that everyone wasn't at risk of spreading it worse and stuff like that. I don't know, I look at it as similar to that instead of, you know, making this leap where all of a sudden everyone's going to start being forced to have abortions or whatever as well.
They took away so many of our rights with the Patriot Act during a time when supposedly we were under attack, but they never gave those rights back.
Yeah.
I don't even know if
I mean, this argument where it's unconstitutional, I think that banning gay marriage is unconstitutional, and no one ever talks about that.
Yeah, we do. We talk about that.
Well, Democrats do, but...
I have been a big supporter of civil unions all across the United States. I'm on record for that shit.
Well, then that's good. I would agree with your opinion there, then. There's a lot of people who are defenders of the Constitution, and they still disagree with gay marriage, though, and I think that's contradictory.
And they can't be rights if someone can take them away from you.
Yes, it is contradictory. Homosexuals, LGBT are still protected under the Constitution. In fact, as a minority, they would be even more protected under the Constitution. So, yes.
I've heard atheists aren't American patriots. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What?
I've heard that Americans aren't patriots. Is that right?
Americans aren't?
Sorry,
A lot of
atheists
Americans
aren't
are
patriots.
not. A lot of Americans do not.
Sorry, I misspeak. one of the Bushes said that atheists weren't patriots. Is that right?
Bush.
I've heard the Bushes say a lot of dumb stuff, but I've never heard that.
Yeah.
It was Bush
Okay.
Senior.
It was one of the Bushes. I thought it was, yeah. Bush Senior. The sensible Bush.
I haven't seen the clip. I mean, you know, and then too, you know, enemies can take what they say out of context too. I mean, I'm taken out of context all the time. All the time. Some people will take my video and chop it up and make me sound like I'm an axe murderer or some shit.
Are you?
No, fuck
Okay, okay. I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
I know you're disappointed, but no, I'm not an axe murderer.
A butcher knife, not an axe.
I was thinking, cabin woods.
No, that was the wife that actually threw the butcher.
I was joking. Oh my gosh, there was some seriousness to it.
Yeah, the wife actually threw a butcher knife at me. That's true. She did.
It was in Chicago in August 1987 at O'Hare Airport. Bush Senior said, a reporter said to him, "What will you do to win the votes of the Americans who are atheists?" Bush said, "I guess I'm pretty weak in the atheist community. Faith in God is important to me." Reporter said, "Surely you recognize the equal citizenship and patriotism of Americans who are atheists." Bush said, "No, I don't know that atheists should be considered as citizens, nor should they be considered patriots."
Was this the first or the second?
Well,
1987. So he not only did Bush say atheists weren't patriots, he said they shouldn't even be considered as citizens.
Well, atheists used to not be able to hold office.
there was a reason he only got one term.
Well, no, it's not that. It's the founders. The founders were very the founders were very. The founder fathers were very hardcore when it come to faith, and if you did not profess a faith, particularly a Christian faith, you could not run for office.
Oh, right. I thought that was only in certain states, and most of those were in.
Look it up. Look it up. You can, in fact, I'll go one further.
You say the founders were extreme fundamentals.
Hang on, Simon. There's more to this.
Okay, I'm listening.
Wait a minute. I'm not done. I'll go one further. Catholics weren't even allowed to come over here for a long time.
You had that right.
Did you know that? Catholics were forbidden from coming to the United States for a long time. It took a very, very long time. Why? Because they thought the Pope had way too much power. And to be honest, I agree with them. The Pope does have way too much power. Now, that's not to keep people, ordinary citizens, from coming over, but, you know, see, the belief was that a Catholic had more faith, more loyalty towards the Pope than to the country. Ergo, they couldn't be trusted.
Yeah, we had that problem in Europe as well.
Yeah, well, the Vatican is.
That was a prevailing thought for a long time. And
the Vatican is a country in its own right.
Yes, it is.
In the YouTube comment flame war on Tommy Sotomayor's homophobic and transphobic hangout last night, there was conspiracy theorists who said, well, there is a government conspiracy to force sex changes on everyone.
How many times, Nadia? How many times? Is it an odd number or an even number?
If you force sterilize people and you get sex changes for people against their will, then yeah, I guess you decrease the population.
Who do a sex change on someone against their will?
Well, they can tell you where to park. They can tell you what to eat. They can tell you what to wear. They can tell. I mean, what
happens is when you're asleep,
how far do you think it'll be until they are able to
tell you? It will stop before sex changes against somebody's own will.
I don't think so. Hey, listen, there ain't nothing surprises me about this government. There's nothing surprises me.
Hermione, do you know that the CIA did?
They're bringing 1.5 million Muslims over here from countries that want to kill us.
Countries that want to kill you?
Doesn't that seem a little dangerous to you?
Everyone in that country wants to kill us.
That hate us.
There are not countries that want. There are not entire countries
that want to
kill
kill you.
I'm sorry,
but Iran is it preaching in the streets, death to America, death to.
That's the government, not the entire country.
Excuse me,
the
I think
factory
I'm
running
the
it.
only person who's living in a Muslim country here in this hangouts, and I have to speak for at least not myself, but for my people, and I'm pretty sure that at least more than 80% of Muslims don't want to kill Americans and don't want bad things for Americans. So we were
I would
speaking
say it was
about
more than that.
minority here, and we have to be specific. We don't have to make.
Muslims don't want the majority of Muslims don't want to kill Americans because they are living in Dar al Salam.
Wait, I have a question for
Oh,
you.
garbage.
Alex, are you Jonas?
Sorry, thank you, Malik, for that. I appreciate you putting that in because it needs to be said every time.
Malik, are you Jonas?
I'm what? I'm sorry?
Are you Jonas?
No.
Okay. All right.
He uses
Anyway, Hermione, I just wanted to point out this one thing. I mean, it's not really that relevant, but the CIA has done like illegal testing on people before.
I know
Back
that.
in the. Okay, so
I am fully aware of Tuskegee and a lot of bad things that our government has done. I just don't think they're forcing sex
no,
change
yeah, absolutely no. They
Not yet. You're right.
off as it goes.
But Helta, that was supposed to be an example of a conspiracy theory. Too bad shit even for you.
Yeah, you didn't answer how many times, Nadia, though. How many times are they forcing sex changes on people? That's what's important.
Given how difficult it is to do follow-ups like that, I imagine only once.
Wait, what happened to Von Helton?
I think somebody hit him from the broadcast.
I no, I didn't hide him. I just
I'll bring you back in.
muted him.
I don't have room. I don't
I
have
just wanted to
control.
say thank you to Malik, and everybody was cutting in, so I just started muting people because I felt it was important to say that his contribution was valid.
Yeah, lumping all these.
I wasn't even fucking talking at the time. Why did you block me? I wasn't even fucking talking.
I hope I didn't block
man?
you.
What the fuck, Simon? I wasn't
hope
even talking. You sit there and you
hope
said you blocked me because I was talking over somebody. I wasn't even saying a goddamn word.
He
So
didn't
why did
block
you
you.
do that shit, Simon?
He didn't block you.
He did so. He silenced me.
He muted you. He didn't block you. He muted
Well,
you.
whatever. I
was
couldn't
muting
participate.
everybody.
However
who
you
was
worded, I
because
couldn't participate. And I was not talking over somebody at the time. That's a goddamn lie.
I wanted to address the point immediately that it was said that Malik's contribution was a valid contribution and that I appreciated it. If you don't, that's your business.
That's lovely. But I
Thank
wasn't
you, Malik.
talking at the time, and I'm pretty sure I was even muted. I'd have to go back and watch. But I think I was even muted at the time.
Hey,
So why
we'll
did you
check.
do that, Simon? Why did you do that, Simon? Why did you do that, Simon? I wasn't doing it. I wasn't bothering anyone. I wasn't bothering anyone, Simon.
Well,
I got muted. If he helps you, I got muted before you came in.
yeah, it might have been a Google glitch, but there's nothing
That
on
was
the
cool.
board. There's nothing on the board that says you were ignored. It says you were just muted. Someone muted you. That's all. Because you were saying that there are entire countries.
No, I was more than just muted. I was grayed out. I could not participate at all.
It doesn't say that anyone did that, so that must have been a Google thing by.
I don't think it says when somebody gets taken off. I don't think it does.
No, I know what he's talking about, but I think it was a glitch because he was like blacked out for a second, but I don't think Simon intended that to happen.
It normally says in the sidebar if someone's been unbroadcast.
Yeah, exactly. I think that was a mistake on something.
Happened. Here's most likely what happened. You muted yourself at the same exact time that Simon went to mute you, and instead of hitting mute, he hid you from broadcast because it slid down one. That's what happens when it's at.
It actually says that I muted.
No, Simon. Yes, it doesn't. It says muted. It doesn't say hid from broadcast. If Simon.
I was going to mute everybody who was talking or had any sound on them. I apologise if you actually weren't talking. I thought I saw some green on your bar. So I just muted because I wanted to address Malik straight away. I hope that's an apology. I hope that's an apology which you can accept.
Well, I need to point out to what Palm Jam is writing on the chat. He's accusing me of being a secret terrorist or something like that.
Yeah, Palm Jam's just.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
Palm Jam is just trolling.
yeah, that's sad. Yeah, the thing is that I have to broadcast, you know, the position and the situation in Arab countries. Well, I'm not willing to talk about all the Arab countries, but I'm willing to talk about my country, which is Tunisia. Well, in here, a lot of people, and most of the people are impressed. And when I say impressed, I really mean it by the amount of rights and human rights that exist in the United States, and they are amazed by a lot of things, and they even love the United States of America. So don't talk about the minority extremists who hate America, because that would be unfair.
I'd like to visit the Dubai Mall someday. You know how big that baby is?
Excuse me, Glenn?
The Dubai Mall?
Well, as I mentioned, the majority has no hate towards the United States.
Oh, yeah. I'd just like to visit there if I had the money someday.
You're so welcome. And actually, we have a lot of Americans here who study the Arabic language, and they are so welcome to be here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame that Americans in certain areas of the country have this perception of like every Muslim just wants to kill all Americans, and I'm not saying everyone has that view in this chat per se, but definitely people do have that view in America, and it's that's not right.
We used to be scared of Russians, and then
Yeah,
now
it's like the same fear.
We don't have to be scared of anybody.
Exactly.
That's the problem. It's just whipping up this. We're considering that, you know, if you if you are independent, you can see that, you know, considering that it's the Americans and the British and other allies that have occupied pretty much, you know, large parts of other countries. We're the ones that are doing all the invading.
Yeah, a lot of people consider us terrorists, which we need to realize.
leaning on Jesus. Oh,
Well, we're violating the founding fathers. Founding fathers said not to get involved in other countries' entanglements. And
Yeah.
what are we doing? We're doing exactly that. So we're disobeying the founders' intent.
I mean, even before World War II, really, America had this policy of isolationism.
Isolationism. Do not get
Yeah.
involved. That's right.
And,
Right.
And yet they were there in.
Bullshit.
It's not even other countries' entanglements. They're just flat out invading other countries to suit their own foreign policies and their own interests.
well, hold on, guys. The world has changed since the 200 years ago, 300 years ago, almost. 250.
Well, we're working towards globalization, but that doesn't mean going and bombing other countries and having military presence inside them.
I don't know. See, I don't serve. I've never served in the military. Don't know. All I know is that they do a lot that keeps us safe. We do a lot abroad, so I think we can sit here and talk a good game.
This idea that we have to invade.
The UN's job, though. It's not America's job alone to be this world police. It's the UN's job. That's what we created the UN for.
America. Okay, first of all, UN's a joke. It has no political power. Has no military power. Has nothing behind it. Secondly,
Nope.
not the U.S. alone. We drag numerous countries into it with us.
Yeah, and the UN does have the power. It's the vetoes that are the problem. Other countries within the UN stop it with their own interests. That's the problem. And the idea that going invading other countries keeps us safe is nonsense, because if anything, it's a recruitment drive for people in those countries to turn against allies. We didn't need to go into Afghanistan. We certainly shouldn't have gone to Iraq in 2003. That was all on a lie.
Ish. There was previous history there.
Yeah, but it wasn't for the reason we were told we were going there, because there
We
was
should have gone through the UN, obviously.
weapons of mass destruction didn't exist. We went there because for
Yeah, we
several
could have gone
reasons.
through the UN.
One as yeah, exactly. So it was George W. Bush's
So
a
we
bit of
would have gone.
revenge for
We
his.
would have gone anyway. So
No,
I really
no,
think
no,
the reason is not that
No, I don't
justified.
think we would. I don't think we would have gone anyway, because there weren't any weapons of mass destruction, and they didn't want to wait until the UN found that fact out. Plus the fact they wanted to go there for oil, and the other reason was a little bit of revenge for Daddy, George W. Bush's part.
Well,
Finish off Saddam Hussein.
George Bush did betray the Kurds. There's no doubt. And
Yeah,
most
but
of the Iraqi people
but it was
by
supposed
saying
to be
that we
in
would invade in '91, and when we didn't.
Yeah, and also but the idea was in revenge for 9/11. It wasn't anything to do with Iraq or Afghanistan.
No. I disagree.
Well, it wasn't. Saddam Hussein nothing to do with 9/11.
Yeah, no, I don't mean that. I don't think the invasion of Iraq was anything to do with 9/11. It was more to do with the invasion of Kuwait 10 years earlier.
Well, yeah, but it was also supposed to be the fact that loosely based on that Saddam Hussein was hiding terrorists, such as the one that.
Okay, it was BS reasons that we went in there, but the
Not
reason we still have such cheap oil prices is because we went in there. The reality of it is he wanted to nationalize BP oil, or not BP, but the oil that was there that British Petroleum was currently selling and covering, and with it we would have had more expensive gas prices. So that's the facts of the facts. We
No, because if that was the case, how's come the oil is all going to Mother Russia? We didn't get no oil. There's videos out there. It all got loaded onto Russian planes and Russian ships.
Okay, I don't know if you know this right now, but there's tankers right outside all of our borders that are filled with oil to the rim right now. That's what stabilized prices, because they kept going down. The reality of it is they wanted to nationalize it and make it Iraqi-owned. Sorry, I almost said Saudi-owned. If that would have happened, that would have even more control over oil and set the pricing of it. That's all. It doesn't mean that some of it wouldn't have gone to Russia. Of course they have to sell it to whoever's willing to buy it. But you're right. Some of it is going to Russia.
I think the Americans and the Saudis have deliberately colluded to push the price of the oil down.
They have.
They have, because it's going to hurt Russia, of course.
Yeah, that's going to help peace. Now the Russians are feeling threatened by the West and NATO, and that's why what's happening in the Ukraine is happening.
And then we can have another war, and then we can spend money on the military.
Yeah, there won't be much left after the next one.
Well, we're hoping it's not a World War I, and we're hoping nobody's as crazy as us to actually drop the bomb. We're hoping.
Yeah, well, under the risk. I think the UN should be restructuring and using the UN a lot more than we do. But then unfortunately that doesn't suit certain countries' interests. So.
In particular, two very big countries, which is China and America. Mm-hmm. And France also has a lot of blocks as well.
Don't get me started with the French.
Mm. Well, they do the same thing. They always oppose Germany. It's just bizarre how it happens. But I do think the U.S. voting record in the UN is appalling. It's disgraceful, really is.
I mean, obviously the French and the Germans worked together to try and stop the war in Ukraine. But
yes,
I'm just looking at the Ukraine. The ceasefire was supposed to be at midnight, isn't it, tonight? The Ukrainian president has ordered his forces to stop fighting, but it doesn't look as if the Russians are going to stop. So the ceasefire won't happen, I don't think. And then it's just going to get worse.
Well, if Russia's economy does collapse, they need an excuse.
Like I said yesterday.
Their army won't fight unless it gets paid.
Like I said yesterday, it's going to get worse before it gets better. I said that yesterday.
Or the threat of death is always a good way to get people to start fighting again.
The army has the power in that country.
Yeah, and something tells me that the way he's still in power might be because of his stronghold on the military. I don't know that.
But my general point is this idea that the Russians or Russia hates all and they want to kill us, or all the Muslim countries want to kill people. They don't.
No, not at all.
They don't. People don't want to kill anybody if they can help it.
I think a lot of people aren't very fond of the United States, and I think a lot of people are.
Russia is just gripped with capitalism. That's all they want. They just their hierarchy or their rich people just want to make as much money before the whole thing fucks up. And they're taking billions out. I mean, it makes American millionaires or billionaires look quite tame. Some of these guys coming out of Russia with 400 or 500 billion.
It's true. I've seen
It really is.
amazing sums out of Russia of late, and I'm like, how's that possible?
Exactly. Yeah. That's because of the
It
state.
happens. It happens all over the world. That's what the Americans do it. Brits do it.
No. This
Chinese
is
do it.
different, Mark. Yeah, this is different, isn't it? That's what we need. Their wealth is generated so quickly because it all comes from state-owned companies, which they've just taken over at no cost.
Yeah,
And then
but I'm
they've
saying
driven down wage prices. And they make
but my point was that rich people all over the world are doing the similar, trying to get away with this as much, the same thing. It doesn't matter what country you're in. It's really
Well, I would argue that some of those rich people have actually worked for it from the beginning, and they've built the whole, the entire fortune themselves. And that's different to how the oligarchies are going about it, because they're just mafia, essentially saying, "I will kill you if you don't give me your company."
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Oh yeah, it's heavy shit.
Death to America on YouTube has revealed 228,000 results.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean an entire country wants to kill another country.
Go
Isn't
watch
it
the
really?
videos. It's the entire population out in the streets chanting "Death to America."
The entire population of a country, is it? Don't be so ridiculous.
Yes, as far as your eye can see, civilians in the streets.
That's
screaming
not
"Death
the entire population.
Oh, for God's sake.
What's the population of Iran, Von Helton?
It certainly isn't the size of the United States, that's for damn sure.
That's not the answer to the question.
When you see a video and all you can see for miles is rows of people
Okay.
saying "Death to America,"
Well, okay.
I think it's pretty safe to say.
All right, this is
Iran.
one time I'm going to say it.
Von Helton. Von Helton, the population of Iran.
You watch on YouTube.
Yeah.
Please stop watching YouTube videos and thinking that they are the truth.
Right.
I'm done.
There are 76 million people in Iran. If you think that your YouTube video shows 76 million people all out on the street at once saying "Death to America," you are seriously deluded and wrong. Because not all 76 million people in Iran want to kill everyone in America, and it's just that sort of propaganda that you're pushing is crap.
Ayatollah Khomeini, the religious leader of Iran, leads "Death to America" chants, and the lying U.S. leaders don't have the guts to attack him.
Is that 76 million people, yes or no?
Is he the leader? Yeah.
Is he the entire population of his
No, but
country?
he's
Right
the
then, so
leader
you
of-
saying the entire country and the entire population wants America dead is not correct, is it? The leader might say
Okay,
that.
there might be a pocket of people somewhere that doesn't watch the broadcast that the Ayatollah put
Oh, 76 million people were out in the street, were they?
In a pocket.
It looks like an
Yeah.
awful lot of people to me.
Does it look like 76 million? Do you know what 76 million people looks like in one place?
I don't know, but that looks like an awful lot of people.
But it's
The
not
entire
76 million then, is it?
Great Britain.
So, okay, so where's all these passive Muslims at? Are they all hiding
They're probably at home having dinner, looking after their families and doing the sorts of things everyone else does.
They're hiding
We've got
on
one in the hangout. We've got one in the hangout. We have one in the
I'm
hangout.
sure he could tell us if that's actually what Khomeini is saying or not.
Okay.
You are saying the entire population of Iran wants America dead. That is clearly not the case.
Malik, you're Muslim. Is the Ayatollah Khomeini the religious leader of Iran, or am I lying through my teeth?
That's not what we're saying, Von Helton. Stop misrepresenting it. You said the entire population of Iran wants America dead. That's 76 million people.
Mark, if the religious leader of that country performs an edict, then they have to follow that edict as loyal Muslims.
Well, so he's going to kill he's going to, what they asked, all 76 million, did they? And they all agreed with him, did they?
Not what you're saying, Mark, is it?
I know that's not what he's saying, but
It's
it's absolute garbage of you to go round saying that the entire Muslim population wants to kill America. That's not the case, and it's what
A lot of
causes
people
trouble.
may follow him, but not all of them. That's what I'm saying.
Say again, Malik. Say again.
A lot of people may follow the leader, that's true, but not all of them, that's for sure. So you cannot say that all the people in Iran or in a whole country agree with the leader or something. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, thank you, Malik.
I know it's always dangerous to say all. I think the better thing for Vaughn, and I don't want to speak for you, may have been that my growing concern is that their religious leader is saying this. What does that mean about some of the fundamentalists and some of the moderates and some of those that are liberal? Does that mean that they will follow this as well?
Exactly. Where are the moderates? Where are the liberals? Where are they at? Are they hiding under their desk? I mean, we got we got worldwide terrorism right now. Where's the moderates and the liberals, Muslims? Where are they at?
Most of them are out of the country, writing and trying to affect change within the country as they can, because they know if they do it publicly in the streets, they'll be killed.
And the
Or at
rest are
least
probably
put
too
in
busy
jail.
trying. The rest are probably too busy trying to survive and put food on the table. You know, like normal families do, normal people, human beings.
Okay, the price the people of Iran have paid for being Iranian is a very high price. Believe you me. Okay, if they could change their history, I'm sure a lot of them would.
Hey
Okay,
Vaughn, do you realize there have been a number of revolts against the Ayatollah though, and against the strict Muslim edict? You realize that, right, Vaughn?
Yeah, and they lasted what, a day or two, and were squashed. I mean,
Exactly. They are quashed. They make a good point that people are scared.
The number of so-called peaceful Muslims, in my opinion, is very, very small. Very small.
Wow.
And when they rise up, and they have rose up in the past and protested, but they're squashed almost immediately because they're outnumbered like 10 to 1. So I mean,
You're one scared man.
I'm not scared of nothing. I'm armed to the teeth. What about you?
You're just trying to scare everyone else.
Oh wait, you're not allowed to have guns, are you? Because your government took them away, didn't they? That's got
No,
to
the government didn't take our guns away.
why-
We just never had a law.
Whoa! Your government didn't take your guns away, really? Are you sure about
No.
that? Are you sure about that?
I am.
Because I
sure.
remember
I'm sure I never had a
Blair
gun.
getting behind a podium and lauding the fact that the government had taken your gun.
No, we never used. We didn't have the guns in the first place to take away.
Now wait a minute. Was Tony Blair lying when he said that?
Were you going to listen to what my answer? We never had the guns in the first place.
Never had the guns in the first place.
No, we never had. We didn't have the same
Okay,
constitution as you.
see, there was a period, Mark. Let's be fair. There was a period. There was a period in about 1600 where people were allowed to carry firearms.
Yes, it's
and then,
called
of course, there was another
Yeah,
period.
400 years ago, Von Helton. Jesus.
There was another period.
Look it up.
400 years ago.
There was another period where the government made, the Crown made it mandatory for every man over the age of 12 to have a bow and practice every week.
This idea that the Muslims are coming to get everybody is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Von Helden, check out this the link I just posted. Farhan posted this last night in the previous chat, and it's this old lady telling off these terrorists, basically, and quoting scripture against them.
How do we know they're terrorists? Is it obvious they're terrorists? They got guns.
Yeah, I think that you can see the gun in the video, but she's telling them off, and it's very apparent that they're terrorists, yeah. I mean, you can check out the video yourself. It's like a minute long or so. And like most people agree with this woman, obviously, but you know, they're scared or they're not in a situation to be able to say that to them.
Wow, that's quite powerful. That's quite powerful.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. That is pretty neat.
She's a very brave woman, in my opinion.
Mm.
Well, I have my opinions on the Quran. The terrorists have their opinions on the Quran. The grandmother has her opinions on the Quran. You know, like any other religious book, I guess. Everybody.
She looked like quite a normal person, just upset and feeling that she may have been subject to injustice.
I mean, for all we know, she could have lost someone, you know, because of what they've done, and she's lost someone in a bombing or something like that.
Well, she did mention that they had killed a bunch of Kurds, so maybe she was Kurdish. I don't know.
I'd be pretty pissed off if an invading force had come to my country and it killed some of my relatives. I'd probably be a bit upset as well.
But I wouldn't confront them.
The Americans damning the terrorists.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't confront them like that.
No, I just said generally.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out that there are people. Obviously, she's Muslim. Obviously, she disagrees. It's just proving, isn't it, that the point is not all Muslims can be tarred with the same brush.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was really. Farhan was the one who showed me that. He posted it last night. I just want to say it again. So he was the one who gave me that.
Right. Yeah. So every time it's said, and anybody says or implies that they can be tarred with one brush, every time we've got to stop, turn around, and say no, you can't say that.
Yeah.
You have to be more accurate with your language if you're going to criticize these people. Because we're not talking about all of them. We're only talking about some of them.
Absolutely.
And we do the same thing in our own communities. I don't see why we should think it's any different in any other community.
No, but this is that sort of language that von Helton's spouting is the same sort of thing that got us into trouble in the 1920s and 30s in Europe. Picking on a certain country or a certain race of people and telling everyone...
Islam is not a race, sir.
No, I was talking about the 1920s and 1930s Berlin, where the Germans, or the Nazis, pointed out or picked out a particular race of people or a particular ethnic minority or something.
I also have to say it wasn't just Germany. I mean, that was the point. It flourished in Germany the most, but it was also endemic across the continent.
Yeah, I watched a movie where it was even in Lithuania. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, France had some sympathizers that were well known. England had sympathizers before the war.
Vichy France.
Italy obviously joined them.
Yes, Mussolini.
Spain had a revolution, a Nazi, a socialist revolution, national socialist revolution beforehand, which ended in defeat.
Yes, because that's what Nazism was. It was National Socialism. National Socialist Workers' Party. That's what Nazi means.
Yeah, and it was backed. And it was backed and paid for by a lot of rich people in the UK and in America and elsewhere.
And Italy and the Vatican.
But
Yes.
it wasn't socialism how we think of it today.
That was unsubstantiated, by the way.
Well, the thing of it is that a lot of people were suckered by Hitler. Hitler said, no, I'm not expansionist, I'm not this, I'm not that, and people believed him. And unfortunately, he lied. He was very expansionist.
Well, he wanted to defeat. He was scared of the communists, and a lot of the royal families at the time, bearing in mind that Queen Victoria's grandson was Wilhelm, who was the German leader in World War I, and the Bolsheviks killed the Russian royal family, and a lot of the royal families from then on were terrified they would befall the same fate. from the Bolsheviks, and so they backed and armed and funded the Socialist Party, or what became the Nazi Party back then, including the King of England at the time, Hitler, and Henry Ford and General Motors made tanks for the Nazis, and General Motors actually sued the American government for bombing their factories in Europe.
Don't get me started with Henry Ford. He wasn't anti-Semite.
I didn't say he was anti-Semite. I said he was a Nazi sympathizer, and Hitler had a picture of him on his wall in his office.
Pretty close.
No, I was saying he's an anti-Semite.
Oh, right. Well,
It wouldn't surprise me if he was a Nazi.
I don't know about anti-Semite. I know he supported Hitler, but I don't know about anti-Semite.
Oh, he was not a fan of Jewish people at all, to say the least.
Yeah, the two kind of go hand in hand, really.
I don't know. I'd have to research it. I know he funded Hitler to a degree, but I didn't. This is the first I heard about the anti-Semite stuff.
Really?
Yeah. For Ford, yeah.
And there's another conspiracy one to go at.
No, I don't care to go at the conspiracy because I know it to be true.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And I would agree with you that he was probably an anti-Semite based on the fact that if he supported Hitler, the Nazis were definitely anti-Semites. Yeah, the beginning of the Second World War is fucked up history, man. I mean, it's just deals, misdeals, backhand deals. Oh, it's just terrible.
Well, Ermine is correct. Apparently, on a camping trip in 1919, Ford lectured a group around a campfire, and he attributed all evil to Jews or the Jewish capitalists. And the Jews caused the war. The Jews caused the outbreak of thieving and robbery in World War I all over the country, and Jews caused the inefficiency of the Navy, according to Ford.
Would you mind dropping that link for Von Helton to start his research?
I'd like to see that as well, actually, just to read.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Sorry, even to this day I won't buy a Ford because of something that simple.
Well done, Amy. Hey, Floyd.
Hey, guys. Anti-Semitism has been around in Germany for a very long time. I mean, Martin Luther was an anti-Semite.
Wow.
They had what else is there? It's eugenics is pretty sick too.
Yeah, but then there are a lot of people that say there are some people that will say without some of the hideous things that were done then, we wouldn't have some of the advantages we've got now in relation to genetics.
I know, it's horrifying.
Oh yes, I agree.
Right.
I'm not saying I didn't say it was. I said there are some people that would say that some of the advances we've got in certain areas are attributable to some of the hideous things that were done then.
Do you
Didn't
know
say
what,
it was right. I just said there are some people that will say
I
that.
was talking about the argument being horrifying, but do you know what some of those examples would be?
I'll try and find some. I read it somewhere. I'll try and find where I read it.
So we have elites who do not have Jewish names, but they changed their names to Jewish names. They went around, seized up property, seized up money, started national banks all over the place. Got the reputation of the Jews as money grubbers, as
money lenders, money lenders, we say.
And
we don't need to use grubbers, we can use lenders.
And so, and for what? So that they could, put the blame off on the Jewish people instead of on themselves, perhaps.
Indeed. Well, that's right, because Christianity had a law against lending money. If you were a Christian, you weren't allowed to lend money.
You're supposed to borrow, or you're supposed to,
You can borrow
money, you just
can't
put
lend it.
interest. It was interest.
You can't use interest, right? You can't use interest, right?
So what's the point in lending money if you don't make interest on it?
Why do you need interest? Why do you need it?
Because
As long
you
as
can
you
make
get your
money.
money back,
That's
you're good.
it's called capitalism.
It's called
No,
running a business.
no, that's not capitalism. No, it's
Oh,
not.
that is capitalism.
No,
100% that's capitalism.
no, no.
Sorry, they're providing a service and a product, and they're making money on it. What part of that is not capitalism?
Well, interest, I would argue, is not. If you charged a service fee, yes.
That's
But
what they're doing, isn't it? That's what interest
well,
is.
no, 'cause interest, I would
It's a fee that can be understood because it's a percentage based on what you owe, so that's why
Yeah, but
it's
it's not the
understandable.
same as a fee because a fee is a set amount set in advance. It's clearly delineated, whereas interest can be changed and altered at a whim. So no, they're not the same.
Okay, I'll grant you. I'll grant you that fee is.
If I
might
buy
not
a
be the
thing,
correct.
if I buy a thing and that thing has the price of the thing, then a service charge, I walk out the door.
Right.
But interest can come back and bite me in the ass next month, the month after that, the month after that, the month after
Yeah,
that.
because the interest rates rise and fall according to other.
Right, but it's an ongoing thing, is what I'm saying. Whereas a service fee is a one-time shot deal, interest goes on in perpetuity.
Then don't have the
Well,
land.
not if it's a
Simple
service
as that.
charge over a period of time, and then it's a monthly charge, isn't it?
No, but there's a way, and Nadia's pointed this out, that you could take a service fee and you can amortize it and it becomes interest. The challenge with interest, and this is where I believe the challenge is that if I were to buy a product, like let's say the physical car from you, no matter who I was, you have to charge me the same price for that car. You couldn't say, oh, you look like more of a risk, or you look poorer, or you look this, that, and the other, so I'm going to charge you a higher rate. That's the problem with interest, is that it has to take risk into account, otherwise you wouldn't lend it to certain people, is kind of the thought.
Sure.
But if I have enough money, or if I have enough whatever and I should pay it back, or that's the problem with interest, and that's why it's like the belief is, like Jesus was not fond of interest.
Right.
Just pay cash for things, don't get loans.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Okay. I kind of just see it as interest in loans with interest are the driving factor for economy growth, and it's one of the most fundamental parts of capitalism.
That's not the interest is a thing of the banks. It's not necessarily capitalism. That's
what makes money. That's what generates more money.
Yeah, it generates more money while at the same time making that person poor, in debt, and basically a slave. Right?
So do you suggest that someone should then lend you money?
Okay, I'll suggest this: if I'm selling a car, if I'm selling a Chevy out there, and I want $300 for it, and somebody comes up to me with $300, they got them a Chevy. We'll go down, change the title, and the Chevy's theirs. Why do I need interest? Why do I need to aggravate the piss out of this poor person who might be?
Well, you wouldn't charge interest
because they don't have $300. That's why.
Yeah, if they had the whole $300, you wouldn't charge them interest. You just sell them the vehicle. Can I finish?
What he's saying.
However, if someone comes to you and says, "I don't have the whole $300, I can pay you $20 a month," then that person's capital, in other words, the vehicle that they sold.
What from a Christian perspective, the ideal situation is then to say, okay, then in 3 months, in 3 months, you can have the car. In 3 months, give me the $300 and you shake on it. But if that doesn't work and you still need, all right, I'll charge you a service fee, and in 3 months you have to pay me the $300. Here's the $50 service fee. It's a little bit of a stretch. The challenge comes in when it's, okay, this person, if you give me, I trust you a little bit more, so you only have to pay me $10, $310 in 3 months, but this other person, you're going to have to pay me $1,000.
Yeah, but I think I think that what you understand, the difference is, if I go to a car dealership and I say, how much is that car? And they say $1,000. Well, I haven't got $1,000 now, but I really want the car now. It's not. Then they'll say, well, okay, you can take the car now, but or I'll lend, or the bank will lend. Sorry, the car dealership will give you the car immediately, but you pay over a period of time, so you don't have to outlay the whole $1,000.
I agree, but the challenge with interest is one person pays $1,050 on that loan, the next person pays $1,200.
Right.
It depends how long they want to spread the payments over.
Well, I'm assuming it's a year. Let's say it's a year loan. One person will pay $1,100. The next person will pay $1,500. That's wrong from a Christian perspective.
Where does that happen?
Because if they look at you and say, you're credit worthy, you're not.
Yeah, because of the risk, because you may have had loans before.
Okay, hey, case
Yeah.
in point, Rent-A-Center. Hey, hold on a second. Mark, have you seen Rent-A-Center?
Have I seen what, sorry?
Oh, that's horrible. Oh.
Yeah, no, Herman, you want to talk about Rent-A-Center? Go ahead. Because it's
You started. I'll let you go ahead because I'll get all bad off. I get bad off about that, man. Oh my God. Because Rent-A-Center will charge you like 5 to 6 times the actual value of the
product. It's crooked.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying I agree with it. There are things like that in the UK. There are what's called payday loan companies that charge you exorbitant amounts of interest, and we just had to legislate against them to safeguard people. But in normal circumstances, you're asking someone that doesn't know you to give you credit, and they're trusting you to make the payments. And that trust comes at a bit of a price if they don't owe you.
Why not do this? Why not insist that the person come up with the cash and buy the car outright? Why?
Well, they do, but some people don't want to do that and haven't got the money.
Okay, stop.
The problem with that is that
Let's
does
address
not,
that point.
that's not spur a capitalist society, right? If everybody had to come up with the cash up front, it would actually not allow for innovations and
Indeed.
Yeah, exactly. That car dealer makes a bit of money, and with the money that he makes, with the hang on a second, with the money that he makes, he takes on 2 extra staff because he's made money, which enables him to sell more cars, and so his business grows, and he employs people, and they all pay tax, which all goes towards the common good.
But the problem is that interest don't go to the company; it goes to the damn banks. All right. Here's the thing: before 1913, we had plenty of innovation. We had plenty of things going on. We had roads, we had bridges, we had innovation, we had industry, we had agriculture, we had all that shit before 1913.
Also had slaves. Sorry, Michelle.
In 1913?
You said prior.
There are 21 million people today at this moment in slavery.
In America?
Some in America, some in the UK, some all over the world.
Tell me where they are, and I'll go liberate them my damn self. Tell me where they are. Tell me where they are. I'll go liberate them. Slavery is supposed to be a crime in this country. Tell me where they're hiding. I'll go liberate them. I will. I'll go in there and I'll get all the slaves freed. I'll free every one of them. Where are they at? Where are they hiding?
Give me a second. I'll tell you.
You can get a 30-year mortgage, but pay it off in 5 years, and you save a tremendous amount of money on the interest.
Still got to pay interest, though, Floyd. You're still paying interest.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. The bank has to make money, but again, if you pay a 30-year mortgage off in 5 years or even 10 years or whatever, the savings is very significant.
The original
purpose. The Global Slavery Index rates the United States at rank 145, and it is estimated there are 60,100 people in slavery in America right now.
Right now.
Modern slavery.
It's really sick.
That would be classed as men, women, and children exploited as forced labourers, and in the commercial sex industry. Victims of forced labour have been identified in domestic work, home health care, food service industry, construction, agriculture and nursing, factories, garment manufacturing, beauty salons, janitorial services, travelling sales crews, among other sectors. So that's 60,000 in the United States. And that's nothing compared to the rest of the,
Yeah, we're what, 147th in the list?
145th.
145th. Now that's pretty damn low on the list.
But yeah, yeah. So there are 60,000 slaves in America.
That's still unacceptable, though.
No, that's not acceptable, right?
Around the world, there are 35.8 million men, women, and children trapped in modern slavery.
That's sick.
No, I can't do nothing about foreign countries. I believe in taking care of my own first. Then
Yeah.
after I take care of my own, then we help other people.
I look forward to a day when we can all look at everybody as our own.
Well, the problem with that, Hermaine, though, is that would be a one world government, which is even worse than the way we got it now.
I don't think there has to be a one world government, though. I don't subscribe to that.
I agree with you there. I think a one world government would be for the best.
Oh, I don't know that I think it's the best, though, for a one world government.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely. All right, so no, a one world government would not be a good idea.
It would still run like state systems. Each country would.
I don't know that I agree with the states. I think there's a lot of corrupt things that states do. Just because.
Oh, absolutely, but then it would not work the same way that the United States works, obviously.
I mean, you've got it right on your border. There are 266,000 slaves in Mexico.
Again, I can't do nothing about Mexico.
I know. I'm just saying that, this idea that we've abolished slavery is a bit of a joke.
When I made the comment of slavery, I just meant that a lot of times our economy had been propelled by a couple of things. We had slaves, and then when we stopped having slaves, we had immigrants that I wouldn't call it slavery, but the wages were so low and the conditions so bad that I got to be careful with how I say this. It was just a very bad environment.
Well, if you're trapped in that situation, then you probably, well, it's not far off slavery, apart from the fact you're not owned. But
It wasn't antebellum slavery, but it wasn't far off.
well, there's the other, going back a little bit, the other link you wanted was about the ethical use of unethical human research. I did read somewhere, something to do with hypothermia. Apparently the US military took a lot of records that they away from Nazi death camps and were doing experiments, and they've used some of the information in relation to hypothermia. But
Oh gosh, I don't want to be a brat about hypothermia because I know people die from it every. They've got to die from it every year. But how many?
when you think about it, the Americans, I mean, the rocket scientists that were working for the Nazis ended up being the scientists that developed the Apollo program. Right?
Yep, Werner von Braun. Werner von Braun was a Nazi, and the people under him were Nazis. That is true. Operation Paperclip, look it up.
Was he actually a Nazi, or was he just a German scientist?
He was a Nazi. Operation
Someone told me a really weird story about 2 months ago, which was they were a Jewish family, and her mother's mother, so her grandmother, was smuggled out of Germany by, I think it was Goering. And I just went, that's fucking weird.
Oh yeah, the Germans made sure that a lot of German Jews were
Smuggled out of Germany by one of the highest ranking Germans in Nazi. Just fucking bizarre, isn't it?
It could be, or it could be if you got paid enough.
Yeah, if you got enough money, you can do anything, I guess.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I mean, it could have been goodwill too. I don't know, but I just.
Yeah, I think they must have been family friends.
From Hermann Goring, Mr. Asshole himself. No, it wasn't. It wasn't out of the warmth of his heart. Trust me. Go read. You'll read some of the pilot memoirs about Hermann Goring from World War I. He treated the pilots like shit. He was an asshole. Go ask Werner Hahn before he died.
I'm not asserting it as truth. I'm just asserting it as somebody who actually had that experience. Told their granddaughter who told me.
No, I'm saying it could have happened, but it didn't happen because Goring had a warm spot in his heart. It happened because
I think most likely, I think, a bit of that, of course, but I think most likely it's because they might have been family friends.
Yeah, because
I think I read somewhere that Hitler did suggest that the Jews left Germany, but they had a conference. Right. I think they had a conference in the US, Britain, and most other countries. At the conference, refused to take.
Yeah, I think it was quite a few years earlier, though, wasn't it? It was like 1936 or something.
1938.
Oh, really? Is there anyone Jewish in this hangout? I wish we could substantiate some of this, but more importantly, where were Jewish people supposed to go? Israel hadn't been created. Didn't seem like anybody was giving them open arms.
And I think all the countries in Europe were, Britain especially, was saying, come to
It was
Britain.
funnily enough, it was the Evian conference, which is naive backwards. But it was initiated by Franklin D. Roosevelt in July 1938 in response to the plight of the number of Jewish refugees fleeing persecution. And for 8 days, there was 32 countries and 39 private organisations and 24 voluntary organisations met up to discuss things, but most countries didn't want to take anybody.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh.
Apparently, the conference was a failure because the United States and Great Britain refused to accept substantial refugees.
No, you're joking.
No.
No,
So there were 32 countries.
Another myth destroyed. Oh, God. Wow.
And in 1939, the British capped Jewish immigration to Palestine at 75,000 for 5 years. In 1939.
Yeah, I did know that. That was part of the deal.
Pretty much the world stopped. Could have found a solution, but didn't.
But we still do the same thing today, don't we? We say, not in my backyard, or what are we supposed to do with immigrants when we have right now we have a supposed recession that we're climbing out, not supposed, we have a recession that we're climbing out of, and we know that there's still people challenged today, and we say, oh, we got to limit it. And
people are very happy to see refugees helped, but as long as it's not us that are inconvenienced in the process.
Yeah.
That is an interesting point about the fact that we get these balanced recessions, and every time they happen, then the countries tend to nationalise themselves again.
Well, we did it in the 50s, didn't we? After the war.
Everybody does it, mate. Everybody does it.
Great Britain needed people to work after the war, so because we had the empire, what was left.
No, sorry, I didn't mean nationalise in that sense. I meant return to national politics and economic policies rather than global.
Yeah, but that was part of the problem we had in that we needed people to do certain jobs. The people that were already here didn't want to do them, so we brought a lot of West Indians. Yeah. But some of the jobs they didn't want to do, that's why we ended up with a lot of Indians, Pakistanis, West Indians came to the UK to work. They wanted to work. Then they became successful.
Yeah.
And we start turning on them, saying, "Oh, look at them! They're making all the money. Well, go back to where you came from," and all this sort of language. And what we're doing over.
I think you're kind of missing out quite a bit of the history there of what.
No, we did. That's what we had in the UK in the 70s. In the 70s,
in the 70s, yeah, 60s and 70s, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Until the riots.
No, what I'm saying is the empire brought a lot of people from Commonwealth countries to the UK to do jobs, certain jobs, and then we
nursing buses in London specifically.
Yeah, and then we had a lot of problems in the 60s and 70s where people didn't have jobs, and then. Similar to what's happening now, we're starting to turn on certain sections of society and blame them for the problems. So, oh, they've got all the jobs. They're sorry, but a lot of their people came here, were invited here, and they've worked hard and they've built businesses, or through their hard work they've bought their own house or whatever. And it seems to be a disease that we start blaming certain sections when we have recessions or when
Yeah, it's true, but I do wonder whether that may had a problem of almost spreading anti-Semitism. Because what you would typically do, and this is what countries typically do today, they take the best and the brightest, right? So let's say you take the best and the brightest Jewish people, and then they do what they do, which is the best and brightest succeed and excel, and then what happens is you have a recession in your country. And you see in America, Great Britain, all these different places where the best and the brightest immigrants came in and excelled, and you're in a bad spot, not because of anything they did, but because of the situation. And you would have then said the same thing they said in Germany. Oh my gosh, all these Jewish people are excelling.
Yeah, I might be wrong. That was a lot of what they were doing, was pointing out, look, the Jews have got all the money. They're the ones that are making interest off of our misery or loans, or they own all the businesses. They're all the jewelers, and it was then, so we'll take everything they've worked for and everything they've got.
Yep. Almost. So I don't know what the solution is. And then you don't want to take the poorest ones. Why? Because then people would say, oh, they're they're living off of our social programs. And blah, blah, it's a cluster. I don't know. I'm just glad I'm not a decision maker.
And that's my point in relation to saying things like all the Muslims want to kill us. Listen, the Muslims. Oh, let's all point to the Muslims. That's the danger. The similar danger is tarring an entire.
All right. Yeah. So what I was saying anyway was, sorry to cut in. The point about the anti-Semitism is that it's caused by the Christian theists in the first place. They weren't just the target because they were successful, because that's how Jews are. They were successful because they were the only ones allowed to do the jobs by which anyone could become successful.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So they're a target that we made ourselves,
yes,
not that they made themselves, and that's why I find particularly anti-Semitism so distasteful. Because it's not like they've ever oppressed anybody, particularly in history.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say. I would say Zionists are quite oppressive.
I can agree with you
no.
as it relates to being a banker and charging interest. I don't know in any other profession why we would assume that.
I beg your pardon, Amy. I didn't really understand what you said.
What you're saying in relation to charging interest. I don't know any other sector where I can agree with that.
No, well, it doesn't matter. The point is that that's the sector that makes the money.
Yeah, but the thing of it is,
there's only one business which is completely, independent of crashes, really, and that's the banking sector. That's because they set it up that way.
Right. But these bankers are not real Jews. They have Jewish-sounding last names, but they're not real Jews. One of them's last name is Braun, for fuck's sake.
These days, all of the banks are global, so they don't belong to any one country particularly. They have a home base, most of which is New York.
The elitists are globalists, right? The elites are globalists, and they put their banks. I mean, they just build a centralized bank.
It's nothing to do with Jews.
Wait, I have a question. Like Rothschilds, I heard that they created the banking system. Now this is all hogwash. It could be.
Hogwash, yeah.
Is it hogwash?
Well,
the banking system was invented in Greece, in Athens.
Yeah, there was banks before.
I think Emmy means the banking system, as in the Federal Reserve and that sort of thing.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Right, okay. Yeah, is that 1930 something? Yeah. No, I mean that actual system again was. I'm just trying to remember my economics history now. Okay, so the Bank of England first decoupled the pound in. Oh God, it's about 17 something.
No. Okay, and that was the time of the Rothschilds, right?
Rothschilds, you'd push me, okay, but I'd say probably about 1800s.
Okay, my question is, this is really simple. Were the Rothschilds Jewish?
No, their real name is actually Braun, if I understand correctly.
Who was Jewish in Europe, really?
They were descended from Mayor Amschel Rothschild. He was a Jew in the German Landgraves of Hesse-Kassel in Frankfurt. He established the banking business in the 1760s. He was a court Jew.
Oh, he was Jewish. Okay.
Well done, Emmy.
Well, I just heard, sometimes you hear these rumors and you don't know if they're any bit true. So I was just curious.
Again, my point is the banking system in Europe was dominated by Jewish people only because the theists wouldn't do banking. And so, of course, when the theists did start doing banking, they had to compete against already established banks, which were already making quite a bit of money and very profitable.
I don't doubt that, but my point is Jewish people are theists as well.
Some, yeah.
I mean, the place of origin for the Rothschild family was the Free City of Frankfurt, which is the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah. It was purely done in Christendom. I mean, this was a real innovation that they were allowed to do this in Christendom because people, the Christians, especially the church, just the institutions, were very keen on making money. Right? They believed the way to salvation was through hard work.
Yeah, I mean, the first. It says here the first name of the family was Isaac Elhachan Rothschild. That means red shield in German, but he was the son of Amschel Moses Rothschild, who was born in 1710, who was a money changer. Who traded with the Prince of Hesse.
Yeah. So they realised that this money system was very useful to them because they could buy lots of land for the church and so forth, and which is what they did. And they set up monasteries all across Europe, which were basically businesses, making something or producing something, which the monks would dedicate their lives to doing as
So
a
they got
kind of
free
holy
labor.
penance.
The
So it's free
Rothschild,
labor as well. Yeah.
the Rothschilds claim that they are Jewish when in fact they are Khazars. They are
They
from
should
a
be.
country.
That's
Can we
czars.
get off the Rothschilds because it's just completely fucking irrelevant.
Well, the name should be pronounced Rothschild.
Whatever.
No, but it wasn't well.
Whatever. It's just a couple of families that happen to be very
All
successful
right,
and passed their
Simon,
money
we're
on
just talking
generation
about
to
it. We're
generation.
just talking. Why are you getting so
Yeah.
touchy about it? We're
I
just
don't know, because we're 10
discussing
minutes
it.
into it and it's not even a conspiracy theory worth talking
Who said it was conspiracy theory? We're just
I'm not talking
discussing it.
about
Sorry,
conspiracy
I'm
theory.
waiting for
We're
Van
talking
Houten
about
to
the
get in
history of
again.
this family, you know.
Yeah,
They
sorry,
went.
mate.
They were already, apparently, according to what I'm reading here, they were already a significant fortune before the start of the Napoleonic Wars.
Yeah, they had some money, I guess. I don't know how much, but
Apparently, Nathan Rothschild, as it's pronounced in English, was instrumental in almost single-handedly financing the British war effort, organising bullion shipments to the Duke of Wellington's armies in Europe.
yeah, they funded both sides of the war, actually.
Okay, here's the only conspiracy theory that I was curious about. Okay, if you have that much power in the banking system, right, how is it that so many people were robbed by the banks? So many Jewish people were robbed by the banks if they owned a lot of the banking system.
Right.
They don't anymore. That was in the history book.
Oh, so you're saying by 1940 that wasn't the case anymore?
I would have thought it'd be probably even later. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't have investments in them, but businesses are global. They're not owned by individuals anymore in general. There are exceptions.
I'll agree with that today. I was asking circa 1940 because I don't know this fact.
1940. I would imagine they were public companies and quoted on stock exchanges, in which case they would be owned by shareholders.
And it does say that there are many conspiracy theories surrounding the Rothschild family that have been identified as a result of anti-Semitic prejudice reaching back several hundred years, including the era of Napoleonic Wars, not as a result of any valid evidence.
Right, but they're not
Could
Jews.
you look up another one for us, Mark? Maybe,
Yeah.
and I hadn't. It's just flashed through my mind. But were the Medicis, because they were a banking family, were they also Jewish?
Yeah, look that one up if that's true too.
Yes, there was a banking family, political dynasty, and later a royal house that first began to gather prominence under Cosimo de' Medici in the Republic of Florence in the late 14th century.
I think they were moneylenders. You know, I think that was what Florence did back then.
It says was a banking family, so yeah, probably started off
Yeah,
textile trade.
They ended up as popes or something.
It originally derived from the textile trade.
They might have
Textiles,
died
right.
in the
Fair
Titanic.
enough.
The Signori family.
A lot of Rothschild Rockefeller's competitors died on the Titanic. A lot of them.
Is that a conspiracy or is that true?
No, that's quite true. A lot of wealthy families died on the Titanic. That is very true. That is not a conspiracy.
I guess
the Medici Bank.
cheap.
The Medici Bank was created and became one of the richest. He became one of the richest men in the 15th century in the city of Florence.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, if he was alive today, the Pope would say that that was a sin.
They probably were the popes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, he sits on his golden throne,
I
holding
think
his
3 of them.
golden staff,
Alfonso the Ninth.
and wearing his golden hat. He says that, oh, you know, these guys have money, so they're a sin against God. Yeah. Okay.
No. 2 of the Medicis. 2 Medicis were popes.
Pull the log out of your eye before you pull the splinter out of mine, Pope.
But you had to be filthy. Well, you had to be pretty wealthy to be a Pope back in the day.
No. You had to support the right king.
Yeah, I mean, Giulio de' Medici was Pope Clement VII. I think.
Okay. He wasn't the famous one. There was another one which did some really stupid things. I think it's like Alfonso. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah, it was
So does
fucked
the
up back
Pope
then.
we have? So does the Pope we have now? Is the Pope we have now the Black Pope, or is the Black Pope yet to come?
Yeah, he's yet to come. There will
What's
be
the
one
black
one day.
pope mean?
Well, there's been a couple of candidacies for Pope from the African continent.
Oh, I didn't think you guys were literally talking race. I thought you
No,
were
I'm not. No, I wasn't referring to skin color. I'm referring to
Oh,
a
right.
Pope that is not in league with God, but in league with Satan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
that's
loads
what
of
I was.
those.
Yeah, that's the Pope. I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking
I
about
can,
it. A
I
Pope
know
whose
there was a
alliance is with Satan. It's
no, I know there was a period when there were two popes, so one of them must have been Satan.
Well, Anton LaVey was nicknamed the Black Pope, but he was the Church of Satan founder, wasn't he?
Oh, is
That was a
that
load
what
of bollocks, though.
Yeah,
That
but
was a
that's
cartoon version.
That's not legit, though. I mean,
Yeah, the guy knew nothing.
but yeah, there is a long-standing story that a pope will come in the future that will not be aligned with God. He'll be actually aligned with the devil, with Satan, and
Yes.
it'll plunge the world into all kinds of chaos and shit.
That's the Illuminati thing, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Nice.
I don't think that necessarily has anything to do with Illuminati. I think that's just. I think that is.
It's just stating the obvious, really.
It's internal within the Vatican. Even I mean that came out of the Vatican. It's that story that there would be a pope that would come that would not be aligned with God. He would be aligned with the devil. I don't think the Illuminati even.
I just thought there is a third option.
He's actually a white guy. He's named Black Pope Adolfo Nicholas, Superior General of the Society of Jesus' Diabolical Plan for the New World Order. So it sounds a bit conspiracy theory to me.
That's great. I love that title. I love that title.
I'm not aware of that title, but whatever.
That's a good one, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You'd like a title like that. I know you. You're a pagan. You'd like a title like that.
Oh, there's a Superior's General. Superior's General is the title. There's been lots of them since
I really.
1500s.
I'm not that big on titles.
No, I'm coming up with one. I'm going to come up with one. Grand Poobah.
Grand Poobah. You got that off the Flintstones.
Of the.
I'm not interested.
Oh, it is a thing. I mean, the current one is supposed to have been. He's been ruling, quote unquote, since 2008.
I didn't like the guy before him.
The Nazi. Yeah.
Oh, Kolvenbach, Peter
Yeah,
Kolvenbach.
that was. There was a lot of people that thought he was the Black Pope for sure, because I mean, he used to be a Nazi and.
Well, he did cover up the paedophilia thing, didn't he? He was the Pope
He
that
didn't
covered
do
it up.
anything with that.
There was a lot of people thought sure he was the Black Pope, man, because he was with the Nazis. He was what
Was
Nazi?
he Pope Francis? I always called him Benedict. Was he Pope Benedict?
No, he was Pope Ratzenberger.
Yeah, Benedict was his official
Yeah,
papal title.
Yeah, he was Ratzenberger, and then he became
15th or something, wasn't it?
I prefer him by his more, austere title.
Ratzinger.
Ratzinger to you.
Yeah.
He just creeped me out. He just looked creepy. Everything about him was like, ooh.
Oh, dude, he looked just like Emperor Palpatine, man. In Star Wars, it was.
Do you know you look a bit like him, Barry Johnson? If you change your moustache, you look a bit like him. If you were to change your moustache.
No, actually, my doppelganger is Robert Englund, the guy that played Freddy Krueger.
Can you not get a Pope hat for me?
No. You guys, he looked just like the guy in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Benedict did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Emperor Palpatine. Like I said, he looked like Emperor Palpatine.
That's what
I've got to go back and check that out.
me about him, and I never knew what it was, and now you know it.
Mm-hmm. I told you so. I told you. He looks just like him. It's scary, man. It's scary. They look identical. It's crazy.
Well, if you look in the sidebar right now,
Uh-huh.
I'll give you a link that confirms what Von Helton just said.
Mm.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry.
Could it be magic?
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeedy.
That is brilliant, Mark.
Yes, indeed.
Far off, is it?
Not far off. Not far
Right,
off.
I've got to get that, and I'm going to do one with you in it.
How do I make it go smaller? It just keeps coming so big. There we go.
Van
We've
Helton.
heard that before.
Van Helton,
There's
put your
another.
hands up like in.
I'll put
Van
another
Helton,
link
can you
in.
put your hands up like in the photograph for me?
There's
What?
another one in the sidebar.
Put your hands up like in the photograph for me.
I don't look nothing like Ratzinger or Emperor Palpatine. I can do Emperor Palpatine's voice, but I don't look nothing like him. I don't look nothing like him.
I'll do the other bit then.
Huh?
Yes, my master.
Watch, young Jedi, as your precious Rebel Alliance is crushed by this fully operational battle station.
Ron, you look more like Bill Maher.
I don't look like Bill Maher.
I like Bill Maher.
I don't like Bill Maher. Bill Maher's a socialist. I don't like him. But anyways, no, my actual doppelganger, though, is Robert Englund, who played Freddy Krueger in the movie Nightmare on Elm Street. That's my actual doppelganger.
Everything is proceeding as you foreseen, my master.
That's pretty good, Mark.
It's actually pretty good, yeah. Pretty close. Pretty close. Needs to be a little bit lower, but other than
Sister. You have a sister.
Oh, that scares me. You guys are creeping me out now.
You should not have come back, old man.
All right, you never called me and the stupid game already started. Ugh. Men.
Vaughn, when do you plan to go out and do karaoke?
When do I plan to do karaoke?
No, to go to the bar and do karaoke like you said about a year ago.
Oh, dude, it's snowing torrents outside. There's ice and snow everywhere. I'm not going anywhere for a while. I'm snowed in. That's one of the drawbacks of living out in the woods, man. You get snowed in, you can't go nowhere.
That's so funny because I never think of Kentucky and snow.
Well, normally we have mild winters, but unfortunately, we're getting pummeled, so that's the way it goes. But yeah, normally our winters are mild. Nadia is wiped out.
Oh, I'm tired of these things.
Is it this year the new Star Wars film is out, isn't it? December this
year? Late this year, I think.
December something, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think they're thinking about moving it earlier.
Wait a minute, is this another one done by Lucas?
No, he sold the company to Disney.
Oh,
yeah, Disney's doing it now.
Isn't J.J. Abrams doing it again?
Yeah, J.J. Abrams is directing.
Abrams is doing it, I think.
Okay. One other question: do they have Jar Jar Binks in it?
I hope not.
No.
Okay, then I might watch it.
That takes place afterward. Way after.
Yeah, this is after Episode 6. So like Luke is old and.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the same people. Harrison Ford's in it again, and
Of course.
Carrie Fisher and
Oh, wow.
Mark Hamill. But they're older, obviously. It's 30 years after the last film.
Carrie Fisher put on quite a bit of weight.
That's okay. That's what happens to them when they get older.
Well, I know, but I mean, I wonder if she's going to start working out so that she can get ready for the movie, or if they're going to...
I suspect they might have already filmed it. So.
I hope they have a line in it that's reversed from the other film, where Han Solo says to Leia, "I love you," and she says, "I know." That would be a cool line if they reverse it like that.
Yes.
I'd lay money on it.
In later Star Wars novels, Princess Leia actually turns to the dark side. I don't know if they'll do it this time.
She is the daughter of Darth Vader, so yeah, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think
if you remember, Darth Vader says, you know, because they were talking about Luke Skywalker and how Luke Skywalker wouldn't turn, and Vader says something to the effect, "Well, that's okay. There's another."
Yeah, sister. If you do not, perhaps she will.
Yes, perhaps she will. There you go. That's it. Perhaps she will.
And that's what makes Luke angry.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep, that's it.
I think in the books there were some books afterwards that said Han and Leia got married, and they had twins, and Luke married someone, and he had a kid, and one of them turns to the dark side or something, which is what the next one might be.
I didn't do the fan fiction stuff.
I can't wait for another Star Trek movie.
Yeah.
Doogie Howser in space.
Doogie Howser?
Yeah. Have you ever watched that TV show, Doogie Howser, MD?
Yeah, but he was just on that dumb show, How I Met Your Mother.
But no, you're not getting what I'm saying, though. The premise of Doogie Howser MD is that it was a kid being a doctor, okay? And that's my reference point. I told people, I said, do not let JJ have Star Trek, because if you do, he's going to do a Doogie Howser in space. He's going to have teenagers running the Enterprise. And everybody was on my ass over that statement. Oh, Von Helton, you are so full of shit. He's not going to put teenagers in charge of the Enterprise. He's not going to do that, Von. They're not going to be out of the Academy, Von. They're not going to do that. And what's the first goddamn thing we see? We see a big fucking screen of the damn Academy, and they're all in the damn Academy, still wearing their Academy uniforms.
Yeah, but that was a great... I think he did that...
Chekhov was 17. 17 years old.
Okay, but my whole point was I thought it was genius.
Well... Listen, okay, you've never been in the military. I understand. And true, you can join the military at 18, okay? But usually you have what's called basic training, you have AIT, you have all this other stuff that you do, and by the time you get done with that, you're, in your 20s, whatever, your first permanent duty station, 20, 25 years old, So, you have a little age by the time you actually get you get what I'm saying, okay? You don't put teenagers in charge of a multi-billion-dollar spaceship. No.
The affinity, race to the infinity at the power dollars. Sorry. I don't know. I could get over that because the storyline stayed true.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I just, but I told him, I said, you watch, it'll be teenagers in charge of the Enterprise, and I was going to be...
Let's face it, the guys were hot.
I guess. I don't
know. Luke, use the Force. I've run out of lubricant.
Oh.
We can destroy you. You don't know the power of the dark side.
That's right.
Yeah, alright. Put your toys away now.
It's my son's voice changer.
Your son's, of course.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
You got it for the bus in the morning, didn't you?
Yeah, your son was actually back in the 70s. Okay, yeah, right. Right.
It's very good anyway. I'd like one of those.
I love James Earl Jones' voice. That is my favorite voice in the entire world.
Yeah, he's good.
He did a good voice for Darth Vader. Iconic
He
voice.
never even got credited for it.
I was actually looking that up, and because somebody said, yeah, James Earl Jones never got credit for the voice of Darth Vader, and I looked that up, and I couldn't remember if he did in fact get credited or not. I remember looking it up, but I don't remember whether he did or not. But yeah, that rumor has been floated that James Earl Jones never got credit for Darth Vader's voice.
It was a last-minute thing though, because the guy in the suit was a British actor, and his voice was an accent was certainly not suitable. I didn't realise that till they were rehearsing, and then they brought James Earl Jones in afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting because Emperor Palpatine's voice is totally made up on the fly. They brought the guy in to do Emperor Palpatine, and speaking in his normal voice, Lucas didn't like it. He didn't want it. So the guy doing Emperor Palpatine actually came up with the voice for Palpatine. It's a unique voice.
Was it a different actor was Palpatine at one point, wasn't it? And they changed him. Yeah.
Yes.
Now,
And
I have a weird question. The 4, 5, and 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did they have people of color then in it?
Yeah, Lando Calrissian was.
Yeah, Lando Calrissian. Yeah.
Who was he? What character was he?
He was in charge of the Cloud City.
Billy D. Williams.
Billy D. Williams, yeah.
Yeah, Billy D. Williams. He was in charge of the Cloud City.
He was the one that was flying the Falcon in the last film.
Yeah. Yes.
In 3, 4, 5. What always struck me is, I guess I remember 1 and 2 the most, and just being like, they don't have black people in the future, and just kind of being weirded out by that.
All the stormtroopers were Maoris. The clone Jango Fett was a Maori, a New Zealand Maori, the actor.
Yeah.
What's the Maori?
And indigenous to New Zealand.
Oh.
Similar to a Native American or an Aborigine.
Hawaiian.
Oh, they don't like you saying that.
Not like a Aborigine.
Not like a Hawaiian. Them guys.
No, I mean indigenous population, the Maoris.
Oh, in that sense, yes. Sorry, Mark. I keep misunderstanding you tonight. I'm sorry.
It wouldn't be a Hawaiian. Them guys are huge, man. Them Samoan guys, they're massive dudes. They're huge.
Are Hawaiians Samoans by, like...
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't think so.
They're Polynesian, but they're not the same nation. There's American Samoa, and then there's Pacific Samoa.
Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that, was it them that came third in the World Rugby Cup? Or second? Yeah, second, I think it was.
I think they came in second, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. They've got
Samoa has never been in the final. Samoa has never made the final of the Rugby World.
Okay, it might have been third or something, yeah.
I wish I could have taken a picture of the look on Floyd's face. Did anyone else see that?
No,
it was great.
What are you drinking, Floyd?
Johnny Walker Black.
Whoa.
Wow.
Okay. Has it been a long day, or...?
Yeah, really. Has it been a long day?
I suppose it's Saturday, isn't it? So that's okay.
Yeah.
It's Valentine's Day. What'd you do for your Valentine, Floyd?
My wife and daughter and I went out to dinner.
Oh, that's nice.
Right, now that's making me thirsty. Right, I got some JD band here.
I love how you drink it neat. I cannot stand when people mess around with ice cream in it. Wait, let's see. Oh, Mark, you are too funny.
Okay, Mark, can you get a bit of, like cling film, all right? Put it over one side of your face underneath the mask.
Say that again?
Get a bit of cling film. You put it over one side of your face under the mask, and then you take the mask off and go, Luke! You're my son! Soccer said he was going to do one, so I felt so tempted to say, you could just have half the sock deformed underneath the helmet.
It is actually my son's toy. I bought it for him for Christmas. It's a voice changer, so I ran upstairs to get it when we were doing this.
Have you got proof of that?
I don't have... He would contest it if I said...
Can you send me a link? Got a wiki. Must be on there.
I got a photograph of my son wearing it when I first bought it from him.
No, we don't want to see that. Thank you. We get enough trolls on here as it is.
Yeah, for real.
That would be really funny what Palm said. If you do Darth Vader and then you take off the mask and you do Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Get to the chopper!
Yeah.
Get to the chopper!
Ugh. I want to kill more people.
Fuck you, asshole.
I like the Samson and Delilah one. on was it Samson and Delilah? The Dark Matter 2525. Have you not seen that? It's Arnold Schwarzenegger as Samson.
Oh, brilliant!
The one where he goes
really
birds. Get your ass to Mars. Fucking great. Get your ass to Mars.
I'll stick a link up if you like, Mark, if you haven't seen it.
I haven't seen
Brilliant. Yeah. Or you could take the helmet off and say, "The name's Bond, James Bond."
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Money Penny.
All right, I heard a weird thing about Sean Connery, that he was a wife beater. Is that true?
He said something quite controversial about women, and he was interviewed, and the interviewer, I think, was hoping to hear him say, "No, I was misunderstood or misrepresented or the wrong context," but unfortunately he said, "Oh no, it was quite true."
Yeah,
Oh.
Barbara Walters interviewed him, and he said something to the effect of, if she doesn't listen, then you're free to beat her. If she doesn't listen to reason, then you should be able to beat her afterwards.
Yeah.
Now the funny thing is it Prince Philip? Is that his name?
Yep.
Yeah, if he would have said that, we all would have taken it as a joke. Because
He did say it.
That, he's joking around. But
No, he's not. He really is a racist.
I think I think it was about Barbara Walters. He said, "I don't think there's anything particularly wrong about hitting a woman, although I don't recommend doing it the same way that you'd hit a man. An open-handed slap is justified if all other alternatives fail, and there has been plenty of warning. If a woman is a bitch or hysterical or bloody-minded continually, then I'd do it."
God, he's controversial, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, and then he was asked. I mean, that was what he said originally, apparently, in an interview for Playboy magazine in 1965, and then Barbara Walters interviewed him in 1985 and confronted him and asked him whether he was taken out of context or whether he changed his mind, and he said, "No, I haven't changed my opinion. I don't think it's bad. It depends entirely on the circumstances and if it merits it. If you've tried everything else and women are pretty good at this, when they can't leave things alone and they have to have the last word, then you can give them the last word."
Well, at least he did say not to strike them like you would strike a man. So.
Yeah, but I think we don't like to think of James Bond in that way. My God.
No, you wouldn't.
Stop talking.
I don't strike them. I just taser them.
I would like to hear more of the I would like to hear more of the context around that, because I'd say he was probably talking about somebody that was being belligerent and argumentative and trying to.
Yeah, what he's basically saying is he wouldn't punch a woman like he would a man, but he thinks slapping one if she's a bitch or she's argumentative is quite fine.
I don't think that's acceptable at all, but whatever.
I wonder if he's just a product of an older generation.
He's a product of an older generation. That's right, Floyd.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right, does it?
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it was probably more normal. It was more. Normal, more acceptable back then.
Particularly, I suppose, if his parents were. That's what happened in his household when he was a kid, I guess. Then.
Well, that might have actually been a conservative view back then as well.
Yeah. Shut up, woman! I'll give you a slap.
Yes. Probably back in his grandfather's day, it was just no warning. He thinks he's been quite reasonable by going, "Look, I'm going to fucking eat you."
Well, there's that vile sexist joke, isn't it? What do you call a woman with two black eyes? Nothing. You've already told her twice.
Okay, let's bring it down.
I
Mark's
just said
here
that.
all week.
I
We're
did
gonna be
say
on
that
the
was
floor.
that vile sexist joke, so I qualified it first. That was what that was the sort of joke that used to go around at the
I
time.
didn't think you actually meant it as if it was funny. Because it's not, obviously.
And I just have to make that clear because there could be people watching that will take it the wrong way, and then before you know it, I'll be labelled a violent sexist tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, why wait till tomorrow?
Never put off tomorrow what you can do today.
I've got to be careful now. Google are watching me. You know this.
You've got to be careful when I'm around.
Well, Google isn't watching you; their bot is watching you. That's
Well,
more.
according to some people, Google are going to get me soon as well. So I've got to be careful.
Now, the Google bot will get you. The Google bot is monitoring all videos that go out, and if it detects
Oh my
anything,
God, there is no Google bot.
that's what I was told, is that they had a bot.
Yeah, no, they've got lots. There's
But you
one
can't believe
under.
everything you're told, Vaughn.
No. When you buy a computer.
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Ermine, what do you think flags these videos? What do you think flags them?
Any composition. Go ahead.
It would be a bot. A bot is what's going around flagging videos for content. Like, say, if I turn on the radio.
A bot, it's a person. And then what happens is there's so much data that's uploaded. It doesn't have time to run through every musical score, everything someone says, every blah, blah, blah. It's only when somebody flags it that then it runs through an HOA. The only time it ever takes picture or note of a regular hangout is if somebody reports you for abuse.
And there's a whole lot of reporting going on then, because
True.
Yeah, most of it's Brett Keane, I think.
Brett Keane ain't even around. He hasn't done a hangout in months.
I mean, false flagging and all that.
I don't think he's even on anymore. He hasn't done a hangout or video in months.
He's doing fine. He just took a break from Google Plus.
Oh.
He shouldn't be on it. He's banned from YouTube and Google Plus anyway.
No,
Several
he's not.
He's had perma-bans from Google.
Not permabans. He's been banned.
Yes, he has. He's had a perma-ban. The only
There's
reason
no
he's gotten
such thing, you guys, is a permanent ban. It can only last a certain amount of time.
the only reason he's got an account is because it's been opened for him by someone else. He's not supposed to have any accounts.
No.
But now, according to his wife, wait a minute, I've actually talked to his wife. According to his wife, he's never been permabanned, ever.
Yeah.
He's had bans, yes, but he's never been permabanned. And that's straight out of his wife's mouth on Skype, so, you know.
The only people that are perma-banned is if you do something that, like, federal agents will get you.
Right, you would have to get on, you know, and support Islamic terrorism.
Child pornography.
Yeah, child pornography, terrorism.
Bomb making, something.
Bomb making, yeah. I mean, you know, you'd have to do something major to get.
If you hack well enough, like hack into a government system or blah, 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 and the federales catch you, yeah, you can be perma-banned.
But I think there's also, if you've been banned so many times, then it becomes permanent.
It only becomes permanent. It only comes permanent for 3 to 6 months. You have to, doesn't matter what, if they haven't been charged in the court of law and convicted, they can't perma-ban you. Yeah. We learned that the hard way because there were some serious trolls on here that used to like hack the system, do all sorts of stuff. So they thought they can perma-ban them. They got legal after them, and they weren't allowed to do it.
No.
Well, in my opinion, he should be. He's a piece of crap.
I don't think so.
Well, if you know, do you know everything he's done?
Of course not. I don't know anything. Everything.
Well, all I'm suggesting that you do then. He accused several people of being paedophiles. Some quite vile stuff over the years.
He's also abused his wife.
But now wait a minute. His wife said he never abused her. So
Well, it's not what the court record says.
His wife said it never rose to abuse. They had an argument. They had disagreements. They had problems, but it never rose to the level of abuse. And that's from his wife. So
I've seen the court records for the arrest sheets and stuff.
Well, I haven't seen the court records, and I haven't talked to her, so I'll just give it as I would anybody else the best and say I think it doesn't sound like them.
Yeah, I think his criminal record for domestic violence was put on the internet some while ago.
Link?
I'll try and find it.
Thanks.
How long ago did you talk to his wife, Vaughn?
I talked to her for quite a while, because I had questions too, and I asked her, about stuff, and she was very candid about it, and she said, a lot of the stuff that the trolls are claiming happened did not happen. It just did
Well,
not.
I've seen the rap sheets online.
Well, I mean, police go out for domestic calls all the time. That doesn't mean that somebody's beating their wife to a bloody pulp, I mean, it could just be an argument or a disagreement.
Yeah,
Somebody.
he said Sean Connery to her, that's all.
His actual criminal record, the detail. Well, I don't know. I've seen it on the
People, it's funny that the individual that produced the Kelly video accusing me of being a pedophile himself got arrested for child pornography and pedophilia. And he is in jail right now. Mr. Anonymous Dick, remember him down?
Yeah,
the guy that did the Kelly video. Yes, he's in jail for child pornography and pedophilia. Sure is.
Vaughn, what's his real name, though?
What's his face told me, Agent 19 told me, and I forgot. But I've got it somewhere. But yeah, he is in jail for pedophilia.
I heard somebody on here that we supposedly hang out with a lot. Nobody wouldn't tell me who, but had gotten busted because he was talking to a 13-year-old like she was a grown-up. Or maybe it was a 15-year-old. I don't remember. Told him to come there, all kinds of stuff. I was like, whoa.
Well, here's the thing. Mr. Anonymous Dick and his wife, I might add, he actually brought his wife into it. They created an account on let's see, what was it? Was it on? I think it was on Blog TV. It might have been an account on something else. Anyway, they created an account of a 31-year-old female, and then they used that account to approach me. Now remember, the account is a 31-year-old female, not a minor. All right. They come to me and they said, "I'm in trouble. I need some help." And I said, "Well, I'll be glad to help you." And they said, "I need asylum. I need, assistance. I'm being attacked or assaulted," or I forget now exactly what was said. But anyway, I mean, I'm a nice person. I'm like, sure, I'll give you asylum. I'll help you out. But then, as the communication progressed, their age started to change. It wasn't 31. Now it was 25. Then it was 20. Then it was 19. Then it was 17. And by that time, I'm like, yeah, I'm being trolled, right? But I let him go on because I wanted to see what the hell this was all about. But at no time, and Blog TV confirmed this, at no time was there any talk of nude pics or anything like that. But they added that in later to try and make it seem like I wanted nude pics from a minor. Well, the problem is that the nude pics were never originally mentioned. That was added in later. And like I said, Blog TV confirmed this. In fact, Blog TV actually sent an email to one of the trolls telling them that they were blatantly lying about me and to cease and desist. And there was even a video made of it. And that individual that did that, he himself is in jail for child pornography and pedophilia. The very thing that they
a similar thing happened to you?
Yes. Well, see, here's the thing. It's called projection. What they do, they project what they themselves are onto me. All right. In a similar vein, there was a guy that was a wife beater, tried to accuse me of being a wife beater. He ended up serving time, I think it was 2 years, for beating his wife. Okay. But so, it's called projection. They project onto me what they themselves really are. And like I said, there's been several of them that's went to jail already. And I didn't have anything to do with it. That's the beauty of it. I didn't have anything to do with it. But it's called projection, and that's what a lot of these clowns do. They project onto others what they themselves are.
But I have a question. So the person lied and said they're 19. Like, at what point are you like, I'm going to stop talking to this person? So they lie and say they're 19. Okay, I can still keep talking to them. I'm going to say I'm 17.
Well, like I said, there wasn't any discussion of nude pictures or anything like that. This person was claiming to be abused, and was wanting asylum, and I was willing to offer any help that I could, and that was the extent of the conversation. But what they done was they went back and edited the video, edited the chat, and made it look like, these things had happened. But when Blog TV reviewed the chat, there was no instance of any type of foul play. Okay, not in the original chat. See, Blog TV had access to the original chat logs. But see what they done, they altered the chat logs in the video to make it look like I was soliciting nude pics from a minor when I wasn't. Total scam. It was a total scam. And like I said, the account they were using was not the account of a minor. It was of a 31-year-old female. It was not a minor. In fact, in their own hate video, it says, you can read it right there, it'll say, I've got it written right on there saying, I didn't know you were a minor. And I didn't, because the account was a 31-year-old female. So when they started with all this minor bullshit, I knew it was a scam. I knew it was a troll. I mean, because they kept changing their age every 5 minutes. It's like, how old is this clown? This has got to be a troll. Maybe I can figure out which troll it is, right? And it ended up being Mr. Anonymous Dick, one of my old trolls from way back. And he is sitting in a jail cell. Or, well, he was. I don't know if he still is, but he was.
Hmm.
Yep. Bearded.
Hair that I am most jelly of on Google Plus.
What's that?
I said, here's the hair that I'm most jealous of on Google Plus.
I have seen some very beautiful hair. I was looking at a video of hairstyles for women the other day. I was looking actually for something else, but I came across the video and I thought, well, what the hell? I'll check it out. They had some absolutely gorgeous hair for women. They took these strands and would make special types of braids, and they would have the braids all woven into the rest of the hair to make it. And the way it was done, it was phenomenal. And they would have the braids crisscross each other, and the hair was interwoven with each other.
Wow.
The way it was done, it was, oh my gosh, it was crazy. It was awesome. It was really neat, man.
Oh.
If I knew the link of the video, I'd give it to you.
Her name is Silent. Shut up, Mom.
Her name is Silent.
I'm like Prince. I'm the artist formerly known as Ermine.
Yeah, formerly known as Ermine.
Oh, Mark, you found a. Oh, I'm gonna mute myself for a second.
That's supposedly the definitive. It's about an hour long, though. So.
Mark, in the sidebar, there's that link for the Dark Matter 25 video.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really good. You'll love it. There's 3 parts to it, so you have to follow it through.
He's old, and he now considers Brett a friend.
Say again?
One of the pop-ups on the video said this video is 2 years old, and I now consider Brett a friend. If that's the case, why don't you take the video down?
Now, that's the person that has mirrored the video. Straight Dope is the person that made the video. I think it's Facepalm Response is the person that has uploaded it.
He has an Encyclopedia Dramatica too. Is that what they're called?
Yes. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, so I got.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, does Nephilim or Evan have one?
Yes.
Nephilim, no.
Yeah.
Oh, does he? Yeah. Von Helton has one as well.
Oh, I believe Von Helton has.
Yeah, Von's got one too. It's sweet.
Vaughn, you were reading from it the other day, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
That's what Michael Ann was complaining about before. I was reading from something else on the internet. I don't think she realised it wasn't me making it up. I was reading bits of it.
Maybe we should turn this hangout into this. We should get Vaughn back in here and just go to the link and be like, "Can you explain?"
No.
Bye.
Go ahead. I'll mute.
Oh man.
If you look in the description of that video I just put on the sidebar, there's lots of other stuff, research there.
Oh, I see.
Where did Vaughn go? I want to ask him now. And is it James? James what, Von Hilton?
I'm not sure.
Paul, James Paul.
James Paul. All right. Let me go to Encyclopedia Dramatica first.
Brace yourself, all right?
I don't have one. I feel bad. I don't have one of these wikis.
I don't think it's the sort of thing you'd want, to be honest.
This is true. Now, can I just do a search? Let's see. How does this work? Here we go. Come on.
Oh, man.
Let's search feature. This
is almost as
Oh,
funny
it's
as
just
last
Von
night.
Hilton. It's not his first name. Oh my gosh, it's just Von Hilton. He totally has one. Oh my gosh, this thing is so long.
Vampire.
Oh my
He's a
god.
vampire and a space marine, time traveler. You've seen a house flip over. Everything, man.
List of jobs and feats. Oh my gosh, this is... Who has time to create this?
No idea.
List off some of his feats. Come on, Armin.
Oh, I want to wait for him to get back.
Yeah, whatever. He'll come back.
Oh gosh, they even have Grandma Von Helton? Oh, he used to have a beard? Like a long beard? And he was young, too.
Like the beard of an ancient Chinese man.
All right, as soon as he comes back, let me know. Computer repairman, promised by the gods a great and glorious future that will benefit all of mankind. Vigilante special ops superhero, i.e. literally the Punisher.
Yes, he does
ninja.
believe that.
He is the Punisher.
He actually says he is the Punisher.
The real one. The real
I'm
Punisher.
not joking. He said it was based on him.
Okay, I went through this yesterday. I want him to come back because I'm going to ask him. This. Oh, here, let me get you the link.
You better prepare yourself if you really want to do this.
Well, yeah, because
It's going to get funny, I'm telling you.
Adam's grandfather had something to do with the invention of the
Well,
stealth.
yes. Or at least testing it and working with this.
Yeah. So he would obviously know that Von Helton invented it.
Oh, where is he? Oh my gosh, I can't wait.
Perhaps there was a superhero emergency he had to nip out for.
Well, then he should be back quicker than a speeding bullet.
You know, he's the Punisher, not Superman.
He's on diaper duty. Punisher's got diaper duty.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Robbie. I didn't know that's what Robbie looks like. Hi, darling.
Hey, how you guys doing?
And now he went black. Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Robbie.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Not bad,
I like your glasses, Robbie.
Thanks.
I like,
What are you guys talking about?
Well, as soon as Von Helton gets back, I'm going to talk to him about his Encyclopedia Dramatica.
That'll be fun.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be real funny. I can't wait. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Me too.
After last night, I was cracking up so bad last night. After last night's hangout with Brother John, this is going to be just as good.
Yeah.
What was Brother John saying?
Spellbinder was in there, and it was a 2-hour conversation about who knows.
Oh, was that the wolf that's all colored?
Yeah. After you left,
I rage quit that hangout.
After you left, it got good. Go back. Go on Brother John's page and watch that from like 2 hours.
Out, I wanted to shoot myself.
It's worth it. I'm telling you. Go back and watch it.
Yeah.
What did he say? Just give me a direction, because when I was in there, I was like, you must be kidding me.
Well, talking about Brett Keane, he is hosting a hangout right now.
Oh, I didn't get an invite.
G-Man's in there with J-Dubs. Surprise, surprise. Because J-Dubs is the one that got him the account, I think.
Oh, I did get one.
Idol Smasher, Reuben. Atheists versus believers. Except there's no atheists.
There's no atheists that go into the hangouts anymore.
Surprise, surprise. It's run by Brett and J-Dubs.
I like J-Dubs too. What's wrong with J-Dubs?
Oh, you've got a lot to learn.
Oh, dear.
J-Dubs is the same person. J-Dubs is also known as Benny the Gangster, Benny this, Benny that. They're both the same person. Two of the vilest people on YouTube.
All right, well, I'm going to give, what's his name, a couple more minutes, and then I'm probably going to go join him.
Oh, no.
I've been hanging out with atheists all day. Oh, he's back! Okay. Von Helton.
Hang on a second, I'm just getting my popcorn. Okay, go.
James, can you hear me? Von Helton.
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, somebody directed me to something called Encyclopedia Dramatica.
Right, it's a hate website. It's designed to look like a Wikipedia page, but it's not. It's a hate website, and it was created by a troll and a hater, and it is for trolls and haters to hate on various people that they don't like. That's all it is hate site. They've been taken down more times than I have underwear. Okay, in fact, they had to go recently to a Norwegian URL because everybody was getting them taken down, and you know, last I heard, the Norwegian government's been notified, and they're thinking about taking them down too, because all they do is promote hate. They don't have any legitimacy to them at all. Most of the stuff that's produced on those pages is either half truths or flat out lies. And you know, yeah, it's garbage. It's worse.
Okay.
It's worse than the National Enquirer. Okay.
Right. You have a page that is longer than, I don't know, like Rosa Parks. You know what I mean? Like on.
Yes. I have legions of haters out there who are taking great delight in the fact that my marriage is over, and that they called CPS and tried to get my kids taken away from me. They've tried to have me killed. They've tried to get the CIA after me. They've tried to get the FBI after me. They've tried to get the local police and the state police after me. All of which has failed, of course.
What about all your jobs at listed?
So under jobs that you've had, I just want to make sure. You were never in Kylene, Texas, and if you were, you didn't say that you broke up a pimp's operation, or that
much is true. Yes, that much is true. And in fact, I was even working with local law enforcement in that fact.
It's the one underneath that. It says you said that your balls were exposed to depleted uranium.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I served in the U.S. Army as a tanker, and the Sabo round is a round made out of depleted uranium.
Yeah.
You were a tanker. What was your MOS then?
19 Echo. 19 Echo was my MOS. I was a tanker. My tank was the M60A3 with TTS.
What's this bit about? What's the bit about?
Guys, you're stealing my thunder.
Sorry.
You're a space marine.
I seriously have a question. Did you invent the stealth bomb?
No. What I did was I submitted a design to NASA for a space and atmospheric superiority fighter, and that design eventually became the stealth fighter, minus the ion engines and minus some other modifications that I'd made. But the basic design, the angular design, the V-shaped tail, all of that, still pretty much intact. But they changed it enough to where that they could get away with it. They sold the design to Lockheed. Lockheed produced the aircraft.
Okay, so can I ask
So
you
was this in like 1940?
how old are you?
I'm 51. I'll be 52 this October.
So So when did you give him the plans, dude? Like 1945, 46, 50? Something like that?
Well, doesn't it say on the wiki page?
It's fucking impossible.
That's okay. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Talk to me about this two-time quick draw screwdriver champion. Why am I acting?
You're breaking up. Let me mute.
Who's got the echo?
Oh, that was Vaughn.
Two-time quick draw screwdriver champion. What is that?
That is a joke about my wife who's schizophrenic and thought I pulled a gun out of my drawer when I was actually reaching for a screwdriver. And she thought I was reaching for a gun.
That's mean.
Well, of course. It's made by haters. It's made by haters, Ermine. You're not going to get the truth on that page.
Okay, well that's why I'm asking you.
Haters, trolls, and
How
naysayers.
about DJ including one of the first rap
Up
concerts?
in the hizzy.
Now that is true. I did DJ work all over the continental U.S. That is true. That is true.
Amateur
Yes.
cryptozoologist.
Yes. Amateur.
Died and came back to life not once but twice.
What's that?
Died and came back to life not once but twice.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, more than twice.
Now, I didn't read through every one of those. I'm sure there's a few. But you have to realize I read through more than half of them. So I would believe this to be true. You haven't...
No, because no. Well, you have to understand the reason it's not written it's not written in a way to try to get the truth out or try to tell the truth. It's a way to browbeat me and downplay me and get people to dogpile on top of me. That's what it's for.
What's the Punisher? It says you're literally the Punisher. It says
I did work for the government that could be construed as something similar to what the Punisher did. That's all. So
you were a ninja type of person.
I took ninjutsu. Yes, I am an actual ninja. I took ninjutsu in Dayton, Ohio, under Stephen K. Hayes. Actually, Stephen K. Hayes' apprentice, Mr. Boosie. I was his apprentice. I was Boosie's apprentice, whereas Boosie was an apprentice of Stephen K. Hayes, a Grandmaster of Ninjutsu. So that is true. I am a real, live, living, breathing, fucking ninja. For real.
Right out of the horse's mouth?
Yeah.
That much is true. That much is true, and I'm very proud of the fact that I took ninjutsu training. And I don't shirk from it.
And you did special ops for the government?
I did not serve in special ops. I did work for the government. Let's leave it at that. I did work for the government.
So what's the Punisher actually based on you, do you think?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if like I said, I don't know if Kirby came out with the idea of the Punisher before me or after me.
Is it true that you? Oh, sorry.
I would say he probably came up with the idea of the Punisher before I did. But one thing is for sure, he got the idea from somewhere.
Is it true that you invented internet abbreviations?
Yes, I was a beta tester for AOL, and I came up with abbreviations like BRB and AFK. I'm the originator of those abbreviations.
You get that shit on copyright?
Yeah.
Did you copyright BRB?
No, I didn't
Is that legit,
copyright
dude?
nothing. I didn't copyright nothing. No, I didn't. At the time, I probably didn't even know what copyright was, to be honest. But I was beta testing AOL. I also beta tested other shit, too. I beta tested Genie. I beta tested Prodigy. I beta tested, let's see, what was it? What was some other business software? I beta tested a lot of business software. And I beta tested a lot of games, too. And I modded a lot of games.
Our Citizen, right?
I'm working on Star Citizen. I've got a few ideas in my head.
What are you working on now?
Ships mostly, but there's some other things I've got that I'm thinking about doing.
Such as?
I'm not going to elaborate. Because if I elaborate on it, somebody else is going to do it.
Throw a freaking teaser out there and leave me hanging, buddy. Come on.
No, because
I've seen some of your
what I'm
designs on Star Citizen. I've watched your videos on them. I know.
I'm not going to reveal what other things I'm doing because somebody else will get out there and beat me to the punch. No, I will not.
That's why I'm confused about the stealth aircraft, because that was the first stealth technology was begun by the Germans, the Horton.
I'm well aware of Professor Horton and his flying wing. I am very well aware of it. I am also well aware of the B-1. I'm also well aware of the variations that what's the millionaire mogul? He did the Spruce Goose. Mr. Hughes. Mr. Hughes.
So you invented the stealth fighter in what year then?
No, I didn't invent a stealth fighter. You keep misquoting.
Oh, I see. Okay, your first design.
No. I invented a space and atmospheric superiority fighter.
Right.
I designed it. I did the hydraulics, and I did the engines.
When was
not
this?
do the rest of it.
What, you invented an ion drive?
No, I did not invent the ion drive.
Oh,
the
right.
ion drive already existed.
Right.
I can't invent something if it already exists.
Okay, I'm just asking. When was this then that you?
Well, that's
when did you submit your
that's
design?
That's the trolls talking.
When did you submit your design for this aircraft?
Back when I was young.
What year?
I don't remember the exact year. Somewhere around here, my mother still has the original transcripts from my conversations with NASA.
You
Somewhere.
can't get important things like dates and stuff in here, Mark. All right.
Do what?
Rough date, 1985, 1982.
I don't. Like I said, I was a teenager. I don't remember. I was a teenager. I don't remember.
So what age were you? 18, 17?
Somewhere around there, I guess. Yeah, I was young.
So that would have been around about 62, 70, about 1970?
I guess, somewhere around there. I don't know.
Okay.
But I did not design the stealth fighter. They designed the stealth fighter off of my design. Me and my father went to the mall. Quit laughing. It's not funny.
Dude, the stealth fighter was out
Me and my father went to the mall, and on the bookshelf was a copy of Popular Science magazine, and on the cover was the stealth fighter, and my father pointed at the magazine and said, "That looks like your design." I said, "Yeah, it does." So my father can confirm this shit. Okay, this is not something I'm pulling out of my ass or making up out of the blue.
Oh, I know that Adam's grandfather worked on it. You said the design as well. I think.
Who invented pizza? The Italians invented pizza.
That's just it's interesting to hear all this from the horse's mouth that people read about. That was all.
It's all true.
No, it all isn't true.
What's the Fort Hood thing?
It's not true. What?
Something to do with Fort Hood as well, I think.
Mark, stop.
It says that you guarded the empty gold box at Fort Hood.
I did guard duty at Fort Hood, but not over Fort Knox. I did guard duty for something else.
There's some ridiculous stuff written about you, obviously. I mean, it says that you once used the Force from Star Wars on a groundhog.
I did, actually. I did. I used chi. You know what chi is?
Yeah, but so that's not.
Yes, well, if you know what chi is, that's what I used.
Okay. You're an amateur chemist, a cowboy.
Yep, my mother still has pictures of Trigger, our horse. A gold horse. With white hair. I think it was 11 hands, if I recall correctly. Very pretty horse.
What? You also mentioned you had.
How much is the measurement of a hand with horses? I forget.
4.5 inches.
Something you stopped the Italian mafia on 2 occasions? It says.
Okay.
Maybe.
By something convinced you, and I'm assuming it was empirical evidence.
You've had quite an eventful life then.
I've had a very rich and full life, yes.
Love your hat, Pawn.
There are some ridiculous claims about you on here.
What I'm trying to figure out is why in the fuck would you give clicks to a fucking hater? That's what I'm trying to You're glorifying a fucking hate page. Why are you doing that? Why?
I didn't even know what it was.
Yeah, well now you do.
A couple of days ago. Yeah,
now you do. Now you do. Now you do. All you'd had to done was just go through it a little bit. Or, hey, read the About section. I mean, it tells you who originated Encyclopedia Dramatica. She was pissed off at somebody. She was a fucking hater, a troll, and a hater.
Yeah, I'm just saying, there's some ridiculous claims they've made about you that you supposedly heal people, control the weather, and raise the dead.
Yeah, well.
What else?
It says Von Helton also claims to be able to summon angels. That's daft.
Well, you're free to believe what you want if you're going to believe a hate website.
No, I'm not. I just said that's daft. I don't believe for a
the thing
moment.
of it is, see, here's the problem. The problem is that there's going to be people watching this that don't know what the fuck's going on. They're going to click on that, and they're going to give them people money. Them people don't need money. They need to be jailed. They don't need money. Every time you click on them, you're giving them money. Every time you send traffic to their website, you're giving them money.
I don't believe for a moment that you can raise the dead or you can summon angels or, or you can heal people or control the weather or raise the dead. That's daft. It's just stupid. No one can do that. They've obviously combined these things with some stuff that is true, as you said. You are a ninja, and
like I said, it's half truths leavened with lies, or is that vice versa? Maybe it's lies leavened with half truths. Anyway, it's both. It's half truths and lies.
Not so bad being a ninja.
I enjoyed the training. I enjoyed it quite well, actually.
You got anything else good, Mark? You perusing?
no, obviously it mentions probably the true stuff, and that obviously it says your real name, and it does say you were a tank driver, so that would explain the depleted uranium, I expect.
Depleted uranium is very real, guys. Let me assure you.
They use depleted uranium ammunition, don't they?
The M60A3 fired at what is called a sabot round, and a sabot round is made out of depleted uranium. And at the gunnery range, I would have to go and pick up the expended shells. So yes, I was exposed to depleted uranium. There is no question about that.
Where were you stationed?
Well, for a tanker, our AIT and basic is combined, and that was at Fort Knox, Kentucky. And then my first permanent duty station was in Fort Hood, Texas.
think you said once you were a Navy cadet or something as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Naval Sea Cadet Corps for 2.5 years.
Is that compulsory yet? Did you have to do some sort of military service?
No, it wasn't compulsory. Well, you have to sign up for the selective service, which is compulsory, but you don't necessarily have to join right away.
When did compulsory military service stop then in the States?
Well, like I said, you have to sign up for selective service, but that does not necessarily mean you have to join right away.
Oh, I see.
You still have to sign up for selective service.
Yes, you still have to sign up for selective service. That's right.
So you could be called up then?
At 51?
No. I mean, generally, say, what age do you have to sign up?
Well, you have to sign up at 18. I believe it is.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, Lyric says it's 18, yeah. So you have to sign up at 18.
And then what happens? You could get called up, or you might...
Yes, you could get called up. And then you'd have to choose what branch of the service you want to go into.
Wow.
But that's never really happened.
Well, since Nam.
Yeah. Not in my lifetime.
Well, there's no draft. There isn't a draft.
Elective service draft.
The last draft was Vietnam.
When was it compulsory that you had to sign up? You had to
I don't know. I had to sign up, and I'm 34, and I signed when I was 18. So.
No, I'm going by going back to when Elvis Presley had to do. Was it?
That's called the draft.
That was.
I see. Right.
That was the draft. Yeah, they haven't had a draft.
When did that stop then?
After Vietnam.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, we used to have compulsory military service here, but excuse me, I think that stopped in the 50s in the UK. 60s even.
Mm-hmm.
Was Mean gone across to Brett Keene's hangout, I think?
Yeah, I think she has. I think I'll join her.
Well, I've never been in a room with a real ninja before.
Now you have, sir.
Yeah.
Now you have.
I'll tell my kids later.
It is a story worth telling.
It's incredible.
He will be remembered for years past. Let me tell you, dude.
I mean, that's terrible that NASA stole his plans for that. He could have been a multi-billionaire by now.
What would a man of his stature and what would he do with mere dollars? He would just nothing to the man. He would give it all away.
Yeah, but I mean, it seems that even that honor was taken away from him.
Well, you know, Von Helton, bro.
Yeah, it's just wow.
He didn't serve in the military at all. Right? It's all a bunch of crap.
Well, no, surely not. Surely not. Are you saying that these things are made up? How dare you?
I'm not really comfortable with this line of mockery, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay.
Sorry if I mock someone that fakes about being in the military. I am in the military, and you can all kiss my ass. How's that?
Yeah,
My duty to call out retards that do this.
Well, that was going to be my. It's sort of, if it's not true, it does cast aspersion that way. It's
DD-214 or.
It demeans people that have given military service.
Mocks me, dude. I'm the one that's being mocked.
Yes, indeed. And, obviously anyone else that's a ninja.
You can be a ninja. I don't care about that. But when you do that military crap, that just pisses me off to no end.
Mark?
Yeah, hi, Balthazar.
Hi. I just wanted to say sorry about this, what I had, that I misunderstood you totally when we had this, this discussion some weeks ago,
Okay, then, no problem.
Yeah, no, because I was listening, for 1 hour ago, I was listening to you talking. That was interesting talking about Nazi Germany and also, and I was very. I feel very stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. It happens. It happens.
No, but you're extreme reasonable.
I try to be.
Hmm.
I try to be most of the time.
Yeah, no, and I really share your viewpoints. It seldom so
Thank you.
people with so much knowledge and so. And another thing, I was doing. I made a drawing of you, and I thought you were a little bit like totally different. I didn't know. Perhaps you didn't notice that.
No, I didn't notice. No.
You haven't? Okay. Okay. So no, I just changed the drawing now. So
All right.
it was a drawing because I really when I was in discussion with you, there were another guy and you were going so quick, changing so quick at me. So I thought what he said was your opinion.
Oh,
when
I
we
see.
had this discussion about the Green Party and so on, and I thought you were like almost a fascist or something like that. No, and that's why I've been like half hating you a little bit all the time, because of that. So, no, I made a picture, but okay, good, no one saw it, and it was you on the beach with with a Pink Floyd The Wall, a face, and then a lot of hammers walking in the background. Okay, no, but I've changed it, so I will just show you it, and then shut up.
Okay.
So it's a nicer one.
Oh, thank you.
If someone else has seen it, the not so nice one.
Oh well, it happens. Don't worry about it.
It's a little bit too sweet. It should. It was a character. No, it's too sweet, but okay. No, you see something there? No, sorry.
Oh yeah, very good, very good.
You see it? Okay, you can see it.
Yes, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Okay, so peace.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I will go to bed now. Okay, bye.
Thanks very much. Bye.
So what was everyone talking about before that happened?
Well, it was. I think we were sort of got onto the subject of people on the internet, and then Brett Keane, and then Encyclopedia Dramatica, and then Mean said.
I know, this is all Armin's fault, man. She wanted to question him, and then shit just started hitting the fan.
And then she decided to leave.
I know. I'm an asshole now because Armin wanted to question him. What the fuck? It is a hit and run. Damn right, dude.
Oh dear.
I'll take the blame. I don't care. Put it all on me.
Yeah, well, I've got to leave now anyway because it's 20 to 3 in the morning. And I need to get up tomorrow early, so I'll leave you to take the blame then.
Have a good night, sir.
Cheers. Good night, guys.
And I just woke up. Now we have a mass walkout.
Not my fault this time.
What?
It's not my fault this time.
Palm describes them as fireworks. What happened?
Just trying to lighten the mood up, you know.
Is it a screaming match or something, or something worse? Okay.
I'm supposed to take full blame for some for some reason. It wasn't caused by me. I'm gonna end up taking blame, so it's my fault. Sorry.
Okay.
What time is it? Almost 3 o'clock.
I am setting up the follow-up hangout.
Cool. I'll probably fall asleep in the next. I'll probably fall asleep in the next one.
Yeah, I'm not sure there are any Christians here to discuss theology with, or mythicism or anything.
We'll just have to pray harder then, Nadia.
Oh wow. Whatever you did must have gotten people interested in watching.
Oh yeah. You know, dude, that was some pretty funny shit, man. I will grant Vaughn that. Mark is laying into him.
So you were running up on Hilton. Okay.
Well, no, Ermine started. She was trying to questions about his Encyclopedia Dramatica page, and then it just kind of unfolded. And then she dipped out, and I'm the one that's supposed to take all the blame because I'm the only one that's here that was actually participating in the conversation, but I didn't bring it up or anything, you know.
Yeah, but you did stoke it up, didn't you, Lyric?
Of course, yes. Gotta stoke the fire.
I don't know.
Just
Oh yeah,
having a
no, it
little
was Porn
fun.
Jam. It was Porn Jam. That's who
It was
started it.
Palm's fault. He was totally egging Vaughn on. I blame Palm.
What is Palm looking at here?
Oh, it's not porn. It's Pom. I thought it was Porn Jam. Is that right? It's an M. It is Pom Jam. Sorry, Porn.
How is it an SRS face? How does he get sex reassignment surgery? I don't know. My face, when I get sex reassignment surgery, is going to be very happy. And welcome, Jim. Also, Commando.
Hillbilly, what you working on?
Howdy, everybody. Well, I'm working on a little box, actually. It's a piece of 2x4, and then I hollered her out, and then it becomes a sliding open box.
Beautiful, sir. Beautiful.
Thank you very much. This is for my wife to give our daughter a little locket that's going to be of a little baby inside a little, it's called an origami owl thingy. I don't know what the heck it is. It's one of these things you can put different lockets and stuff in. So I have no idea, but I'm just making a box. That's all I'm doing.
That's
pretty good.
One time in my life, I actually worked on my own sort of hobby operating system. And welcome, Rodney.
Hi, happy Valentine's, everyone.
Woo, that's loud.
Valentine. Yeah. I wonder who a prom night dumpster baby makes their Valentine. Prom Jam's, I don't know, internet persona is a prom night dumpster baby. Isn't that right, Prom Jam?
Do what now?
I said Prom Jam's internet persona is a prom night dumpster baby.
Ah, excuse me.
Palm Jam talks. I've heard him talk. Say something, Palm.
Talk to us, Palm. Materialism is true. Idealism is false.
I had that. What did you say? I said that idealism was true, though, but I didn't quite catch what you said was... Oh, no, idealism was false, but I didn't quite catch what you said was true.
Materialism.
Oh, right. So, yeah, so how do you explain, though, the amazing set of coincidences which have led to us all being here today? Do you want to play poker?
Idealism wouldn't explain it much.
Well, because there's a providence in idealism. You can get a providence, so, you know, there's a sort of guiding hand. But in materialism, you don't get that, so you have a really big set of coincidences to sort of deal with. I just wondered, you know, if you... So, I mean, I think it's interesting, isn't it? So what... Yeah, go on.
Dissipative are quite natural phenomena and almost inevitable, given, well, the right scenario for that particular kind of dissipative system to arise.
Well, but what? How does that? So, but we don't have anything which seems to suggest that it would be inevitable, do we? I mean, it's quite improbable, in fact, that, you know, various things would have come together. You know, well, just that the laws would be such that stars would come together. Then you got the carbon resonance in sun, so that we can get enough of just the right element that can build the kind of macromolecules we need for life. And then you've got even just taking the Earth and development of life on Earth. I mean, it's not like you know, it's pretty much geologically, as soon as the Earth was cool enough for life to begin, life begins. I mean, you know, there wasn't no waiting around, was there? Doesn't seem.
To extent we have, because patterns of behaviors we call, that we've observed and call laws or whatever, they seem to actually suggest that life will arise according to Jeremy England.
Which laws suggest that? Sorry.
Thermodynamics, sorry, Shane.
Oh right, so doesn't that say that things just sort of come into a kind of state of equilibrium, that heat sort of with the energy differences, that differences sort of balance each other out? I mean, life essentially, and a lot of processes that we see in nature has got a really weird thing. What it does is it seems to put the brakes on. It seems to extract as much energy out of these changes as possible, as opposed to it just immediately boom go into the most ordered state, so that then nothing else can happen. So in that way, it gives us this sort of elongated time in which to extract the energy. I mean, this is lucky for us because we need a lot of time. I mean, I understand that from your point of view, you need something that sort of makes it inevitable. And yeah, maybe there are certain principles we've got. Sorry, go on.
It doesn't need to be inevitable. I mean, you could have been
right, yeah.
aware of it that happened, but it appears from dissipative systems. A dissipative system being something like a hurricane or a whirlpool, eddies and such. That self-replicating things like life are part of that.
Yeah, but from hindsight, yeah, we can see that that's the case. But from getting to here from there with sort of random processes without any sort of guide. I mean, we both know we can write a program that has kind of replicating entities, and then we can watch them do stuff, and we can even play around with all the different variables. But we've got to put a lot of work in, a lot of planning to get anything interesting going on. If we just start, if we put the design and the kind of things that we can construct, we just throw them all in the bag and throw dice and see what comes out. And if we try and generate that system without foresight, I think we're both aware that it's we wouldn't expect to see anything interesting,
It's a good analogy.
Yeah, this is more of an argument from design than directly for a deity, as opposed to an argument for idealism per se.
Yeah, well, yeah. So basically, it doesn't. This whole issue doesn't, isn't. So it sort of supports, if this is true, that there is, that these things are hard to explain given sort of naturalistic materialism. And all it basically says is that if these features that we're seeing are like this, then naturalistic materialism seems less believable, and things like deism would become more believable. All sorts of theisms, including the idealistic conception, because with all of these models, you do get to have some kind of a designing force, some kind of providence, some kind of conscious directing of events to achieve certain goals. I mean, the interesting one, if you say that you can say that there's some kind of multiverse, or the visible universe that we're in is just a small sort of region, and there's loads more, and you end up with all these other possibilities, and obviously then we're going to find ourselves in one where that's got just the right conditions, the Goldilocks thing, the anthropic principle, but based on that, wouldn't it still be more likely that there's some other possibility out of all the possibilities that can give rise to the kind of thing that we see naturalistically? There's going to be more that's going to give rise to just a kind of sort of fairly powerful brain kind of algorithmic system, which then sort of imagines it or then spawns or designs it. See, so by increasing the probabilities in that way, as far as I can see, most of them all they'd really do is make more possible that we live in one of the realities in this great sort of multiverse where there's just a sort of God, and he then generates this, because the kind of coincidence that we see should be rarer than the kind of realities in which there is just a God by chance, like what do they call it, the Boltzmann brain, that you know, a fluctuation creates some kind of brain, some kind of mind. That is quite, you know, unbelievable, but it's more believable than our reality completely as this, you know, massive coincidence. And then once you've got this Boltzmann brain as God, you can get that sort of imagining or designing or constructing or spawning the kind of reality in which we sort of live in.
Okay, we have about 5 minutes left, so I'll get the switch over ready. Bear with me.
All right, cool.
I'm sure I've just seen you in Brett Kane's hangout, Rodney.
Yeah, I popped in there for a bit. I think they wanted atheists to sort of debate them, and there wasn't any slots, so I sort of freed one and came in here.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I like discussing things with people, and sometimes I just babble on for ages, and I've got to be careful about that. But you know, if you want to actually have a reasonable discussion with someone, you've got to like give them a chance to explain what their point of view is. Otherwise, you know, you're not really having a discussion, are you? So.
Yeah.
We're all moving across, then, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the link to the new hangout.
Okay.
Oh, Brother John. I'll repaste the link. Yeah, we're 2.5 minutes from the changeover.
What would you like the topic to be this time?
Your usual religious banter. Well, are you for design? It's fine. We can also do idealism versus materialism. And hopefully she'll make it over.
How many points are in your gospel now?
17.
Okay, yeah, now I've read them all.
When the holiday blows over, I'll go back to that. Although I might have...
Yeah, I think...
What's that?
I think it's promising. I really like what's there so far. If there's more to come, then that's only good. I think it'd be quite... Yeah, no, I really like it. I really like it.
Think I could start my own religion? Or what did we call the religion?
I think what you is bury this in a kernel, all right, which supplants all other kernels around the world, and in the future, some ingenious mathematical coding genius will get back to it and go, wow, you know that kernel? It's got a message in it. Yeah, I think you can. Someone's got to. But I think the big problem to arts is the community problem.
Yeah, building the community and such.
Well, there is quite a lot of work going on now. I mean, there's the rise of the atheist churches, and you know, they've got quite a few organisations, and there's the what's it, a manual for creating atheists is a book that's basically evangelics. You know, you should go out and try and preach to people about. I don't know what I don't know. That book's not a very good example. That Bob Hosian, I think he's something like that. It basically just talks to people about how what faith is, what faith should be, or
word means, so it's a little bit sort of confusing. But no, it's good stuff to get people, you know, be critical about things and to be more logical. So, you know, it's always something worth doing.
Yeah, I agree. Lots of content.
I guess I was articulating a set of positive beliefs instead of what I don't believe in. Kind of had that in mind is the genesis, or having that kind of intention was the genesis of it, but the I don't know.
I think it was like 10 points the other day, was it? So you've added like another 5 or 6 since
7.
About 12. Yeah, I wouldn't mind checking it out. You got a link to it, have you?
I think the last version is somewhere. I'll find it. Hang on.
So when you go through them, Rodney, you have to say which ones you disagree with and then why you disagree with them.
Okay. There's...
Do you disagree with it? Did you get a lot of disagreement at all?
No.
Or?
Most people kind of didn't bother with it. So it's a description on this thing over here. Sounds like my old vibrator.
Yeah.
I said it freaking 34 or something.
Oh, you beat me to it, Naughty.
Overdrive right there.
Yeah, 650 horsepower, chrome plated,
That's like
Harley Davidson etched across the shaft.
Yeah, that's one of those Sabian things or whatever. Those can't remember what they're called. Stern used to have them all the time. The girls used to ride them. Can't remember.
What's a high horsepower number? 1150 or something?
No way.